Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing this on this lovely Monday morning? And I think I got makeup on my shirt. How's everybody doing? I hope you had a great weekend. My mods have been super busy, and I've been busy helping me getting ready for today's show. This is going to be a little different of a format than we're used to doing. In today's show, we're going to be taking a deep dive into the video and the audio recordings, all the recordings that we could get our hands on. And we have placed them, actually, my mods, God love you. They did a great job. So everybody give them a round of applause. But the show is set up where we're going to be going in video order of how the events unfolded. The reason is because when we're in court, a lot of times things get just interjected in the order that they want to show or talk about with the witnesses, but it can be a little more confusing for us. So we are going to step back, go to the very beginning. Good morning, Miss Angela. Good morning, Miss June. Good morning, everybody. Let's see. I hope y'all saw my comments in private chat. I think we are ready to start rolling. All right. Before we begin this morning, I want to acknowledge the weight and of what we're stepping into. This isn't entertainment. This is not shock value. This is a carefully planned, respectful walk through the publicly released body-worn camera footage and other videos and official records surrounding the Uvalde school shooting. These videos capture real moments, the real decisions, the real consequences that affected the children, the teachers, and the families, and the entirety community forever. We're going to look back at the timeline as it unfolded, the decisions that were made, the delays that occurred, and the system that failed. You're going to see the arrival of the officers and the first hallway entry, but before that, we're going to be looking at where this truly began, which is not being talked about, and that is the grandmother's house and the lead shooting that happened there. Then we're going to go into the hallway entries, the long delay, the supplemental angles that fill in the gaps. You're also going to see how the city council responded in the weeks and months and even years to follow. The meetings, the public comments, the accountability discussions, and the moments where the community demanded truth and demanded to do what's right. This is a very difficult content, and it should be. If any If you at any point need to step away, please do so. Viewer discretion is advised. With that, let's begin where it started, at the grandmother's house. And if you will give me a split second, I got to shut the door because I got a monkey butt who is demanding more attention of me than I can give her. One moment, though. Oh, I hope you've grabbed your coffee. We have our coffee. We got coffee. We got coffee. I'm not used to seeing myself this big on the screen. I am not. So let me load up that video. Here we go. Give me a second to share screen. Always the first one's always the hardest one. So let me share screen. Please, self-care. That is something that I'm going to be reiterating. And if anybody does find themselves really struggling with anything, please let us know and step back. We are here for you. All right, let's get rolling with the grandmother video.
We don't want to be known by the family of a shooter. We are the family of a victim.
Tonight, we are hearing from the family of 66-year-old Celia Sally Gonzalez, who remains in the hospital 1 month after the Uvalde school tragedy. Sally was the first shooting victim back on May 24th, shot in the face before the gunman made his way to Robb Elementary. 9 surgeries later, her family says she remains the target of all sorts of hateful comments because the shooter was her grandson.
We are the family of a victim, of a survivor. She survived.
Shelby Salazar is talking about her grandmother, Sally Gonzalez.
My grandmother is a beautiful person inside and out.
For the past month, Sally has been at University Hospital in San Antonio, recovering from a gunshot wound to the face.
He shot her in the face, so all of this was blown. He severed the main artery that pumps blood from her heart to her brain.
Her injuries so severe, there was no guarantee she'd make it past the first few days.
The doctor stated that they didn't even know how she was alive. She was a miracle.
Last week marked her 9th surgery, with several more still to go. Her mouth is wired shut, so she can't talk, but she is alert.
She's able to understand everybody. She's able to write, to tell you what she wants to tell you.
And yet, Shelby says a cloud hangs over her grandmother, a stigma, preventing parts of the public from viewing her the same way they do the other victims of the Uvalde shooting.
Nobody's wanting to donate to her GoFundMe because she's the grandmother of a shooter. There's people stating that she should have died. There's people stating that she's to blame for it. It hurts me. It hurts my heart that people can actually be like this.
Sally worked for the Uvalde School District 27 years, including at Robb Elementary.
She was the first victim. She was left for dead in her home in a pool of her own blood, could not get up, struggled to get to that door to make it to get up, got up, managed by the grace of God to walk across the street and let the neighbor know what happened.
As for what will happen moving forward, Sally's currently fighting an infection, has no timeline for getting out of the hospital, and is in near constant pain, physical and emotional.
She is hurting for those parents. She cried. Her compassion, her heart, she prays for them. 19 kids were lost. Teachers, people she worked with. I mean, I hope one day she's able to have her bubbly self back. I really do, because I miss that.
For the life of me, I don't understand why some of those decisions were made at the scene of the incident.
Security expert Fred Burden says the law enforcement transcripts and footage reviewed by the Texas Tribune shows officers should have reacted differently on May 24th when responding to the gunman inside of Robb Elementary, who killed 19 students and 2 teachers.
It's my professional opinion that the first 2-3 officers on the scene should have entered that classroom in an effort to neutralize the threat with or without the equipment that they had in their possession.
Federal and state investigators are combing through the footage. This still shot obtained by the Tribune is taken from a video inside the school during the shooting. Texas Tribune reporter Terry Langford says this kind of response, especially post-Columbine, was shocking to watch.
Now, within the first 19 minutes, They essentially had what they needed to go in.
Other findings from the Tribune report revealed the door to the classrooms where the shooting happened never appeared to be locked. There's also no evidence that any officers tried opening them, despite Uvalde CISD Police Chief Pete Arredondo previously telling the Tribune he and other officers tried breaching doors, but they were locked.
The only thing stopping a hallway of dedicated officers from entering room 111 and 112 was the on-scene commander, who decided to place the lives of officers before the lives of children.
During DPS Director Steve McCraw's testimony to state lawmakers, he says the way officers reacted set the police force back a decade. Burden tells us the director was spot on.
I don't understand it. I think that there's a lot of hard lessons that are going to come out of this.
This bullet-resistant glass is just one piece of the puzzle to protecting students.
It is a fully ballistic system made for ordinary glass.
An option to refit school campus glass using this specialized film. Districts like Northeast ISD and New Braunfels ISD tell us they have used this film on several campuses.
There are a lot of people looking at it, not just schools, but there are private businesses looking at their security.
Construction representative for a nearby school district, Tim Satori, says this type of film can be used on any kind of glass in the school.
This particular product for potential use on a school that has, based upon what happened at Uvalde, is looking at their options of protecting their students.
I spoke to SAISD, and this is just an option for many safety measures that they have for protecting their schools.
Providing opportunities inside the classroom to hide. Again, with the lockdown procedure, we're building walls and building little cubbies to where enough students, enough teachers can get out of sight.
San Antonio ISD's bond spokesperson, Kedrick Wright, says they're also looking at opaque window film and movable furniture. These features will be in their new Burbank High School. These type of security measures are also being considered for future buildings and campuses, approved for the 2020 bond program.
We'd rather expedite some of these easy wins, if you will, of some of our campuses potentially that we could go ahead and accelerate some of these inclusions.
SAISD, just like other school districts, are still in the information gathering phase. They tell us investing taxpayer money wisely and protecting students is the biggest priority.
All righty then, let's talk about this briefly, shall we? And why this is not clicking. Come on. Come on, show my thing. No, wrong one. Oh, come on. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, so let's talk about this quickly. In that video, there were some things that kind of hit home. Number one is the grandmother was the first victim. And it always devastates me that when somebody is a victim of a perpetrator, like you're a family member of a school shooter, and you were shot at first, like this poor woman was, then all of a sudden, she's not really a victim. She's the grandmother. So we choose, and we'll be discussing this as a point of her being a victim. She is still facing surgery. She is still struggling with her injuries and probably will never recover fully from her injuries. I can't imagine the fear and the horror this poor woman faced looking down the barrel of a weapon as her grandson decides to try to unalive her in her own home. And this is a woman that cared for him, loved him, all of that. I just absolutely cannot believe it. Good morning, Miss Karen. Welcome, welcome, and welcome to those who are watching but not commenting. Thank you so much. In that video, they were talking about a film on the windows. I think that is a good option. That's positive part of that. It makes the glass resistant to breaking and to lead hitting it and going through. The negatives to that. Say you get another situation like this and you have another active lead shooter and you have an opportunity to have a sniper outside that window, and that lead shooter standing near the window knows it's got that film on it. You can't take him out from through the window. You cannot take him out through the window. Thank you so much for popped that up. I was just thinking, where's my warning? Let me see. Let me do this. Let me see if I can. I think I have just an upper. Do I? There we go. Is that okay, June or Angela? I'm going to go ahead and take down the Discord for the moment. I don't want to advertise it. There we go. Is that better, y'all? That way it's not streaming back and forth, and then now I need to adjust me. But my concern is, and my humble opinion and concern is you have a situation to where, number one, the perpetrator can't get anything through the glass, but say that you have another situation like the one we had in Uvalde, and they had snipers who could see him through the window, and they want to put a piece of lead through the window and into the head of the sniper. You can't do it. It goes two ways. You can't egress through the window. The other problem I have is fire. What if there's a fire and the only way out of that classroom is that window? You put that film on that window, there's no way out. You now cause an entrapment. So where's the balance? And by the way, I want y'all to be free to comment and let's talk about this. My mods know that they can hop in at any time. But if anybody wants to talk, first, the rules are you have to have a camera, especially if I don't know you. And that is the biggest rule. But me as a firefighter, first thing I'm thinking is, how am I going to get in there? If that window is not, well, I guess there goes that. Sorry. That window is impermeable. I can't get in to save lives in a fire. So I guess my point is that there's always a pros and cons. So I understand the film may be a wonderful option, but how much risk does it cause to the students if you can't get through the window in an emergency? That is where my mind is going. You can't put a sniper on it, and you can't break it to get out if there's a fire. What do? Where's your problem? And the fire's in that hallway. Now they're trapped. So none of these answers and none of the conversations we're having today are going to be easy. There is going to be no perfect answer in this situation. But that was just something I was thinking about. The other thing is, you saw in the video, and I'm going to try and wind it back.
Program.
We'd rather expedite some of these.
I'm going to try.
Future buildings and
Okay, let me show you this. All right. The junior high that was built in Kerrville, across the street from the high school, was built like this. Had these open front walls, the glass walls that are open in front. Well, what's your opinion on these? Because my personal opinion, I don't like them. Number one, if there was an active lead shooter going through that school, you have nowhere to hide these kids. That active shooter, as soon as it can get within eye shot of that classroom, can see through the walls and see the kids, see where they're hiding. There's no, unless you have that film on that glass. But then again, what if there's a fire and the door's locked and they can't get out? They have to break the glass to get out. Well, you can't because you got that film on it. This is something that a lot of the parents where I lived were very concerned about in an active shooting situation, lead shooter situation. And please type in your comments to what I'm saying. But when you have this solid glass in here, no protection at all. Even if you had the film on it, which to me, I don't think is a good idea, because again, if there's a fire and this window back here, let me get my mouse to react. The window right here is your only way out. You got a fire in the hallway. The kids are sitting looking outside, seeing this fire in the hallway. Their only way out is that window. If you got that film on that window, they're not getting out. They're baking, in my humblest of opinions. So just I'm thinking not only as an active lead shooting situation, I'm also thinking of other situations where this may not be safe. In my humble opinion, it is my humble opinion. And that is where we are on that. My heart goes out to that grandmother. I think if you are inclined, go to her GoFundMe, because that poor grandmother didn't do anything but raise that grandchild, and he turned around and shot her in the face. And she is the first victim. There were not 19 kids and 2 teachers and 21. There are 22 victims: grandmother, kids, and the teachers. And the teachers are also, by the way, there are no charges brought concerning the teachers. And that is an issue we'll talk about in a minute. Okay, so now we're going to go on to the next video. And the next video is, let me get my scroll down. The first press conference after the lead shooting. This was the first official narrative given to the public and we know now much of it was incomplete. Much of this was wrong. Much of this was confusing, but we're going to watch it anyway. So here we go.
We're hurting inside. Regional Director for DPS.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Victor Escalon, Regional Director for DPS South Texas. Thank you so much for being here today. My goal today on this press conference, is to give you a snapshot where we're at today. This incident happened on Tuesday, May 24th. So there's a lot of information, a lot of moving parts. We have a lot of people involved in this investigation. I'm going to give you a summary of what happened. But before I do that, I was able to make it here during the event on May 24th. Same with a lot of other law enforcement officers that came to this event, this critical incident. I got to see the victims. I got to see the officers. I got to see the community members. It is so hard. It's hard to take. It's traumatic. We're all hurting inside. We're hurting inside for the community members in Uvalde, Texas. We're hurting inside with our local partners that have to live here and work here every day. The victims, the family members.
My computer, with no warning at all, decided to do an update. My apologies, y'all. Now I got to get everything back up and running. Thank God we save things. Okay, everything's popping back up again. Thank you, Jesus. Now I just need to get it. It's all popped up, but now it's all over my page. So I need to give me a hot second to just get everything reallocated in the right place. I apologize. There's nothing I can do about it. It just decided it was ready to update, and it was like, what? We don't care you're live. We don't care what you're doing. We're going to shut down and update. I'm like, really, y'all? Really, y'all? And it did. I had a heart attack. I know I paid my electric bill. Why am I getting this? So thank you, mods. Thank you so much. This is one reason why I love this program. And I don't want to go to another streaming program, because if my computer goes down, this is still live on the internet. My mods can hop in. And they do it so beautifully. Thank you, mods. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Okay, we're going to get back into this. Let me get us back to where we were in the beginning. But I guess the computer update's complete. Don't need to worry about that happening again. Oh my gosh, y'all, that sucked. Morning, honey. Oh, my bad. I thought it was on. My bad. Okay, let me get the glitches out, guys. I got to catch up. I was in so much of a rush. I thought you were on this screen. My bad. I'm getting it. We're getting it. We're going to get it. It's going to happen. And then everything. All right, from here on out, we're going to be smooth. The glitches are gone, right? The glitches are gone. I'm going to stop sharing that screen. Wrong screen. Share screen. Well, I was catching us up to where we were. So we're now where we're supposed to be. Everything's good now.
The list goes on and on and on. But the agencies I told you are the main ones that are assisting with this investigation. We want to know what happened, recreate the scene. That takes days, that takes hours, that takes time, a lot of information. Then we have to do a lot of interviews. So we just started. We started on Tuesday. Today's Thursday. We're still grabbing a lot of information. we also, what's important to us is why. Why did he do this? Why did he do this? Who is this man? The suspect. We're going to find out. With all the different agencies that are involved, we're working every angle that's available. And we won't stop until we get all the answers that we possibly can. So again, I want to thank these men and women that are behind us supporting the DPS and the Rangers. So there's a lot of information I'm going to give you. There's some new information as of Tuesday that I wanted to clear up, that we want to clear up, that's been pushed out. We'll continue to have updates in the coming days once the information is obtained and we're able to confirm and corroborate that. We want to make sure we're pushing out the right information. Early on, when we came in, we were receiving a lot of information from a lot of different locations. That's a baseline. You start there. We made some reports. But since then, we started doing interviews. We started working the crime scene, so we're cooperating. I want to share some of that. It's a small piece of information right now, but it'll grow within days. So please, thank you for being here and being patient with us. It means a lot. On Tuesday, May 24th at 11:28, suspect just west of here wrecks his vehicle, pickup truck that he took from his grandmother. He had just shot his grandmother in the face. She's alive. She's stable at this point. 11:28, he's sitting there at the Bardage. He jumps out the passenger side of the truck. According to witnesses, he's got a long arm, rifle, and a bag. Later we find out it's ammunition. He walks around, he sees two witnesses at the funeral home across the street from where he wrecked. He engages and fires towards them. He continues walking. He continues walking towards the school. He climbs a fence. Now he's in the parking lot, shooting at the school multiple times. 11:40, he walks into the west side of Robb Elementary. According to reports, video we have obtained from outside, inside, and again, we're still combing through that. So bear with us. Multiple rounds, numerous rounds are discharged in the school. We're trying to get a number. We're in the process of analyzing that video. 4 minutes later, local police departments, Uvalde Police Department, the Independent School District Police Department are inside, making entry. They hear gunfire, they take rounds, they move back, get cover. And during that time, they approach where the suspect is at. According to the information I have, he went in at 11:40. He walks, and I'm going to approximate 20 feet, 30 feet. He makes a right. He walks into the hallway, he makes a right, walks another 20 feet. Turns left into a schoolroom, into a classroom that has doors open in the middle. Officers are there, the initial officers, they receive gunfire. They don't make entry initially because of the gunfire they're receiving. But we have officers calling for additional resources. Everybody that's in the area, tactical teams. We need equipment. We need specialty equipment. We need body armor. We need precision riflemen, negotiators. So during that time that they're making those calls to bring in help to solve this problem and stop it immediately, they're also evacuating personnel. When I say personnel, students, teachers. There's a lot going on. A lot complex situation They're measuring. They're measuring. Approximately an hour later, U.S. Border Patrol tactical teams arrive. They make entry, shoot and kill the suspect. But you also had a Zavala County deputy and Uvalde Police Department that made entry and killed the suspect. Immediately, numerous officers. Now it turns into a rescue operation. How do we save these children? How do we save these children?
Can't.
Some made it out. We don't have a hard number yet, but that was a goal. And then continuing, making the area safe, continued. A lot of moving parts afterwards. But during, they were taking gunfire, negotiations, and developing a team to make entry to stop them. I'll take a few questions. And again, look, I summary. One more thing I forgot to mention that I want to clear up that came out early on. It was reported that a school district police officer confronted the suspect that was making entry. Not accurate. He walked in unobstructed initially. So from the grandmother's house to the bar ditch to the school, into the school, he was not confronted by anybody. To clear the record on that. 4 minutes later, law enforcement are coming in to solve this problem.
So, Director, how is he able
Step
to
by.
take action?
So,
Okay, we will stop and discuss things. Number one, 4 minutes later, they entered to stop this problem. I have a problem with that. They entered. They did not stop the problem. And in fact, he stated 1 hour later, Border Patrol arrived and immediately made entry to take out the shooter. Question, why did they have to wait for Border Patrol to show up? Why? And I found it interesting when one of my mods told me, and mod comment in private chat, please, if I'm wrong, that a female police officer, state trooper, legal entity, basic comment, and I'm paraphrasing because I didn't hear it myself yet, that if that was her child in that school, she would have gone in. Yeah. Why did it take Border Patrol to show up and them to decide to make entry and take out the shooter when you had more than enough police officers? You had Uvalde police, you had the school police, you had sheriff's department, you had state troopers and rangers. Why did it take having Border Patrol to show up? Yeah. We're going to go through this bit by bit. Okay. So we're going to keep going, but those 2 points, and I've got allergies, and I may get a little emotional, by the way. You know, my mods and I, and some of you have been watching this from day one of the trials. And yes, we may get a little emotional because let me tell you, this is a lot for anybody to watch day in and day out. We've been watching the court feeds. We have been, I've got to get my hair up off my neck. It's driving me crazy. There we go. it gets to the point to where it affects you. And so if we get a little emotional and a little bit whatever, just we're human too. Yeah. So we're going to get back to the video.
Just want to clear that up. That's very important. And again, this will happen as we move forward. So thank you. I'll take a few questions.
How did you get in if it was a school that's supposed to be locked during the school day?
So right now, during the investigation, it appears it was unlocked. So we're going to look at that and try to corroborate that as best as we can.
How many gunshots were there? Do you know why it was unlocked?
I do not. Hey, please, one at a time, and we'll address as many questions as we can. So let me finish this question.
One at a time. Announce your name. Announce your network. Okay. Let's be respectful, please. My name is Josh Margot, and how do you know why it was unlocked?
So, Josh, thank you for the question. So right now, it appears it was unlocked. Like I said, it goes back to the investigation. It takes time. We will find out as much as we can why it was unlocked, or maybe it was locked. But right now, it appears it was unlocked. So thank you. Yes, sir.
You say at one point when he was inside there, among the things you were attempting negotiation, was he responding to negotiation? And in that period of time, was there continued gunfire?
So during that time, right now, according to the information we have, the majority of the gunfire was in the beginning. In the beginning. I say numerous, more than 25. I mean, it was a lot of gunfire in the beginning. During the negotiations, there wasn't much gunfire other than trying to keep the officers at bay. But that could change depending as once we analyze the video. But right now, according to the information, he did not respond.
I'm Yamas with NBC News. My question is this: was there a school officer on campus, and was that school officer armed? Because that's what we've been told.
So at this time, no, there was not an officer readily available, armed. No.
Was there an officer?
No, nothing. I can't answer that yet. I'll circle back with you again as we do that investigation. We have all these questions we want to answer. So, but I'll get back with you, sir.
There was a 12-minute gap. There's a 12-minute gap from when he crashes his truck to when he enters the school. 12 minutes. What happened in that 12 minutes?
So you got to understand, 11:30 is the information we have at this point that we can confirm. 11:30 a.m. the PD gets we got a crash and a man with a gun. And then you have responding officers. That's what it is. If it's 12 minutes from 11:30 to 11:40, that's the information we have right now. Look, at the end of the day, our job is to report the facts and have those answers. We're not there yet. Over here.
When was the first 911 call to officials? When was the first 911 call?
Say it again.
When was the first 911 call to officials? How long did it take to respond?
So right now, the first 911 calls at 11:30. I will get the time what it took to respond. So we'll have that answer. Yes, sir. There's a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of possibilities. Until we receive an interview, because there was numerous officers at that classroom, numerous. Once we interview all those officers, what they were thinking, what they did, why they did it, the video, the residual interviews, we'll have a better idea. Could anybody have gone there sooner? You got to understand, small town. Yeah, people from Eagle Pass, from Del Rio, Laredo, San Antonio responding to a small community.
Why is it on the information you have so far, sir? Should the officers have gone in sooner? Should they have waited for those tactical teams to have gone right in?
That's a tough question. Again, it goes back. Our job is to report the facts. And later we can answer those questions. I don't have enough information to answer that question just yet. So, one more question, please.
Is it accurate that eyewitnesses and potentially parents of the students were urging the police to go in while you were waiting for a tactical SWAT team, even that some parents were asking to borrow police armor so they could make a counter-assault on the school?
I have heard that information, but we have not verified that yet. So we have not verified is that a true statement or not, or is it just rumor out there? So you got to understand, we're getting a lot of information we're trying to track down and see what is true. We want to vet it. That's all I have for questions. Thank you so much.
Did you follow best practices for scenarios?
So look, we appreciate the questions.
11:44 and 12:44.
I got you.
Yes, sir. Behind that, you guys have said that he was barricaded. Can you explain to us how he was barricaded and why you guys cannot reach that door?
So I am taking all your questions into consideration. We will be doing updates. We will be doing updates to answer those questions. What is your name? Shimon. I hear you.
Because we've been given a lot of bad information. So why don't you clear all of this up now and explain to us how it is that your officers who were in there for an hour, yes, rescuing people, but yet no one was able to get inside that room.
Shimon, we will circle back with you. We want to answer all your questions. We want to give you the why. That's our job. So give us time. I'm taking all your questions. I'm taking them back to talk to the team. And look, thank you for being here. We'll talk soon. We'll talk.
Okay, I need to stop this for a minute. Something I just learned that I've never known. And I'll get to that, June. Hold on a minute. Thank you. By the way, mods, if you see a question or a comment in the chat, will you star it? And that if you want me to go over it, just in case I don't see, just start. Thank you. The one thing that I've not heard of before that grieves my soul is that the parents were begging to borrow body armor to go in themselves and take this guy down at even the cost of their own life. We had one officer, I don't know his rank or anything department, but we had one officer who showed up on scene with this vest and weapon. His daughter was one of the victims that passed, and he was willing to go in, and they took his weapon away. I'm like, really? And thank y'all so much for doing that. Really? I want to cry because I got to be honest. I showed you my body armor. It's sitting right there. I have the standard daily wear vest that has the plate in it for a hand weapon. And then I have the higher level ceramic Big Daddy like they have. Mine's an orange though. It says chaplain, but the plate in it's the same, similar as theirs for ballistics from an AR, for example. I would have thrown that on. I don't care if I didn't even have it. I would have, my personality is I would have gone towards it. But, okay, here we go. Here's the question. And if you guys have a question, put a red exclamation mark so we can see that it's a question visibly. When the Rangers got on site, they did not override the orders by the ISD chief and take over the incident on set. I thought by their charter that there were the highest level of law enforcement agency. Yes, but the ISD was incident command. That is their territory, their show, and they have their own police force. The UCISD police department had a memorandum of understanding with the Uvalde PD, not with the sheriffs, not with anybody else. And even though they are the highest level, they did not take charge. Part of the problem is, how can you take charge when you don't know who you're taking charge from? I agree that if, for example, you show up on scene, you are a state trooper, you see the chaos and there's no control, no one knows who incident command is, then I'm incident command, let's go. Because you do outrank everybody as far as you got your PD, then you got your sheriff, then you have your state troopers and rangers. Okay? You have that escalation. I am appalled that they did not decide to just take over. But I do know that there are rules and such that need to be followed. And in this situation, in my honest opinion, rules be damned. I'm not asking permission. The saying, it's better to ask permission later than to wait for the permission to be given in some situations. And that's this. I believe 100%. The parents are being peppered, sprayed, handcuffed, tased, beginning to fight and get into it. One jumped a fence and ran in to save her two boys with nothing. Whoa, I didn't know about the tasing and the pepper spray. Wow. Yeah, I would have been one of them. You would have to kill you. Well, you would have to unalive me. Keep me away from my babies. I'm just saying, y'all, you would seriously have to unalive me to keep me from my babies. There's no way on God's green earth would I sit there and wait that long. I'd be in jail. I'd line up somewhere with a long arm and I'd wait with a rifle, and I would be a sniper if I had the ability. Well, I do remember there being called for extra crowd control. I do remember that. Now, mind you, it's been a long time since we've seen this. Okay, so now we're going to share this one. This here is the next here's where the first major false accusation, blaming a teacher for the door that didn't lock. Moment that shaped the public's perception of this situation. And I'm going to say it now, the woman was vindicated, but she is so mentally struggling with post-traumatic stress. She was dismissed. People to this day still blame her for something that she had no fault in. Oh, they even got a canopy. By the way, that gentleman you saw, I don't know if he'll be the same one we see this week. This is a public information officer. Anybody who's speaking basically is like a public information person. I have taken the training for that when I was in Red Cross, not the same organization, but I have to say I do not agree with the way he's handling this. And some of the things he's saying is better left unsaid. It's better to say we don't know than it is to be saying some of the things he's saying. I believe that some of the way he's handling this particular, in my humble opinion, the way he's handling this press conference is actually making things a little more agitated and a little more worse, in my humble opinion. So let's go on this one and see how it rolls. A more senior officer, while we find it, we've got a more senior person on here now. Get the gum out of your mouth. Well, he may be nervous. I get that. But get the gum out of your mouth. If you're going to be representing your agency, get the gum out.
All right, everybody, about to get started.
Good morning. Thank you for being here today. My name is Stephen McCraw, Director of Texas Department of Public Safety.
Oh, top dog.
Attorney for the 38th Judicial District, Christina Mitchell requested that the Texas Rangers under the Department of Public Safety assume lead responsibility of this horrific murder of 19 innocent child and 2 adults. Our goal today is to provide the parents, the community of Uvalde, the public, as much information as we can on where we are on the investigation. We're here to report the facts as we know them now, not to defend what was done or to criticize what was done or the actions taken. I'll begin first and foremost with the timeline as we know it. The second timeline I'll discuss is the 911 timeline. Then we'll talk about the relevant social or digital media footprint of the subject. Then we'll also have plenty of time for questions at that point. 11:27, we know from video evidence, 11:27, the exterior door suspected of where we knew the shooter entered, Ramos, was propped open by a teacher. 11:28, the suspect vehicle crashes into the ditch, as previously described. The teacher runs to the room 132 to retrieve a phone, and that same teacher walks back to the exit door, and door remains propped open. There were two males, as reported by Regional Director Escalon yesterday. There were two males at a funeral home that when he heard the crash, they went to the crash scene. When they arrived at the crash scene, before they got there, they saw a man with a gun exit the passenger side with a backpack, and they immediately began running. Ramos began shooting at him. Did not hit him. One of the males fell when he was running. Both males returned to the funeral home while they're running. And then again, we see through video, teacher reemerges inside the school in panic and apparently calls 911. 911 call at 11:30. There was a crash, man with a gun. 11:31, the suspect reaches last row of vehicles in the school parking lot. 11:31, the suspect shooting began at the school while patrol vehicles got to the funeral home. I'll point out where it is. Crash vehicles over here. Suspect was hiding behind a vehicle, started walking down, shooting into the classroom. There was discussion early on that an ISD, consolidated ISD for Uvalde, had officer, was a resource officer and had confronted the subject. That did not happen, as R.D. Escalon talked about yesterday. It was certainly stated in preliminary interviews, but often these preliminary interviews and a cursory walkthrough doesn't reveal the type of information, and certainly, police officers, like anyone else, under stress, sometimes witnesses get it wrong. But the bottom line is that officer was not on scene, not on campus, but had heard the 911 call with a man with a gun, drove immediately to the area, sped to what he thought was the man with a gun, to the back of the school, and what turned out to be a teacher and not the suspect. In doing so, he drove right by the suspect, who was hunkered down behind a vehicle, where he began shooting at the school. (11:31), the suspect shooting in between the vehicle is when it began, while patrol vehicle gets to the funeral home. Multiple shots are fired outside the school at 11:31. Patrol car accelerates into the parking lot, drives by the shooter. That's exactly what I was talking about. It was the ISD officer at that time.
Gonzalez.
He passes, then leaves the camera view. There's multiple shots fired at the school at 11:32, at 11:32:27, 11:32:36. At 11:33 is when the suspect entered the school at the door that I'm pointing to now. At 11:33, the suspect begins shooting into room 111 or 112.
Let's go back a little bit, because here we have his timeline, and I have now the official timeline. What I call the official may not be the official. It's the timeline that has been taken from court documents, but I hate the number 33. Yeah. 11:28 a.m. So let's go here. I'm going to walk through this.
He passes, then leaves the camera view. There's multiple shots fired at the school at 11:31, where he.
I want to go back to see where he marked him coming in.
Get it wrong. But the bottom line is that officer was not on scene, not on campus, but had heard the 911 call with a man with a gun, drove immediately to the area, sped to what he thought was the man with a gun, to the back of the school, and what turned out to be a teacher and not the suspect. In doing so, he drove right by the suspect, who was hunkered down behind a vehicle, where he began shooting at the school.
Mind you, I'm just going to say tactical wise, you cannot, why do I have to keep resetting this? He could not see the officer down. I mean, the officer couldn't see him because he was hiding. Well, you can't blame the officer for that. If the guy is hiding behind a vehicle, some people were blaming him because he didn't see the guy and he drove past him. Come on, guys. You know, you can drive by anybody hiding behind a vehicle and not know they're there. So I'm not going to fault him for that.
(11:31), the suspect shooting in between the vehicle is when it began. Well, patrol vehicle gets to the funeral home. Multiple shots are.
Okay. The timeline that we have here, based on all public information, released body cams, footage, and all that stuff. The new timeline is at 11:28. The shooter crashes vehicle near Robb Elementary. The shooter crashes in the truck into the ditch near the school. Here he fires upon the two people at the funeral home, and he starts walking towards the school carrying the rifle at 11:28. At 11:31, the shooter enters Robb Elementary. The shooter climbs a fence and approaches the west entrance. He enters the school through the door that had been propped open earlier, but didn't lock when it was closed. He moves towards room 111 and 112. So now we're at that point.
Fired outside the school at 11:31. Patrol car accelerates into the parking lot, drives by the shooter. That's exactly what I was talking about. It was the ISD officer at that time. He passes, then leaves the camera view. There's multiple shots fired at the school at 11:32, at 11:32:27, 11:32:36. And at 11:33 is when the suspect entered the school at the door that I'm pointing to now. At 11:33, the suspect begins shooting into room 111 or 112. It's not possible to determine from the video angle that we have at this point in time. We do know this, that he shot more than 100 rounds based on the audio evidence at that time, at least 100 rounds. He entered at 11:33, or 11:33, he started shooting in the classrooms, 111 and 112. At 11:35, 3 police officers entered the same door as the suspect entered. All 3 of those police officers worked for the Uvalde Police Department. They were later followed by another 4, a team of Uvalde police officers, 3, and also a county deputy sheriff. So a total of 7 officers were on the scene. The 3 initial police officers that arrived went directly to the door, and 2 received grazing wounds at that time from the suspect while the door was closed.
So that means that the peep window in the door, he shot through the window and grazed 2 officers. Now, we have talked about that film that they talked about putting over these windows that would make them lead shooter proof. I have no problem putting it on that window. I do have a problem with putting it on an exterior window in case of a fire by the door, they can't get out. That's my whole thought on that. But that is an important acknowledgement, was that he did shoot through the window of the door, so the door remained closed.
At 11:37, there was more gunfire. Another 16 rounds was fired at 11:37. 1 at 11:37 and 16 seconds. 11:38, 11:40, 11:44. At 11:51, a police sergeant and USB agents started to arrive. At 12:03, officers continued to arrive in the hallway, and there were as many as 19 officers at that time in that hallway. At 12:15, we know that BORTAC members arrived. Not the entire BORTAC, but members of BORTAC, along with Shields. At 12:21, the suspect fired again, was believed to be at the door. At 11:21, law enforcement moved down the hallway. At 11:50, they breached the door using keys that they're able to get from the janitor, because both doors were locked. Though both of the classrooms that he shot into were locked when officers arrived. They killed the suspect at that time. And now I'd like to go over the 911 timeline. Which I'll warn you is not. It's better that I read it than you listen to it. The caller identified, I'll not say her name, but she was in room 112, called 911 at 12:03. The duration of the call was 1 minute and 23 seconds. She identified herself and whispered she's in room 112. At 12:10,
I like the way he's handling this, but you can tell the emotion on him. Whether he wasn't there, this gentleman was, I don't believe was on scene. I got to research that. But in the end of the day, some people who are in the public eye now making these reports and trying to get the information out, that we're not necessarily here yet. They were en route. And I can appreciate the fact that he's struggling with this. I like this guy far better than the other guy.
she called back in room 12, advised there are multiple dead. 12:13, again, she called on the phone. Again at 12:16, she called
Oh my
back
God.
and said there was 8 to 9 students alive. At 12:19, a 911 call was made, and another person in room 111 called. I will not say her name. She hung up when another student told her to hang up. At 12:21, you could hear over the 911 call that 3 shots were fired. At 12:36, 911 call, it lasted for 21 seconds. The initial caller called back, student, child, called back, was told to stay on the line and be very quiet. She told 911 that he shot the door. At approximately 12:43 and 12:47, she asked 911 to please send the police now. At 12:46, she said that she could hear the police next door. At 12:50, shots are fired. They could be heard over the 911 call. And at 12:51 is very loud and sounds like the officers are moving children out of the room. At that time, the first child that called was outside before the call cuts off.
Okay, I want to make a comment. Do you know how they got the children out of there? Through that window. If you put that ballistic film on the window, you're not going to break the window if you have to get children out. I'm going to keep going back to that a little bit because I want people to understand that there's a lot of things that could have been done differently, but putting a film on a window to make it bulletproof is also going to make it enabled to be accessed for a rescue. Just my thoughts on that.
Additional information that we have is that there are 58 total magazines at the school related to the crime scene. 11 of those magazines were inside the school. 3 were on the suspect's body. 2 in room 112, 6 inside room 111. 5 were on the ground, 1 was in the rifle. There were 32 magazines outside the school, but on school property. 1 just outside the school building and 31 in the suspect's backpack that he did not take into the classrooms with him. There's 15 magazines at the crash site. There were 2 magazines at the suspect's residence for a total of 60 magazines. He had purchased and had a total of 1,657 total rounds of ammunition. 315 of those rounds were inside the school. 142 of those were spent cartridges. 173 were live rounds. 922 were outside of the school, but on school property. 22 of those were spent cartridges. 900 were live rounds. 422 were at the crash site. 22 were spent cartridges. 420 of those were live rounds. There's 35 spent law enforcement cartridges total in the school. 8 of those were in the hallway. 27 were inside the classroom. 111 where the suspect was killed. I'd mentioned that we're going to go over quickly a digital timeline. One of the things we talked about early, and I want to correct something that was said early on in the investigation, is that he posted, okay, on Facebook publicly that he was going to kill it, he's going to shoot his grandmother. And secondly, after that he was going to, that he had shot her, and the third, that he was going to go shoot up a school. That did not happen. It was actually on a message. It was a Facebook application, messenger application to somebody else that he had a conversation with. We know that through his digital media footprint, and I'll just do by date time, that Ramos asked his sister.
Okay, so why, who is this person he sent that information to? Why are they not being held accountable for not contacting 911? Should they be held accountable as well? I mean, if someone texts me, I shot my grandmother in the face or head, I'm presuming she's dead at this point, and I'm going to go to the school and I'm going to unalive them, and I don't call 911 immediately, and I don't react or respond in a way that would be reasonable to prevent this from happening, why are you not being charged with anything? What's your thoughts on that? Guys, please, this is an open communication forum today. You feel free to go back and forth and talk and share your feelings and your thoughts. Just remember, in my humble opinion, and be respectful. We always can agree to disagree in this space. That is our motto. We agree to disagree. We don't always agree with every comment, but we welcome it. And it also can open our eyes. And like, there's several things I didn't know that I've learned from y'all. So, but good morning, Sarah. Good morning. But what happened to that person that got that text? And my mind can't wrap around that. I want that person brought up on charges. I got to be honest. If they're going to be charging everybody, then they need to charge. I mean, they need to charge a lot more people, but that person there could have stopped this before he even got to the freaking school. They could have said, he's going to the school. This is who it is. This is what he's done. Go check on grandma and then go get somebody to the school. If he didn't do it and I'm wrong, no foul, harm, no foul. But if he did shoot the grandmother and presumably unalived her at that point, thank God she lived. But why then did that person not call so they could get people to the school and stop him before he actually did anything? They're in another country. Okay. Dang it, we can't go after them. But really, why didn't they could have contacted the Uvalde police. All they have to do, I mean, come on, we got AI, we got Google, we got everything. Uvalde Police Department, the school district, call them. It is bullcrap that person didn't make the call. And I hope, if that's true, they live in Germany, I hope guilt follows them the rest of their life, because they could have stopped this, in my humble opinion. Let's keep going.
She flatly refused. That was in September of 21. I'll avoid some of these and get to he had Instagram, a 4-group chat. And it was discussed that Ramos being a school shooter. That was on February 28th of 2022. On March 1st of 2022, there was an Instagram he had with 4 people. It was a chat. He discussed him buying a gun. On March 3rd, 2022, there's another 4-person chat. Quotations, word on the street is you are buying a gun. Ramos replied, just bought something. RN. On March 14th, and there's an Instagram posting by the subject, in quotations, 10 more days. A user replied, Are you going to shoot up school or something? The subject replied, no, and stop asking dumb questions and you'll see. I know you have many questions, and I've agreed to stay as long as we can to answer.
That's a good point. We don't know, and they're not telling. But I gotta say that if anybody was in country, I'd be going after them. And I would put whoever, if they're out of country, I'd put them on a no entry. Not that they can't, but you know what I mean. That's just my personal feeling. We are all frustrated and upset at what happened, and unfortunately, that person could have stopped
Many
this.
of those questions that we can. If I can't answer it because we don't know definitively right now, I'll simply say that. And it continues to be a preliminary investigation. There's, literally, certainly over hundreds of interviews that have been conducted, will continue to be conducted, and there's thousands of leads that are being pursued, not consecutively, but concurrently. And thanks to our federal and local partners, and I do want to mention behind me, we've got the FBI special agent in charge. We also have an ATF special agent in charge, or ASAC, and of course, who else? What I got behind? Okay, with Texas Rangers. If there's any specifics that I haven't covered that I might need their particular support on, I do want to cover one thing quickly though before I go to questions, and that's some of the questions that we received, that we have already received. And one of those is going around now that in fact the subject had been one of the two arrested by the Texas Rangers and the local police back in 2018. That's not the case. He was not one of the individuals. In fact, we have found no links, associations, relationships in that investigation. Clearly, it was a threat. It was back in 2018. The two juveniles were charged with attempted or conspiracy to commit capital murder. There's no question that we thought, and we had evidence, and certainly the district attorney agreed, that these juveniles, one 13, one 14 years old, was a threat to Uvalde. And there was a discussion at that time, even the senior year of the one that was 14 years old, which would make it 2022. However, that was not the subject. Questions?
That's a wrong thing to say. Questions. That would be, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, one thing I want to say, one thing I failed to say is that when we're done, we have Tony Pena with us. He's going to translate into Spanish, okay, what the answers and the questions are afterwards.
The body language on this guy, that lipping, that he is extremely uncomfortable and extremely nervous, and that's a very high stressful situation. I feel for the dude.
Thank you for doing this, and I do hope you stay here and take as many questions as possible. You said there were 19 officers gathered in the hallway or somewhere. What efforts were made to try and break through that door you say was locked? What efforts were the officers making to try and break through either that door or another door, get inside that classroom?
None at that time.
So I don't know if you can hear, but he's pretty much asking, you have 19 officers in the hallway. What did they do, if anything, to try to get through that door? And he said, none. Nothing.
The on-scene commander at the time believed that it had transitioned from an active shooter to a barricaded subject.
Sir, you have people who are alive, children who are calling 911 saying, please send the police. They are alive. In that classroom, there are lives that are at risk.
Hey, we're well aware of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Why was it not to go in?
Okay, this is where the radio difficulties come into play. Thank you guys for joining me. I'm Ada K. If you've not been with us before, we are going through systematically through the timeline using videos. We started with the video about the grandmother being shot. We are going through all the videos that we could find that we could legally show you. And we are just in the beginning. This is the second press conference that we are listening to. That said, Director Steve McGraw does that lip thing a lot. I wonder if it's more of a tick. It very well could be a tick. But when we're seeing him, he's in very stressful situations too. So it very well could be a tick. But it is a very difficult place for anyone to be in. But I appreciate the way he is handling this. It's not easy. But good question by the reporter.
Again, the on-scene commander considered it a barricaded subject and that there was time and there were no more children at risk. Obviously, based upon the information we have, there were children in that classroom that were at risk, and it was, in fact, still an active shooter situation and not a barricaded subject.
I believe you're right, Angela. I believe that is a tick. Looking at it from the side, very much looks like a tick.
The question simply is this: it was a 40-minute gap, and if the 911 operators were aware that children were alive in that classroom, why weren't officers notified of that? And if that's the case, why didn't they take action? That's the question. And again, I'll go back to the answer right now, is that it was considered, okay, the decision was made on the scene. I wasn't there, but at the same point in time, a decision was made that this was a barricaded situation. There was time to retrieve the keys and wait for a tactical team with the equipment to go ahead and breach the door and take on the subject at that point. That was the decision. That was the thought process at that particular point in time. Yeah, there was 19, like I said, there was 19 officers in there. In fact, there was plenty of officers to do whatever needed to be done, with one exception, is that the incident commander inside believed they needed more equipment and more officers to do a tactical breach at that point. That's why BORTAC was requested on the scene. As soon as they were there, they executed, they searched, or at least a dynamic entry, and went in. And of course, that was not till 12. That was not till 12:57.
When the family members
with the benefit of hindsight, stand by. Hey, stand by. Hey, stand by. I got it. Okay. Hey, for the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now, of course it was not the right decision. It was the wrong decision. Period. There's no excuse for that. But again, I wasn't there, but I'm just telling you, from what we know, we believe there should have been an entry at that as soon as you can. Hey, when there's an active shooter, the rules change. It's no longer, okay, it's no longer a barricaded subject. We don't have time. You don't worry about outer perimeters. And by the way, Texas embraces active shooter training, active shooter certification, and that doctrine requires officers. We don't care what agency you're from. You don't have to have a leader on the scene. Every officer lines up, stacks up, goes and finds where those rounds are being fired at, and keeps shooting until the subject is dead. Period.
Whoa! Let's look back at this. I want to hear this again.
Breach at that point. That's why BORTAC was requested on the scene. As soon as they were there, they executed, they searched, or at least a dynamic entry, and went in. And of course, that was not till 12. That was not till 12.
When the family
With the benefit of hindsight, hey, stand by, hey, stand by. Hey, stand by. I got it. Okay. Hey, from the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now, of course it was not the right decision. It was the wrong decision. Period. There was no excuse for it. But again, I wasn't there, but I'm just telling you, from what we know, we believe there should have been an entry at that as soon as you can. Hey, when there's an active shooter, the rules change. It's no longer, okay, it's no longer a barricaded subject. We don't have time. You don't worry about outer perimeters. And by the way, Texas embraces active shooter training, active shooter certification, and that doctrine requires officers. We don't care what agency you're from. You don't have to have a leader on the scene. Every officer lines up, stacks up, goes and finds where those rounds are being fired at, and keeps shooting until the subject is dead. Period.
I think this is a big point to be made. He recognizes the screw up. He just acknowledged it right there. But I do believe that he believes that they believed that this was a barricaded subject, which is handled totally different than a live lead shooter. So I appreciate his comment here, gains respect from me. And I appreciate his frustration. I can feel the weight of this on him, and it's so sad. So sad.
Well, that's the last to use the debit card first, but to your point, it's very expensive, and a debit card is not a credit card. It means he had money in the bank. So why and how is being looked at right now. And I'll tell you this, thousands of more leads are being looked at right now because we haven't answered all the questions. We haven't gotten into the why. Okay. We know the individual was also into cyber gaming in that regard and group gaming in that regard. So we've got a lot of questions are out there, and we're seeking answers, but we've got an obligation. We'll continue to update you when we find something out. Hey,
the first one is he said that Border Patrol had a special team on site and that the local police did not allow them to go into the building. Can you elaborate why?
The Border Patrol agents, the BORTAC agents who were in the building, did line up. They're part of the 19 that I talked about, and the entry team, ultimately the entry team that went in. But I can tell you that they were told, just as any other officer was told, and others, even command staff that came on board, is that the incident commander at the time believed that in fact it was a barricaded subject, that we had time, there was no kids at risk. I wish he was because then there's no question. And I'll say this right now, but every time we have one of these, there's copycats, okay? And we need the public, just like we did back in 2018. It was a public, okay, that came forward that we got 2 people that are about to shoot up a school or planned to shoot a school. It's imperative on the public when you get something, just because the guy sounds like he's a nut, he may be a nut, but just because it sounds like, well, it's possible to do, he may be intended to do, as I've read the timeline based upon the chats that he had. So we need everyone, when we have a threat to life like that, to take it seriously and report it, because ultimately this is tragic. What do you tell the parents of 19 kids or the families of two teachers? Yeah. Or the pay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Hey, like I've said it before, is that, well, first of all, when it comes to an active shooter, is you don't have to wait on tactical gear. Plain and simple, you've got an obligation. What I know now, okay, absolutely, it was an active shooter because you can transition. Keep in mind, in the doctrine, okay, of active shooters, you can transition from an active shooter situation to a barricaded subject or a barricaded with hostage subject. But if shooting continues, and you have any reason to believe that there's individuals alive in there, you've got an obligation to move back to an active shooter posture, and that means everybody at the door. Well, Uvalde has a part-time SWAT team, number one. The ISD's got, they have limited officers. I think, what is it? Well, you got six. They got six. Yeah, the Consolidated Independent School District has 6 officers, and they didn't have one posted at that location. And someone said, "Hey, what do you tell the parents?" I mean, bottom line is that, or someone talked about and said, when there's kids in the room, why wasn't there an entry? Because it was believed, like I said at the time, that the subject was stationary, barricaded. There was no risk to other children. Again, on retrospect, from where I'm sitting right now, clearly there was kids in the room. Clearly, okay, they're at risk. And oh, by the way, even when you go back to shooting, there may be kids that are injured. Okay, they may have been shot but injured, and it's important for life-saving purposes to immediately get there and render aid.
Right in the blue. Where was the resource officer? Why was he not on campus?
He was not on campus.
Why?
Well, again, we'll have all those answers down the road. Okay. Well, first, I want to say that the Consolidated Independent School District officers were there early. There was 4 of them, and they immediately began evacuating the school and did that throughout the process. So that, keep in mind, so that was going on. That's what do I say to the parents? I don't have anything to say to the parents other than what had happened. We're not here to defend what happened. We're here to report the facts so they have the facts. I'm sorry? Oh, yeah, I don't have any information on that. Well, one second though. However, we did review what DPS officers arrived on the scene, what they did, and looked at those instances.
They're hearing you say that not everything that could possibly have been done as humanly fast as it could be done was done. Are they owed an apology from somebody? It's the commander and the police department here.
If I thought it would help, I'd apologize. But let me say this. Let me say this. And when you go back to the timeline, again, I want to go back, and I'm not defending anything, but you go back to the timeline, there was a barrage, hundreds of rounds were pumped in 4 minutes, okay, into those 2 classrooms. Then anything else, any firing afterwards was sporadic, and it was at the door. So the belief is that there may not be anybody living anymore, and that the subject is now trying to keep law enforcement at bay or entice them to come in to suicide by contact. I understand it. I've recorded that.
Okay. I'm going to answer this question. June asked, did he mention the principal was not on campus that day? It has been verified that the principal of Robb Elementary on May 24th of 22 was Mandy Gutierrez. She was acting campus principal, meaning she was probably a vice principal. The principal either was ill, retired, medical leave, whatever. He was no longer there. She was acting principal at the time of the shooting, and she was physically on campus. During the actual event, during the Mandy Gutierrez of Robb Elementary, acting principal, during the lead shooting, was later placed on administrative leave, then resigned after review. She testified publicly that her actions and the school's security conditions on that day of the attack. Okay, so yes, she was on campus. It was believed that she may not have been on campus, but she was.
Well, I'd like to answer the first one, but the why on the second one I don't have. The first one, that each door can lock from the inside, and both doors were locked, okay, from the inside. So the subject, when he went in, he locked the door. He came out one time into the hallway, went back in and locked the door, because at the time that the officers went in, both doors were locked. They got a key from the janitor and used it.
First call came in inside the classroom at 12:03, and you breached it at 12:51. How many students died in those 48 minutes?
I don't have that answer. We're looking at it right now.
Hold on. Good.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Forget how I'm doing. What about the parents of those children? Forget about me or officers and stuff like that. We take an oath to uphold the law and protect people. And anytime something happens like this, we want to know why it happened and if we can do better next time. Is the bottom line. And call it like it is. It is tragic. Quite frankly, I mean, there shouldn't be anybody. Ideally, we've been able to identify this guy as a suspect and address it before he even thought about attacking, on the 24th.
Meaning, had the person in another country, i.e. Germany or wherever the frick he was, had any cojones to contact the U.S. consulate, call the U.S. government, call the FBI, call anybody. There's no excuse in this day and age for, if I'm here in America and I have somebody from England texting me and said, hey, by the way, my son took the weapon and he just shot his grandmother and he's heading to an elementary school, I would have been on the phone. I would have called the Royal Police. I would have called somebody and said, I have evidence that this is going to happen. Hurry. At least make some effort. I want to know who that SOB was. Because in all honesty, that person, I got a piece of fuzz in my eyelash. And it's driving me crazy. There, got it. In all honesty, that person could have stopped this. I really hope that they never find peace with this, because they could have stopped it. Because all it would take, do you know how fast it would take for him or her to find out who to call? Click. Google. Bam. I now have the phone number to the Uvalde Police Department in Texas. That freaking quick. faster than that kid could have driven to the school. Called the police. I am in Germany. I have a friend that lives in Uvalde. He just shot his grandmother in the face, he said. He's heading to the school. Get help. Click. That quick. I know a lot of people don't like Google and AI, but let me tell you, that would have been a good time to use it, in my humble opinion. And he's right. And I appreciate his emotions.
Great. Go ahead.
There's a lot of ammunition, a lot of rounds. Are there other people that you're looking at to arrest? That aided him.
And we're looking at other people. Absolutely. Anybody who's been in contact, we're looking at anything. And links to associations. People that may have known something, and will continue, and may have been involved in some chat room gaming along with them. So there's nobody that we're not going to talk to and look at. And it's certain, I can assure you that the district attorney is very proactive and very concerned about this. And
are you going to talk to the person in Germany who got the text?
And that if any evidence that we bring to her that someone was an accomplice or an enabler or didn't do what they should have done, if it's in violation of the law and it meets the probable cause standards, I have no doubt that she'll take care of business like she did back in 2018 when we had 2 juveniles plot a capital murder at the school.
Well, you had 911 calls at 12:10, 12:13,
yes.
12:16. The shooter wasn't killed until 12:15. Did any of those 911 callers survive?
Yes. I can't tell you that with certainty, but more than one survived.
How many children got
Sorry, what? Yes, the windows I'll go backwards. Right over here. I'll move over here. Something shot into these windows right here. Right? So the kids were vulnerable all the time going through. We don't have any reporting of any of the children maybe injured but not dead. The way he shot in the area. Right? As the answer in terms of someone who could have shot Thomas in that regard, I don't have the answer to that, quite frankly. But looking at a number of different things, in terms of ballistics and things like that, but you can do. Keep in mind, you've got children, okay, in here. Come back to the light. You've got children.
I hope you repeat that at the mic, sir. Yeah.
We're looking at this from a tactical standpoint and everything in terms of looking backwards, okay? And certainly one of the things is, what was the access at 111 and 112 in that regard? And also, there's other access points as well. Hold on. Let me say one thing. One thing I didn't point out, okay, is that when we've got him going into these rooms, right here's the Jack and Jill restroom between. So not unlike Santa Fe, the classrooms are separated, but they're really connected.
Okay.
So you can move back and forth between.
We got a problem. I'm going to back this up. I want you to see this map. That is not what that is not what looked like. Well, I think that's wrong. Because when we see the video, we see him enter here. We see him go here. There's a restroom. There's a little boy. Thank God he did not see that little boy. A little boy comes out of the restroom and stops at this corner going, "Oh, shit." Didn't say it, probably thought it. And ran back in that bathroom and hid. This guy didn't stop here. He went all the way down the hallway. So I'm not wondering if these numbers are wrong, because watch the video. You're going to see it. I don't think this is an accurate map. I think they got the numbers backwards, because let me see if I can zoom out a little bit and get that whole thing. Here we go. I'm going to move the I'm going to move the captioning up high.
One of the things is, what was the access at 111 and 112?
Okay, let me back it up. Okay, there we go. So this is the intersection here where you see all the officers entering and hiding behind the walls when he did the initial shooting, and the rooms were down here. I believe they have the numbers in reverse, and that 111 and 112 is right here with that door that goes between. And then there's the window right up. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Let me get my mouse. Okay, I'm doing it on the wrong one. So here, I believe, is room 111 and 112, and here is the door that the teacher kicked shut. The reason why I say that is when we watch the videos, you're going to watch the perpetrator come in and walk all the way down. The little boy comes around here and sees him, and he's about right here where the little boy sees him. And then the little boy runs and hides back into the bathroom. They did say one day in court that the initial blueprint of the school the officers had of the school was incorrect. See, I'm catching it. Yes, but this is what but that's why I'm explaining this now, because when we see the video in a minute, you're going to go, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. So here's one of the biggest inconsistencies of this report. Now, I don't fault this gentleman. I fault whoever made the map. And I got to say, in honesty, this is very fluid. This is very quick. This is very difficult. I've been in a situation when I was in Red Cross that I had to make floor plans. I had to get floor plans for a certain situation, and and I inverted it by accident this way, under stress. I get it. But in this situation, if you're going to go before the media and the world with this, you damn well better make sure your stuff is correct. This is misinformation.
And certainly one of the things is, what was the access at 111 and 112 in that regard? And and also, there's other access points as well.
Hold on.
Let me say one thing. One thing I didn't point out, okay, is that when we've got him going into these rooms, right here is a Jack and Jill restroom between. So not unlike Santa Fe, the classrooms are separated, but they're really connected. So you can move back and forth between those two classrooms.
In the green.
Yes, sir.
Was the incident commander receiving the information coming via the 911 call? And if so, why not? And if so, speak to the level of investigation and putting into that very question.
Yeah, well, that question will be answered, but I'm not going to share the information we have right now, because I don't have the detailed interview right now.
Go ahead, sir. Right there.
Yeah.
Did any police officers go in and get their own kids while the parents were outside?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
There. Go ahead.
Yes, please. I know for two, for certain did, and those two did not die.
Why was that propped open door still propped open even after the incident was occurring with shots being fired at the funeral home?
Bottom line is, we reported what happened. Is that back door was propped open. It wasn't supposed to be propped open. It was supposed to be locked. And certainly the teacher that went back for her cell phone, it propped it open again. So that was an access point that the subject used.
Okay. Go ahead, Blue. Go ahead. Hold on.
You have said in hindsight mistakes were made. A Democratic congressman is now calling for the FBI to investigate the response here.
Yeah.
Is going to be held accountable.
Well, first of all, we welcome the FBI. There's a reason why there's the FBI special agent in charge behind me right now. They play a vital role. And again, this is about finding facts and reporting facts as quick as we can. It's not about trying to defend, or it's not about trying to assess or even be hypercritical. It's about the facts and sharing whatever we learn on the facts as quick as we can and be as transparent as we can. Okay, the media, but more importantly, the parents and the public and the citizens of Uvalde and Texas.
Blue, go ahead. Hold on, sir, hold on.
The chief of police of the Consolidated Independent School District is the incident commander. It's his school. He's the chief of police. Okay. Yeah. Again, I'm not going to discuss disciplinary. There's an ongoing criminal investigation. There's ongoing criminal investigation.
Is that teacher being investigated and working with?
I'm not going to get into that.
Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, man. The chief of police of Consolidated Independent School District, he was convinced, and again, I'm going to go back and say, he was convinced at the time that there was no more threat to the children, and that the subject was barricaded, and that they had time to organize with the proper equipment to go in. The subject already had hit, 3 officers, and hit 2 officers, and I didn't answer the final question. A third, a border patrol agent, was grazed as well, but no police officer was seriously injured.
Just 19 children and 2 teachers.
Yes, they did. He shot, and I went through the timeline before where he continued to shoot periodically, sporadically. The last, I think I already gave you the timeline. I'm sure I went through it, but the last time that the shot right before the entry, okay, was he shot at 12:21. So
At the officers or at the children?
no, not the children. Well, we don't know yet. We believe it was at the door, is what he fired at.
Go ahead. Right there. Hold on.
What kind of equipment did law enforcement have at each specific moment of the response?
Hey, well, we know that beginning when the BORTAC agents arrived, they had 3 ballistic shields.
Give me the last question. What? Last question. Yeah, right here, the booth. Right here. Yeah, go ahead. Hold on.
I don't know.
You good.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I'm going. Let's answer the question.
What do you think you should have done that you didn't?
I've already said that. I've already said. First of all, Texas embraces and teaches, the active shooter doctrine. The active shooter doctrine, as long as there's kids, and as long as there's someone's firing, you go to the gun, you find them, you neutralize them, period. And there's only, there are some nuances with transition to a barricaded subject, and also transitioning to a hostage situation. And of course, the decision at the scene was that this is still a barricaded subject that did not go back to an active shooter situation.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Where is the police chief and why is he here to take our questions?
Well, because I'm here to address the latest timeline and facts that we know. You're certainly welcome to reach out to them. I defer to. You want to get the question?
Hold on.
Okay, I'm going to try and read this. It's small. I don't have my glasses, so give me a second. I'm going to embiggen it so I can read it. My nose is itching, y'all. Allergy season has begun. Actually, we've been dealing with allergy season, and it's all I can do but to itch my nose. Okay, so what Miss June is stating, and I'm going to read it to you because it's easier for me to read. From the lawsuit, the failed active shooter warning 80, such communication failure unfolded on account that the school Raptor application system failed to transmit because the well-acknowledged and previous and presently bad Wi-Fi signal on campus. So the campus knew that their Wi-Fi system sucked a duck and they didn't fix it. Although implemented from broadcasting the active shooter alert through Wi-Fi, Principal Gutierrez did not attempt to communicate lockdown over the campus's intercom system. So Wi-Fi fails. You have those little, like in the Greece, whatever. Attention, campus on lockdown. Campus on lockdown. Boom. That's all she had to do. However, she called Chief Alejandro, who commanded her to shut it down, Mandy. Shut it down. She didn't. She failed. And that is why she is no longer principal. So yes, systematic failures, not just one failure, systematic failure across the board. This guy, you're in a hardest spot right now that anybody can be in, and you're handling it well. Kudos.
How many children were pulled out?
Hold on, sir. Hold on.
Sir, you've now been on the scene.
By the way, yes, please do me a favor. You guys, please leave your DNA. We are a growing channel. Please subscribe if you like the content, even become a member. And thank you for all your love and support.
What exactly is your role in this investigation? And viewing all this, given that the FBI goes through lengthy efforts to study shooter situations, do you think this is something that requires independent investigation, like whether a federal agency, like you guys, or someone else?
Thank you for the question. So my name is Oliver Rich. I'm the special agent in charge of the San Antonio division. First, I want to say I understand there are a lot of questions and there's a lot of frustration in the public, and our heart goes out to the families and the victims in this tragedy. I will say our role here remains the same. We are here to assist in this investigation, to provide the support to the community to the best of our ability. We've had 200 people here for over 4 days. We have people working all across the country to support this community and to support this investigation. We are continuing in that vein. We have victim specialists here working with people in the community, and we will continue to do that. If the facts bear out that there is a federal nexus, then the FBI will conduct an appropriate investigation at that time. But for now, we continue in this to support the Texas Rangers.
How many more questions?
Two more questions.
No, 2 more questions.
Guys, be careful. Okay.
Yes.
Uvalde Police Department posted in February 2020 that they familiarized themselves with the school and they did the training to do just what they were supposed to do. How come they're not in lead, or their commanding officer was not in lead when they were familiarized with this training, and they should have done what they were supposed to or faced what they were doing? Who dropped the ball?
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that question.
Last question. I have the question.
Yeah.
What?
President Biden will be here on Sunday. Your thoughts on that? Do you have a message for the president?
Yeah, welcome here. Welcome to Texas. This community has been hit hard. And I think it's noble that the president's going to be here to recognize the pain and suffering that this community is going through. And I think that's what leadership is. That's why Governor Abbott's here. That's why we think leaders go to where the problem is. And right now, the problem is in Uvalde, Texas.
Do you not realize that man does he have a vest on? No, he does not have a vest on, dude. There's no way in the hell would I just do what you did without even a soft vest. Come on down. That's a lot of confidence there. Just saying. Yay. Yeah. Well, I still am reeling at the fact that somebody got those texts. If they were in Germany, I don't care where you're from. I just demonstrated how quickly it would take for me to find. You knew where the guy lived. If you didn't call Texas State Police, whatever, they could have found it. By the time he got there, at least somebody would have been alerted, in my humble opinion. one of my people said, I normally don't wear a lot of necklaces. This is a cross that I don't wear very often because I misplaced it and I found it. This is a little mountain, and inside here is a mustard seed to remind me. Okay. Take a little breather. We're going to have to take little breathers. Objection Maximo! Stealing the show. Yeah. I want to thank all of you so much for your support over this last year. I appreciate those who are continuing to support, and hopefully you will join us. If you're new to this channel, thank you so much for watching. This is a little bit out of our normal. This is way out of our normal. We normally don't do this style of show because we have court. Well, this is a holiday, and so we're doing this way. Okay, the next video that we are going to watch, just days later, Governor Abbott was early narrative that the press, try not to sneeze, did a press conference and acknowledged the misinformation. I think this is that video. We're going to switch over here. I am so loving my StreamYard. Let me tell you, this makes it so much easier. Okay, here we go, guys. Please keep commenting. And if anybody wants to hop on and discuss anything, and my mods especially, no pressure to anyone, but I will allow people to interact with me if they wish.
Toward the gunfire now says he is livid because he was misled about how police actually responded to the shooting. Matt Doherty shows us what the governor said then and what he is saying now. Matt?
Yeah, the quick change in sentiment has a lot of people wondering about the first responders tonight. Were they heroes or were they cowards?
As horrible as what happened, it could have been worse.
This is what Governor Greg Abbott said during a press conference.
Okay, I could see people getting pissed off about that one. I could see people getting pissed off about that. But this is what I have to say about it. It could have been worse. Why do I believe he said that? And why would I say that? Because he had so much ammunition that I believe that it could have been far worse, because he could have gone and there could have been more doors open. He could have moved around the school more. There is so much more that he could have done. And so when I say that I agree with him, I'm trying not to sneeze, guys. I'm not saying it to be when you got a sneeze coming. Yes, it could have been actually worse. And it's not to be flippant. It really could have been worse. But this really ignited a lot of anger.
It's on Wednesday, a little more than 24 hours after the massacre.
The reason it was not worse is because law enforcement officials did what they do. They showed amazing courage by running toward gunfire for the singular purpose of trying to save lives. And it is a fact that because of their quick response, getting on the scene, being able to respond to the gunman and eliminate the gunman, they were able to save lives.
We know now that's not what happened.
And once again, people get mad at officials, and I guess because of my experiences, those who put themselves in front, like your communication officers and the people who do speak to media and share information, they are only as good and can give only the information that they are giving. Don't shoot, as they say, don't shoot me. Don't kill the messenger. That is kind of what this is. Once again, he can only, and I'm not defending the governor, but I have been in situations where I had to relay information when I was with the Red Cross to groups of people, and then I have to depend on the information given to me because I'm not there. I don't know what happened. I just know that it's my job to relay information. I'm gathering all the information you're telling me, and I'm sending it out here. I'm representing this. I'm just the messenger. And then if the information's wrong, then I got to come back and correct that information. So in my own personal life and experiences, I am not too quick to kill to shoot the messenger, kill the messenger, whatever it is. I'm not super quick to do that. Because once again, you're relying on the information being given to you at the time, and you have to trust that the people you're with, that you are going to get the correct information. And when you do not get that said correct information, then it's your responsibility to go back and make that correction. So let's see what happens.
Yes, I was misled.
Hold on. I want to do something.
We know now that's not.
I want to do something. Give me a second. I'm screenshotting that. That's a really good picture. I'm going to screenshot that. Okay, now we're
what
playing.
happened.
Yes, I was misled. I am livid about what happened.
Although the governor wouldn't say specifically who was responsible for giving officials bad information or which agency was the source, he says he trusted the information provided was accurate and true.
I was on this very stage 2 days ago, and I was telling the public information that had been told to me in a room just a few yards behind where we're located right now. I wrote down hand notes in detail about what everybody in that room told me in sequential order about what happened.
There have been several changes to the narrative provided by officials since the shooting happened. Originally, officials said the school's resource officer engaged the shooter. We now know.
Okay, they did engage. They got shot at and they retreated and then never came back. But once again, I'm not defending our governor. Lord knows I don't always agree with our governor. But I will defend this situation because unless you have been in that boat and in those shoes and have ever had to do what this man did, you're sitting in a room with everybody telling you what's happening, and it's your job to be the face for all and represent all those agencies. It is not easy. If you've ever played telephone and kid, you start here and it ends up here and it's not the same as when it started. That happens a lot. So I think that, when I had to share information in a disaster, because I did it with the deaf community when we have hurricanes and tornadoes, I would always start with saying, I'm giving you information that has been given to me with the understanding that at this time, this is known to be true. But as time moves on and more information comes in, things may change. I always set up before I share anything to the deaf community. I give that comment because it covers my anatomy and it makes people understand this is a fluid situation. This situation is moving so fast that by the time I'm feeding you information, it could have already changed. Now, let's see what else they say. Just FYI, I got to fix this.
The resource officer wasn't at the campus. Additionally, officials at first suggested little time had passed before the shooter was confronted by officers and killed. Now we know there were 19 officers in the school's hallway for an hour while the shooter was locked inside the classroom with the children.
I apologize for interrupting your press conference.
Uvalde's representative, Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, also spoke out while reporters were asking questions.
I'm going to keep pushing this SOB to do something because this is impossible for the world that we're living in Texas. It isn't right.
Today, Governor Abbott says that he guarantees that investigators will get to the truth of what really happened. He said the families whose lives have been destroyed deserve nothing less. Back to you.
All right, Matt, thank you for the.
All right. So, it is very difficult to be in those situations, but he is paid to do a job. That is what he's been voted to do. I hope that I'm not offending anybody, but at the same time, If you've never been in those situations, it's really, really, really difficult to understand what it's like to be in that boat. I was in a hurricane situation and I had a news media hop up and put the mic in my face. And I said, I am not your information officer. I can't give you any information at that point. I have been that in the past or in the future of that. But once again, he can only tell you what he knows. And I really felt bad for him because it made him look like the bad guy. Let me tell you, I bet some butts were chewed big time because he was given wrong information. And everybody demands, and this is where I get frustrated with the news reporters. Thank you so much, Mary. Love you. Thank you for watching on Facebook. I will say, yes, we as citizens and parents and people in a community, when tragedy happens, Kerrville floods. I live in Kerrville, Texas. How many of you remember the 4th of July flood that took 22 lives, children? Okay. Well, not 22 lives, over 100 of lives. The count is still questionable, but you want that information out there as fast as possible, but in haste, sometimes information is not correct. And that's where I believe people need to make sure that if you are going to give information, if you can't give precise and correct information, then I believe then holding back a little bit and facing a little anger for being held back a little bit, than to get out there and just throw information out there and it being wrong and have to eat cow later. So when it comes to this situation, I have a little grace. Now, situations coming up for, I have zero freaking grace for. All right. Next video we're going to share, and let me get it geared up. Okay. I'm going to gear it up here, y'all. Is going to be the footage clears the teachers who wrongfully blamed. She removed the rock and closed the door. The lock failed, not the teacher. That is the comment, and that is where we're going right now. Let's go here. Here we go.
My death would have been caught on camera.
New footage obtained by Fox SA shedding light on what really happened the day of the Robb Elementary shooting, and it made clear the name of an educator once blamed for the tragedy. This story only on Fox tonight. And chilling new details in the deadly stabbing of a 9-year-old boy in Universal City. His mother now charged with neighborhood stunned elementary. Footage that clears the name of a staff member who was publicly blamed for one of the most tragic school shootings in U.S. history. Now, for 3 years, the woman at the center of it all has waited for this moment, and now Fox SA has the proof she's been asking for. Aryami Virgen obtaining the video, footage that was ordered to be released by a judge but never made public until now.
I use lead shooter. Pew, pew. Bang, bang, pow, pow.
Then our Jordan Elder sat down with her to show her that video for the first time. But we begin tonight with Yami and this exclusive report that you'll only see on Fox SA.
When we first started obtaining the records 2 weeks ago from Uvalde CISD, we immediately noticed there were things missing, including video that was taken inside the halls of Robb Elementary, video that will clear up the name of at least one staff member.
We're here to report the facts as we know them now, not to defend what was done or to criticize what was done or the actions taken.
But what then DPS Director Steve McCraw alleged 3 days after the shooting was a false narrative that until this day, many believe.
The exterior door where we knew the shooter entered was propped open by a teacher.
But as you're about to see, this is what really happened. In this video we obtained, staff member Amy Franco did not leave the door open. After media outlets sued for records, the judge ruled for Uvalde CISD to release everything. But the school district claims that DPS still has their video. The video we exclusively obtained shows Franco going outside with a cart, and a few minutes later comes running back after she saw the shooter's truck crash in the ditch. At 11:35, Miss Franco runs inside, gets her cell phone to call for help in case someone's hurt. 52 seconds later, Franco comes running back as the shooter starts firing shots at her and several men. You can see she clearly kicks the rock from the door and pulls on it to make sure it closes. Franco then rushes to warn other teachers while on the phone with 911, knocking on doors and screaming what the threat is. At 11:37, she is still on the phone with 911 and goes back to look if she can see the shooter while answering questions from the operator. At 11:38, police have yet to arrive. It's 11:38 and 32 seconds when Franco is telling the 911 operator that she believes the shooter is on campus. Franco walks back toward her room, still screaming at children to get to their classrooms. At 11:39, with 6 seconds, she goes into her classroom, still on the phone with 911. The other teacher looks down the hall one more time. Shortly after that, both teachers go in their classrooms, and seconds later, the shooter goes in the school at 11:40:07. As you can see for yourself, there was no rock holding the door open. This video is the same one law enforcement saw before the press conference was held on May 27th. In these documents recently released, we see that the school district knew that the key detail.
Music Man, you're correct. And that is correct. Number one, the teachers used to prop the door open with a rock like she did because they were bringing a cart out. They were having parties and celebrating. It was a few days. Okay, it was just a few days before the end of the school year. They had their award ceremony that day. They were having parties that day. They had a cart that she took out. Another teacher was loading all the food and treats and pizzas or whatever on that cart to bring it into the school. She did put a rock there so she could enter back in with the cart, but she kicked it out of the way and she did pull that door shut, but it didn't lock. This angers me that this woman's life is forever destroyed. She can't get a job. She's got post-traumatic stress. She's got health issues now. She was dismissed. I mean, the community has attacked her. And even though she's vindicated right here, they still attack her. Because people in the community rather attack a poor innocent woman like that than to just accept the fact that the school failed, not the teacher. Those doors are supposed to automatically lock. Why it didn't is on the school. And the fact that the principal didn't send out the active shooter code on the intercom because the Wi-Fi sure in the hell wasn't working. I understand that these police officers are on trial for a reason, but damn it, why isn't the school? Yeah, they're being sued, but why isn't the school getting criminal charges? My humble opinion. Not worth much. Oh, wait, wrong video.
Shared by McCraw were wrong the same day as the press conference. In this email dated May 27th at 12:38 p.m., Franco's supervisor tells then Superintendent Hal Harrell that Franco had told authorities the door was not propped open when the shooter entered. The next day, the supervisor again sends an email to the superintendent stating she had been in the hospital that morning with Franco and found her with FBI agents and Texas Rangers. She said that law enforcement had told them in the hospital room that after reviewing surveillance cameras in the school, they could clearly see that she did not leave the door propped open and that she kicked the rock out of the doorway and pulled the door shut. Emails show FBI and Texas Rangers told Franco and her supervisor at the hospital that the door may have been faulty or it had not been locked from the outside to begin with, and that McGraw had not even spoken to them before making his claim. It took them another 4 days to retract the false statement, but by then, the damage to Franco was done. And it was right here on this corner on May 27th that a press conference changed everything for a staff member, Amy Franco. And today, Jordan Elder's here with us today, and you've been speaking to Ms. Franco for months. You showed her the video. What did she have to say?
Well, ever since that day, Amy has known that she did not prop the door open here at Robb Elementary. And now she got to see the video that proves it, video that she hopes the whole world can now see.
When they said those documents were going to be released, I knew what I was looking for. And when it wasn't in there, I said, they're lying. Had I ran out, he would have killed
By the way, if you notice half her head is shaved, she had a cochlear implant.
me right there. My death would have been caught on camera.
Camera footage Franco is seeing for the first time. We obtained never-before-seen video from inside the Robb Elementary hallway. You can see kind of that sliver of light at the bottom of the
That's
door.
where the rock is.
With the rock.
Mhm. Every morning and afternoon, they would prop that door open.
Franco says she propped that door open as she went in and out because it was supposed to be locked. She has a clear memory of what she did next, but now she sees the proof.
You can clearly see me kick that rock. And then I pulled the door.
Millions of people watched as DPS Director Steve McCraw said a teacher propped that door open.
I didn't go anywhere for months. I was scared. It wasn't those teachers and those babies died. But it's hard to get it out of your head, like after somebody says something like that. Somebody with authority, you know? But even as he stood there, a person with authority, I'm like, I have to stand up to him because he's lying and he's covering up.
Okay, I agree, but I disagree. Again, just like with Governor Abbott, he has to trust the people that's underneath him. And when they say this, and this, he took their word to the bank. And they were wrong. They were feeding him the wrong information because he wasn't there. But he didn't correct it. And he could have made another press conference and say, guys, we accused the teacher of this. After reviewing more footage and getting a better picture of what happened, she did not leave the door open. The door failed. That is on him.
For men that failed me and failed us.
It's evidence Franco has waited more than 3 years for.
If the whole world saw that McCraw blamed me, then the whole world needs to see that video.
There are still people to this day that talk about the teacher who propped the door open because the record wasn't corrected until so much later. Franco says other people's stories could be clarified in these documents and in these videos if they're ever released, which she is calling for.
Now, Jordan, when we started going over the records, we noticed certain things were missing. What was your first impression?
My first impression was that there wasn't a lot there. After something of this magnitude, you would expect there to be so many documents, and there weren't, which is why we're now seeing all of the installments.
And that is why also we're going to do now more open records requests so that we can.
Okay, and that's the end of that video. And yes, and then a lot more has come out. Thank you, California Wings for hopping in. It's been a minute. Where have we been, my love? Where have we been, my love? We missed you. Thanks for hopping back on. It's been a while. I don't know if have you. I had to move my office home, so I don't know if you. It's been a long time, but good to have you back. Thanks for joining. The next video we're going to see might be a little heart tugging. I'm giving you some warning. Get the tissue ready. This is the video of the parents of Lexi. The father was the deputy that was held back and the gun was taken away and he wasn't allowed to help. Lexi's parents remind us the human cost of the interaction. Her father, trained deputy, was prevented from going and saving his own beloved daughter. Y'all, I have to admit, I cried when I watched this the first time. I tried to watch as many of these as I could to help desensitize myself so I could do this show, but doesn't mean that I won't show emotion today. I don't know how it's going to be. But you guys, please, this is a potentially upsetting, distressing, and trigger content. Please, self-care. All right? Let's get going.
Kim and Felix Rubio come every day.
What about over here?
Visiting the final resting spot of their daughter.
Okay, maybe the other one over here? Yeah, next to each other. You want them next to each other? Aw.
Sometimes they bring their
I
kids.
think you did a good job.
Sometimes they're alone. But they always come to talk with her, to include her, to remember who Lexi was.
You want it to be decorative. I know she would like it.
What made her who she was.
So we have all of her stuff, things people have given us, but also her belongings. This is her water bottle. This was in the classroom with her and her backpack. We got this back. This is her basketball.
Yeah, so no one else will use it.
Anything you've got to throw away?
No, nothing. We keep everything.
A tragedy happened in Uvalde on May 24th. 21 souls were lost forever.
We'll never know really the depth of our grief.
But for this family, forever is already here.
May 24th, just the day we're never just gonna forget.
I feel like our lives ended. You know, like we're not the same people. Our families are not the same. It's definitely a before and after.
Felix.
It never will be the same. And that is one thing as someone who is a crisis chaplain and a grief, layman's grief counselor, is that I always tell people, don't ever expect your life to go back to the way it was. It never will be. Don't even put that expectation on you. This is your new life. And this is where peace needs to be found.
An Uvalde sheriff's deputy was there that day, prevented by officers from entering his daughter's classroom. His pain permeates in his eyes, and in the few words he speaks.
One day I'll come out. I'll say what's on my mind.
Kim, however, doesn't mince words.
I'm angry.
Thanksgiving falls 6 months to the day of the Robb Elementary School shooting. The anniversary and holiday mean little to Kim.
As far as holidays, I feel like doing the same old thing makes it more obvious that she's not here. So we're trying to switch it up, but we don't even know what we're doing for Thanksgiving.
A time they'd rather forget, but want to make sure you'll remember.
I don't want anybody to forget Lexi. That's why even on hard days, I do interviews. I don't want anybody to forget Lexi. Just all I have left is her memory, and I have to share it. I can't fail her. Not again.
Both Kim and Felix grew up here. They've raised their family here. They wait in the pickup line at school. But things aren't normal. And that feeling is palpable.
Are you okay?
I mean, I don't think we're okay, but there's days where we can function a little more than others. You know, get up and, you know, do something with the kids, try to spend quality time with them on the weekend, or maybe the whole day goes well and it's I've cooked, I've cleaned, we've done homework, we've doing bedtime stories. And the other days, you know, I'll be in the middle of a story and just start sobbing.
So that's from May 24th. That picture's from
10:54 a.m. That's the last photo we have.
the Rubios haven't moved on,
That's the rocket one yesterday. Ooh, this is a good one.
but they are moving forward as a family. So they come back here with mementos in hand.
You need some work.
A freshly planted tree
It is a red oak.
adorning Lexi's gravesite.
And we got that pretty soon after from a local.
It's their way of keeping her close.
Nobody left us any choice. This is all we have left. So we come visit her as close to her as possible.
And this is where they'll likely be on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we'll probably visit her Thanksgiving Day, a good portion of the day out here. Maybe we'll come out, eat out here. We don't know yet.
They want you to enjoy your holiday.
Based on information that I can claim, yes, he is still an officer. He is not resigned.
To hug your family tightly. Because
still on the job.
They can't. Because 21 families in Uvalde will never experience what you have ever again.
It makes me sad. I mean, it's not just a holiday, it's a holiday that is uniquely American. And this is also a unique problem that America faces, gun violence. And while the rest of the country is celebrating Thanksgiving, we'll be here. We're not whole. We're missing her. We're in pieces.
Okay, guys. Try not to get emotional. Honestly, I'm trying very hard. Whew. Very hard. Very hard. Yeah, yes, he's still on the job. All right, now we're going to go to the mother of Maddie. Her mother gives a voice to the unimaginable grief that the families are carrying. Her testimony is a reminder that every child lost had a full life ahead.
Such a cute boy.
What I want people to know about her are, of course, I've already said this before. She was competitive, self-driven. She was focused. She was a strong little girl, loving, caring. She was an animal lover. She liked kickball, loved kickball. She liked to play soccer also. And she was just an all-around sweet girl, my sweet girl. That's what I called her, my sweet girl. She was smart, beautiful, and best of all, she was my best friend. And I don't exaggerate on that. She was my best friend. We went everywhere together. She was just getting into shopping, so we do girl shopping trips. She slept with me still, and she considered getting a bed of her own. And I told her, I said, Maite, you sleep with me every night. Why are you going to get a bigger bed of your own? So she said, I have a deal for you, Mom. I said, okay. She said, how about when I get my new bed, we sleep in my room 2 days out of the week, and then we'll sleep in your room the rest of the days. So, she was my best friend.
You had a really close bond that went beyond just mother and daughter, is what it sounds like.
Yes, we did. We had a very, very close bond.
Yeah. I read that you wanted to be a marine biologist.
Yes.
Tell me about that, because I mean, for a place like Uvalde, there's no ocean around here, right?
No,
Where does
there's
that come
not.
from?
Yeah. I didn't even know where it came from, but it started in kindergarten. So, I remember she couldn't even say marine biologist yet, but, I assumed it was from something that was maybe talked about during class or something like that. And I thought, well, with time, she's going to change her mind. She's going to want to maybe be a nurse or something as she gets older. Well, she never changed her mind. And this last year is when she really started getting serious about it. And she's the one who actually told me that they had a marine biology program over at Texas A&M Corpus Christi. So I was trying to get her to stay closer to me. So I was trying to tell her, there's other universities here in San Antonio, you won't be so far. But she said no. Her heart was set with the marine biology program at Texas A&M in Corpus Christi. And I remember we talked about making a trip out there just to look at the college. I wanted to keep encouraging her. Maybe if she saw the college or the university and the ocean, it would just keep driving her even harder.
She was so smart and so determined at such an early age.
Yes.
That's rare to see a child, right?
She was very mature for her age. She was a goofball at times, of course. What kid is not? But she was very mature for her age.
Yeah. Obviously, a lot of people know her for her shoes, her green shoes. That's taken on a symbolism of its own.
Yeah.
It's a story that people are running wild with, and people are buying green shoes all over.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me a little bit about that, and how sort of having that is a way to obviously honor her legacy still, right?
Mm-hmm. So funny story is with those shoes is we were at a local shoe store here, and she wanted Converse. Her favorite color is green. And we couldn't find any. She would have been able to take the black ones, the white ones, whichever ones we ran across. So happens that she saw at the bottom shelf these lime green Converse, and they were on sale. So she said, "Look, Mama," she's like, "look at these shoes." She's like, "I found Converse." And I said, "Well, let's see if they're your size." And they were her size. They were her exact size. And I told her, "Are you sure you want those shoes?" I said, "Because the color is I don't like it." And she goes, "No, Mom, I love them." I said, "Okay, well, you're going to wear them, not me." So, it's funny. That's how those shoes, became that's how we got those shoes.
That's how they landed on her feet.
That's how they landed on her feet. 2 days later, I saw her walking around with her brand new Converse with a heart written on them, or drawn on them. And I said, "Mike, why'd you draw a heart on your shoes? I just got those for you." And she goes, "Oh," she's like, "just because." She's like, "I really like them." So
that kind of shows just how tender, she was also. Smart, mature, but also very tender heart as well.
Yes. And with those shoes I wanted to honor her with those shoes. The, days of her service, I requested all my family wear those green Converse in honor of her. And we had, family go out to San Antonio everywhere looking for lime green shoes, and couldn't find any. So I said, her favorite color is green anyways. So just get whatever green they have. And that's how, a lot of the family and friends ended up with the Converse at her service. And, that's just what she became.
What did you think when you saw that story of the green Converse continue? And obviously it became a symbol now for her legacy, for this town, for the change that you all want. When you saw them in the White House and Matthew McConaughey was holding them, what were you thinking? What were you feeling at that time?
I was thinking of her.
Yeah.
And I was telling her, "Look how far you've made it." I was thinking, these shoes in this moment mean so much and are so important, and they're such like a staple in what happened here. And I was so happy that Matthew McConaughey and Miss Camila McConaughey are trying to help us with that change. When I did see that they had those shoes there, I just told her, I said, look at what you're doing. You're making changes. I said, you're making changes for yourself, for your classmates, and for future kids. And I talked to her a lot. This actually has her fingerprint on it. And I hold on to it when I talk to her. And anything that has to do with her, anything that comes up, the newborn orca whale, I think it was, that was born, that they named it Maite. I got my chain and I said, guess what? I said, today they named a whale after you. So
that must mean the world to you, to see people talking about her, right? To see her faces, to hear her name in other people's mouths. What does that do for you when you hear other people talking about her? You read things online, and you know that she is in the minds of so many people. What does that do for you?
It brings me happiness. The first thing was the Texas A&M scholarship. They named a scholarship after Maite. And I remember telling her, Maite, you're going to help so many students. And you're still achieving so many things even after life. And I couldn't be any more proud of her. I could not be any more proud of her because she is helping still. She is still making changes, you know?
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm hanging in there. I've had my bad days, a lot of bad days lately. I talk to her a lot. But there's days where you just don't want to get out of bed. You don't want to get out of bed. You're honestly just living life just to live it. It's hard. I have never lost a child. And it's things like this and my boys that I have to get up. I have to get up and I have to keep pushing. And I can't let her death be in vain. I just can't. And my boys need me.
But if there's anything that can be offered to you to help you get a little closer to being able to get up every day and, like you said, push forward just a little easier, what could that be?
Support. Support. People in Texas, people all around the United States, support, vote, fight for these children, because today it was mine, tomorrow it could be yours. These better trained PD officers, why did they wait so long? Why did they go in and then pull back?
Describe what that kind of frustration is like for you all here on a daily basis and maybe not getting the answers that you want.
It's definitely frustrating. I feel like, you know, they had guns, they had vests. Our children and our teachers were left defenseless to fend for their own lives. And my daughter paid the ultimate price because of their inactions. That's how I feel. Not only my daughter, the rest of the children and the teachers paid the ultimate price because of inaction. What else would I like to know? I know of changes that I want made. I don't know what else I want to know. I want there to be a more expanded background check on these things. The age limit for assault weapons needs to change from 18 to 21. What does an 18-year-old needs an AR for? I guess we know now, right?
What do you want people who haven't experienced this to know about what it's like to go through this?
It's unbearable, unimaginable, excruciating, painful. feelings of emptiness, just the void, anger, disbelief. You just miss your child every day. I used to see her sitting at her computer every day. I go in there and I don't see anybody in there anymore.
That's got to be the toughest part.
It is. And I still ask her every day. I ask her to come back. I ask her the unimaginable. But sometimes I just can't bear the pain. And I ask her to come back to me. And I just tell her, please, I'll do anything, just come back.
What has this world lost in your daughter's passing?
Someone who was going to be great at what she did, which was going to be a marine biologist. I truly believe she was going to be a marine biologist. And if she didn't, we had a backup plan set already. So if that didn't work out and she changed her mind as she got older, she was going to be a veterinarian. So no matter which route, she still wanted to work with animals.
Sure, she can hear you right now.
Yeah.
What would you say to her?
That I'm proud of her, that I'm happy. God let her be with me for 10 years. And I enjoyed every moment, even the annoying moments. I miss them terribly. I miss our girl talks. I miss our movie nights. I miss our road trips.
I am okay. Give me a second. I'm not going to play the whole video, but I do want you to see the Converse. Those are the real. Why isn't it not showing? Here's an image of the real pair that she actually was wearing that day. Those were her shoes. The real shoes, not the ones that people bought and held up. Those are the real shoes. So our heart goes out to the mother. All parents. Our heart goes out to all parents. I had somebody just text me, hey, girl, you got false eyelashes on today. Yeah, I do. You're good, June. But June just watched the chat, okay? Thank you. The next video we're going to watch is a 10-year-old survivor, a child survivor, describes losing his friends, witnessing the unthinkable. His courage helps the world understand what the children endured. With that, also, please, if you have children anywhere that is watching this or is exposed to this, please be monitoring them, making sure that they're emotionally okay, because this is tough, even for adults. All right, here we go.
Again, we are beginning to hear from more children who were inside the school and nearby classrooms. Our Adrian Broadus is here with me now. And Adrian, you sat down with a young boy who was in one of those classrooms, heard it all going on. Tell us about him.
He described the gunshots as loud, louder than what he'd heard before, pointing out that his grandfather is a gun owner. And he said the sound of this rifle was much different. He also said as soon as those shots were fired, his teacher quickly locked the door, told the students to hide and be quiet. Jaden Perez is better today.
Still sad about some of my friends that died.
And the 10-year-old shooting survivor says talking helps.
It was very terrifying because I never thought that was going to happen.
Inside a fourth grade classroom, the 10-year-old said he and his classmates hid near the backpacks. This photo of the classroom was taken long before the shooting.
5 of us hiding there and then the rest under a table. But that didn't stop one of my friends getting hurt. The shooter shot through the window and hurting my friend and my teacher. Like my teacher got hurt like on what, I don't know which side, but she got hit on the side, and then my friend got like shot through the nose, and they both had to get surgery.
Perez said an officer helped him and his classmates escape through a window, but not before the shooter had killed his friends.
McKenna, Tess, Annabelle, basically almost all of them.
Jaden's pain, not physical, but emotionally paralyzing.
No, because after what happened, no.
Do you ever want to go back to school?
I don't want to know what, because I don't want anything to do with another shooting and me in the school.
You scared it might happen again?
Mm-hmm. And I know it might happen again, probably.
Jaden's mom, Crystal, shared these pictures taken about 90 minutes before the shooting. She's with her son at the school celebrating Jaden's honor roll achievement. His mom said waiting, not knowing, was tough. What did you tell your mom when you finally saw her?
I left my water bottle at school.
Your water bottle. Did you hug her?
Mm-hmm. Or she hugged me first and she was like, ooh.
Was she so happy to see you?
Yes, and my dad and my grandma.
What do your parents mean to you?
A lot, because they brought me into this world.
A world where schools are also crime scenes. Did you hear the gunfire?
Yes, you never know whenever you can lose someone close to you.
A child reminding us all to love and hug the people that we love while we can. Meanwhile, Jaden also told me before Tuesday he wanted to become a police officer when growing up. Now, John, he says he wants to be a surgeon so he can help people like his friends who were helped here.
Such a lovely thought. And that face, how could you not want to hug that face? What an adorable, adorable boy. He went through so much. It's so hard for anyone to go through something like this. Children, it's even a separate thing. How did he seem to you? How much do you think he really understands about everything that took place here?
He spoke with such clarity and conviction. And he told me after I asked him, does talking help you? And he said, yeah, I want to talk about it. And before I even approached him, I saw this animated child. And I said, I wonder what that little boy is talking about. And I asked his mom if it was okay for us to speak with him. And she said, yes, only if he wants to talk to you. And I said, well, what have you said to him? And she said, we've just been letting him lead the conversation, letting him lean in and feel and talk about what he wants to talk about.
It does seem that sometimes talking helps. We heard the same thing from one of the survivors that we spoke to. She wanted to let people know what happened, but these kids, they're going to need so much help. They're going to need so much support, and it's not going to be a short-term thing. Adrian, really wonderful conversation. Thank you so much for being with us. All right, joining us again is Dr. Lillian Liao. She's a pediatric trauma medical director at University Health in San Antonio. Her hospital has been caring for 3 of the victims of the shooting, as well as the 66-year-old grandmother of the shooter. Dr. Liao, thank you once again for being with us. Can you give us an update on the condition of your patients this morning?
Sure. We're happy actually to report that one of the patients has been discharged. And so we're currently caring for 2 children and 1 adult patient at University Hospital.
And their condition this morning?
The adult is serious, and 1 child is in serious condition, and another child is in stable condition.
Well, stable. Well, I know it doesn't sound like much, but that's an improvement across the board for all 4 of your patients, and we've been waiting for some kind of good news. And the news that one of the patients has been discharged is wonderful to hear, and we continue to hope for the continued improvement of the other patients who are still there. Yesterday, Dr. Liao, you told me about the types of injuries you were treating. I can't remember the exact terminology you used, but it was severe tissue damage. They've been shot severely. What do you have to do to treat injuries like that?
Well, as a trauma system, what we have to do is first initially recognize which are the most severely injured patients, and the moment that they come to a hospital, and initially the most seriously injured patients all went to Uvalde Memorial Hospital. They were stabilized. Physicians and nurses there looked for areas that were severely bleeding and tried to control the bleeding and infuse blood, right, to these patients, because we can bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes. They were stabilized, and the critical patients were airlifted to the nearest trauma center that is capable of taking care of the complexity of these injuries, these devastating and destructive body injuries. When we received a patient, our initial approach is that of advanced trauma life support. It is a algorithm created in concert with multiple other emergency care organizations within the American College of Surgeons, in order to have an algorithm and a methodic way to treat injured patients. And both of the injured patients who were airlifted here underwent that type of triage, evaluation, and stabilization. And if and when we determined they needed to go to the operating room for any kind of operative care, they went immediately to the operating room. And so sometimes our goal is to get to the operating room in as little as 10 minutes. Other times we evaluate the patient and feel like they potentially are stable enough to undergo imaging, radiographic imaging, to allow us to have a better roadmap of the extent of the injury and internal injury. We may do that before going to the operating room. And so those were the algorithm we used to treat these patients.
Yeah, this is getting hard. I'll admit. California wings, I suffer from PTSD to the point that I was disabled with it. And it rears its ugly head at the most inopportune and unexpected time. So I'm glad you're doing better. Okay, so now we're going to go talk about the teacher Reyes, survival, injuries, and therapy. Mr. Reyes walks us through the moment by moment reality inside the classroom and the lifelong physical and emotional injuries he now carries. I apologize. Some people, I understand chewing gum can be very offensive to some people. I am facing an ear infection right now and I've had allergies, and sometimes that chewing helps pop or, take that pressure uncomfortable. This is a year that's given me trouble. And if you notice, I don't like the taste of that gum. That's why I'm going to start doing the lollipops again. That's nasty. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm self-caring. It's called self-care. And if you notice, I'm drinking a lot of fluids. It keeps everything going. So please be patient. It's what I have to do to take care of me. Yeah, I did get, I am starting antibiotics this morning. I've always been suffering, always suffer from when I get really bad allergies or bad infections in my ears. I'm an ear infection girl. Okay, so now we're going to switch over to this video. Again, please self-care. This is not, we're supposed to switch over. Didn't mean to. All right. Please self-care. Where we will be we'll be getting into the actually haul footage. We're going to be stopping and talking a lot about that. But right now we're doing these.
Those were the church bells ringing out in Uvalde, Texas today, marking the moment the gunman in the attack ran into Robb Elementary and spent more than an hour indiscriminately shooting and killing 19 children and 2 teachers. The police response took the lion's share of the attention, and their inaction led to 3 separate investigations that resulted in resignations. But tonight we want to focus on the recovery of the community after our eye unit spent a year chronicling the journey of the one teacher who survived that massacre. Here's that story.
If you looked at me, you probably thought I went to war.
Okay. I'm going to do a quick pause. I know I got the light coming through. I got to get one more panel up and I can't reach. This is the teacher that we saw in court with the disfigured arm. It was bad. Trigger warning, look at that.
To my arm first.
I'm going to pause this, so I'm going to move myself over here. Look at that. Exploded his arm, and his arm is still misshaped like that. It is still the bones. I think they put rods and everything in, but his forearm and all of that was non-reconstructible, so it still looks like that.
This is a skin graft that they did. They went all the way from up here, took that off to put it here. They took some tendons and muscles from here and put it all here. So they put it all together. We're going to BAMC, which is Brooke Army Medical Center.
BAMC is Brooke Army Medical Center. It is one of the #1 centers in the world. It is the #1 burn centers in the world. It handles the majority of the severe burn that our military faces. I have been there as a patient. I have been there many times as a chaplain. Wonderful medical facility.
I'm hoping to get rid of this today, the drainage.
In half a mile, take exit 163.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you? How's it feeling?
Okay.
You doing okay? Yeah. Still got the drain in?
Yeah, that's been like that for like 2 days already, so it's not draining as much. Or
Yeah, let's pull this out. Let me just see how the fingers are moving themselves. Maybe the fingers won't wake up for several months from now, but as long as we can passively get them down, then whenever this muscle wakes up, you'll be able to make a full fist.
I'm so happy.
You're doing good. We've come a long way. We're finally in the month to month, and you're pretty much on the road to recovery now for the arm.
Before May
The thing, he shouldn't have to be on the road to recovery is my point.
24th, I had just started these. I was in the hospital for a whole month, so I only got to save a few of the plants, and some of them just, barely hanging on. There is some lingering guilt. There's people on Facebook, they're like, how come the other 2 teachers died? They were defending their students. Mr. Reyes must have not been, protecting his kids. I have to accept there was nothing I could have done.
New revelations, the teenage shooter firing hundreds of rounds in just the first 4 minutes of entering Robb Elementary.
The gunman in a classroom for 77 minutes, killing 19 children and 2 teachers.
I just heard a loud sound.
How in the hell can anyone say that to that man? The cruelty of people I can never get over. He was shot multiple times, people. Protecting his kids. And now you're angry at him because he didn't die for you to be happy about. You're not going to be happy unless he died? Really? There's a special place in hell for people like you.
That's when he shot me.
Yes.
I just remember just falling to the ground, and then he came up to the front and shot my kids after that.
No entry till Chief of Police gives you permission there.
Just waited for them and waited for them and waited for somebody. When they walked in, I just closed my eyes really tight and just, pray for the best. One of the Border Patrol says, if you can get up, get up. I said, I can't get up. I could hear another officer say, there's kids under here. And I just figured that they were all dead. At that time, I thought, I'm not going to make it. One of the nurses says, we're going to fly you out to BAMC. And I thought to myself, I'm going to make it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make it because BAMC is like the best hospital for injured soldiers and stuff.
Robb Elementary will soon be demolished, and today its students started at new schools.
Being a teacher was my life. It's just been different this year because I'm not in the classroom. The best part was getting to know them. At first, they're shy. They don't know what to say. You start creating that bond. This morning, getting the messages, it just overwhelmed me, and of course, I cried. If any of my family, friends wear maroon when we start school, maybe you can send me pictures of y'all. I have people in South Florida, the Rio Grande Valley, and this is a whole campus. Wow, they took a whole campus picture. Maybe when I get to go visit my students at the cemetery, I can tell them all about it.
Okay, guys, give me a sec. I really love that shot. I'm going to pause and take a
Maybe when I
screenshot
get
of
to
that.
go visit my students at the cemetery, I can tell them all about it.
Please be patient with me. I have not been able to find. There we go.
Okay, so y'all ready to go? We're going to the Say Their Names Festival in honor of the 21 victims. After being home for so long, you can try to go out into the community. Just keep on going straight. It'll take you right in front. If people recognize you and they want to give you a hug, they want to talk to you, pray for you, and they bring everything back to you.
Me puedes abrazar con ese. Por poquito. I don't know what to say. When you got shot? The day at the school. Yeah. It's like, no matter where I go, and then they all come up to me, and I'm like, I'm here to have a good time like everybody else.
Sí, soy el maestro.
Wow.
He became famous in the worst kind of way.
Yeah, you did.
I would trade it for anything in the world.
Okay. I'm not making fun and dancing because of what's happening. They're enjoying the evening. I used to live in San Antonio, and I lived in the barrios of San Antonio. I lived in deep. I was the only white girl for blocks. Every night I go to sleep with that music. The whole time I lived there, every night. You could hear it in somebody's house, somebody's backyard having a party. So it just brought back a fond memory. Sorry.
Puño de tierra.
It's coming out of me. What can I say?
Before it was just a little movement like this, and now I can flex it a little bit more this way. I only ask and pray for that I get to grip. That's it. I feel like I'm just barely like halfway through my recovery. I don't know if there's an end to that. One day I hope to be able to heal and find another purpose in my life. Mom's been around a lot.
There's a white one behind you. Give me that.
I try not to take away her time, and I try to be more independent.
I forgot to put this back.
Okay, I'll put this right there. It just takes a little bit of time. Annabelle, Xavier together.
He doesn't tell me much, but
Jackie's right beside.
I believe, he's going through it. Tries to keep it from Mama.
I was in the hospital the whole time that they had all the funerals. I've come for the holidays, Dia de los Muertos, Halloween, Thanksgiving, and now Christmas. You never think about losing a student. To lose 11 at one single time and then to lose your coworkers, it's a lot at once. I don't want them to be forgotten. Okay, can you? I'll do it. I have not done as much activism as I would like to. I felt that I was healthy enough to be able to do this. I am making a speech today. Very nervous about it. Here we come down the street. Hey, hey, we're the monkeys.
Your speaker today, and if you feel comfortable, would you stand up so we can thank you?
You're the teacher.
Yes.
Yes, I've been watching you. I love you.
We love you, man. We love you, my man.
Proud of you.
We love you.
We ask you to bless this young man.
Being around a big crowd like that is challenging for me.
I think I'm gonna start hashtagging more gardens, less guns. More gardens.
I had to dig deep to send out my message, not only for Texas, but for the whole world.
Hello, everyone. Next, I want to introduce Mr. Reyes.
It is an honor and privilege to be here today. It has been 9 months and 4 days since the massacre occurred at Robb Elementary. And to most of us, it feels as if it happened yesterday. We lost 21 beautiful souls that day. Stand with me and be the voice for those whose voices were robbed from them. Help me be the voice of change. Thank you.
Here's my fertilizer and some eggs and potato peels. Whatever survived the winter, I start propagating them. It was just 1 year after the tragedy. It's gonna be a much longer road to recovery. See, this one actually survived. It's got that little one right there. There's still hope in the plants. I guess I can compare that to myself, right? There was hope. There's hope.
Clinging to hope, like so many. Our thanks to our investigations unit for bringing us that incredible.
That man is a hero because he was shot first. Not because he was shot first. All teachers to me are heroes. I'm a teacher's daughter. I know what they go through. I know what happens. And it's only getting worse. And for him to have been shot in the back and through that hand, he couldn't move. He couldn't get up and walk. And for somebody to have the freaking audacity in social media to say, dude, you should have died like the other two teachers, to me is appalling. And I'm just still can't get my mind off of that. But he did a fabulous job testifying in court the other day. And I have to say, for me, and the reason why I'm doing this, and hopefully for you too, that you guys can see more of in a systematic manner of what things were, how they happened. And my mods did a fabulous job in helping me get all this together. But we get little bits and pieces here and there in trial, and nothing is in sequential order. So today we are going through that. Today we are trying to lay things out in a way that we can follow what the events truly were. And we're going to get into some videos now in a minute of the actual section of the hallway and all the body cam videos. Now, right now, we're working our way through. We're going to get there. The next video is Eva Morales. It's a tribute video, remembering as a mother, teacher, and hero. This segment honors her life, not just her death. So, we're going to watch that. And then, like I said, in a minute, we're going to get ready to start. We're going to start getting into other stuff. Okay.
Tragedy, we continue to remember those who we lost. Tonight, News 4 San Antonio's Matt Roy remembers the life of Eva Mireles, a teacher at Robb Elementary who died doing what she loved.
Finally, let's talk about the
she loved,
teachers.
And our family is keeping her memory alive.
I come out here pretty often. I have my mom as a guardian angel. Anything that has changed my life or anything that I want to tell my mom about, I'll just come and I'll write in my journal and tell her.
It's been 1 year since Adeline Ruiz lost her mother, Eva Mireles. 1 year since they fought over which way the faucet turned to get to the hot water. 1 year since they FaceTimed after a long day. 1 year since they said, I love you. How has the past year been for you?
It's been pretty quiet. It's been different. Confirmed through the AP. Not changing. Just 18 minutes right over my shoulder.
Tuesday, May 24th, 2022 was anything but quiet.
Social media is saying
Ruiz was at work in Del Rio when she started hearing about the shooting in her hometown of Uvalde. She called her mom and dad, who was a Uvalde school district police officer at the time, to try and check on them. Then she got a call from her aunt, Eva's sister.
I said hello, and all I heard was her screaming, Eva, Eva, my sister sister got shot, my sister, like screaming. But she didn't mean to call me. I remember
a pocket dial
sitting
is
there
how
in
she
the
found
car,
out her mother had been shot.
and she was kind of like.
Too distraught to drive, her coworker took her to Uvalde.
But I remember sitting there and I was thinking, I just closed my eyes and I was thinking, this is the last moment that I'm gonna know my mom is alive, because I'm gonna walk in there and they're gonna tell me that she didn't make it.
Eva had always been Adeline's hero, but on that day, she became a hero for everyone else too.
My best friend's dad is a trooper, because he responded that day. And he said, your mom died protecting her students. I was so heartbroken, but just listening to that made me feel so proud to know she went out as a legend. Like, she did this and she saved these kids.
Since that day, Adeline has focused on making sure people remember her karaoke and CrossFit-loving mom. There have been 5Ks, scholarship funds, and even celebrities taking notice.
This is Maggie Mireles, and her sister Eva Mireles was a teacher and a hero who lost her life protecting her students during the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Maggie is continuing her fight.
Ava's favorite song to sing at karaoke was Diamonds by Rihanna. At the Super Bowl this year, Diamonds was the last song performed during the halftime show.
It being the last song, it just made it more emotional. Everybody in the house just got quiet, and it was sad, but I knew my mom was there and I knew that she was happy. And
People know who Eva Mireles is now. We remember her name, just like Adeline always wanted her.
What do you think she would say to you, and what would you say to her?
I think that she would tell us, no matter what, if this happened again, I would do it all over again, because that's who she was. And I would tell her that I'm just so proud to be her daughter, and that she's a legend, and I'm going to continue that for her.
Matt Roy, News 4 San Antonio.
shooter was inside of a classroom. And then I kind of started to freak out a little bit. But I didn't think, like, no, it's not my mom. It's not going to be my mom. So I called her again, and she didn't answer. But I figured she can't get on her phone. She's taking care of her kids, you know. And she didn't answer me again. And then I was talking to my tias, her sisters. They were asking, like, what about your mom? Is she okay? Is she okay? And I just kept saying, I don't know. And then my tia had called me and said that my mom had been shot. So
Tia is like auntie, aunt.
I just remember dropping my phone, and I just started screaming and crying. And that was like one of my worst fears, is somebody coming and shooting my family. And it happened. And after that, my coworker drove me home to Uvalde, about an hour. It felt like the longest drive ever, just waiting and waiting. And I texted my mom and I said, "You're going to be okay, Mom. I love you so much." And that's the last thing I sent her before I found out that she didn't make it. When I heard that she jumped in front of her students, I think my first thought was, of course she would. That's just her. That was just who she was. But she was a hero way before she even had to be. She's just always inspired me. She was dedicated to her job, a hard worker. She was strong. I really hope to be exactly like her.
Hi, everyone. George.
These three all pertain to her, so I'm just running those, okay?
For the 19 children and 2 teachers killed in Uvalde, Amarie Jo Garza and Maite Rodriguez, both just 10 years old, will be laid to rest today. Lilia Luciano has the story of one of the teachers killed, whose sister spoke to CBS News. Lilia, good morning.
Good morning to you, Nate. We heard from Eva Mireles, the sister of 4th grade teacher Eva Mireles. Rather, her sister's name is Maggie. She told us that Eva loved adventure, that she was a hiker, that she was afraid of nothing, and that she would have never imagined losing her life to her vocation of teaching.
I wake up every morning and the first thing I do is cry because I know that it's real.
For the family of Eva Mireles, the nightmare continues. Her sister Maggie now facing the most overwhelming of tasks, picking out the last dress she'll ever wear.
That was the hardest thing that I've ever had to do in my life.
Family members briefed by police say Eva and her co-teacher Irma Garcia both died shielding their children from a gunman who stormed into the classroom and opened fire, killing 19 of their students.
I'm sure they didn't even think about what they were doing twice. They just did it.
The dog lover, mother, and wife to a police officer was finishing her 17th year of teaching. She loved doing CrossFit, hiking, and bonding with her loved ones in nature.
This weekend was the absolute best weekend ever.
This is the last photo Maggie has with her sister from a family trip earlier this month. As the shooting unfolded, a family member texted Eva in a group chat asking if she was okay. There was no response.
I just knew that my sister was going to be okay. I never in my dreams thought that my sister was not going to make it. I never thought that.
Maggie is now fighting for gun control. She told us she met Texas Governor Greg Abbott and urged him to tighten regulations.
There's no reason why this type of weapon should be among us. Governor Abbott said that he would be working on laws to change these things, and I expect to see that.
But in the meantime, Eva's family is trying to figure out how to navigate life without her.
I want everybody to remember her name, remember her face, and remember that she was a hero.
She will be remembered like all of these 19 children and that other teacher. Ms. Mira.
Okay. Now we're going to go to the outburst in court. We're going to hop into the future now. Okay. And we'll go back. Okay. I remember we all watched this live. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
Officer Adrian Gonzalez. He's accused of failing to stop or delay the 2022 massacre at Robb Elementary, where 19 students and 2 teachers were killed inside their classrooms. CNN's Shimon Prokupez joins us now with the latest details. Shimon, this has been an extremely emotional trial. What can you tell us about today's proceedings?
Yeah, just 2 weeks of heart-wrenching and just difficult testimony, especially for family members who are sitting in that courtroom and listening as evidence is being presented by a prosecutor, and then the defense team just nitpicking at every little detail. And today, finally, I think for one of the family members, a sister of a teacher who died on that day, it just enough was enough. And she had this outburst in court, and it is the screams are just so heart-wrenching. Take a listen.
You know who went into the fatal funnel? My sister went into the fatal funnel.
Ma'am,
Did she need a key? Why do you need a key?
ma'am, go ahead and have a seat.
No, I think that she didn't lock the door. She went into the fatal funnel. She did it, not you.
I want this case to go to verdict. Any further outburst will just echo the attempt for another motion for mistrial. So please think about that. We're trying to get this case to the jury, and these are not helping. And soon enough, if it continues, I will have no choice but to grant a mistrial. So please think about that.
Up to this point, many of the family members have been quiet and they've just been sitting there.
Yeah, he's correct. Up to that point, they had been quiet. They have been sitting there. In fact, I'm really impressed. I'm surprised we haven't had more public outbursts, but I think what the judge said is vastly true. That the more of these outbursts and the more that this stuff happens, then the closer we get to a mistrial. So if you want this to go to trial and you want this to be completed and you want your justice, however that may turn out to be, you need to behave. And this is not the place for that. So it's sad. It is so sad. And I'm not saying I could sit there and stomach it either by any way or means. Now, video we're getting ready to watch now is the Uvalde Council City meeting after this had happened. Now, it is 2 hours long, but we're going to zoom through some of it, okay? It's quite lengthy, but I think it's very important to show this. And if we have to do a 2-day thing in this, we will. But right now, we're going to do the Uvalde City Council meeting. And we're going to see how that goes, okay?
I'd like to start.
Mind you, by the way, take care of yourself. There's a lot of emotion in these. So if you feel that you need to walk away, leave the stream running, turn the volume off, walk away, and then come back.
Reading from the Psalms, Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Merciful Father, I ask you right now for grace and mercy. I ask your Spirit to fill this room and bind the forces of darkness that are tearing at our hearts, the ones even that we have allowed to steal our peace. God, I am asking you for this city for mercy. There is a cry for justice, and there is a time for justice, but there is also a time that we need your grace and your mercy, God. I ask you as David asked, Lord, search my heart. Have mercy upon all of us. Lord, blot out our transgressions and wash us from our iniquity. Cleanse us from our sin. We know we are sinners deserving of your wrath. Even when we feel we are justified, your holiness is beyond our comprehension. beyond our comprehension. So God, I ask tonight.
I don't agree with that prayer, but he goes on for quite a while. Not that I don't agree with prayer. I just feel that we need to move on. By the way, don't fuss at me. I'm a chaplain. So don't go there.
Input, item 4.
I am going to have a cracker.
And Jasmine? Jasmine Casas? Cazares?
Hi. There you go. Hi, I'm Jasmine Casares. I'm the sister of Jackie Casares. That better? And I'm also the cousin of Annabelle Rodriguez. I assumed Arredondo would be here today since he is a council member, because majority of this is directed towards him, but it's okay. Arredondo.
By the way, that council member, I believe, is a part of a police force, is he not? That council member was there, and they want him fired. You're going to learn all about it.
Sworn in privately for children in the next few days. Arredondo sworn in privately out of respect for the families who buried their children today and who are planning to bury their children in the next few days, McLaughlin said in a written statement. In his statement, the Rayer said, Arredondo was duly elected and there is nothing the city charter, election code, or Texas Constitution that prohibits him from taking the oath of office. Arredondo said the swearing-in was a private thing out of respect for the families, saying the families are the focus right now. But was it out of respect? Or was it private because he knew the people that voted him in now want him out? If he truly wanted to be respectful, he would step down. After choosing to wait an hour for backup, instead of ordering scene officers to take down the shooter, he's proven that he cannot do his job. Who on this council is truly making it about us right now? The police department's too busy focusing on themselves and covering our back. What do you have to hide? Highly embarrassing information or methods and techniques and strategies preventing or predicting crime? Methods and techniques that obviously didn't work? Or did they simply not try? Whatever reason behind the choice was wrong, and it's time to take accountability for his actions. The actions of someone who doesn't deserve a position in this council. We are going to be respectful to the families, he said. I think most of us agree that the respectful thing to do is to resign and step down. Whatever is done, and the families quit grieving. Quit grieving. How am I supposed to quit grieving? Especially knowing he did nothing to protect my sister, my cousin, her friends, and her teachers. When you become a cop, you swear an oath to protect and serve. I understand you were scared for your life, but you chose this job.
I'm going to read this to you because I want you to see and know a little bit what's happening. Robb Elementary families did not call for the removal of specific city council members by name. Oh, yeah, they did. Their demands were focused on, well, they did call for him to step down. Calling for the Uvalde Police Department officers to resign, not just the council person himself. I have a list of all their demands. They wanted the Uvalde CISD police chief and a member of the Uvalde CISD school board to be removed. There's a lot of demands that we're going to hear. There's a lot of emotion, so we'll try and keep you up to date as best as we can. All right, I'm going to get into this, otherwise it'll take too long.
You chose a job knowing you could be in the line of fire. These kids didn't choose to be in the line of fire. That's in your job description. Who are you protecting? Not my sister. The parents? No. You're too busy putting them in handcuffs. I'm going to leave you with something that I hope y'all recognize. The law enforcement oath of honor. On my honor, I will never betray my integrity, my character, or the public trust. I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. I will always maintain the highest ethical standards and uphold the values of my community and the agency I serve. Has accountability been taken? Was this oath upheld on May 24th? It wasn't. And I want y'all to know, remember my face and remember hers, because we will be here at every city council meeting until something changes. Thank you.
The next one, we can't read your writing, but it's Jesus.
Jesus, R-A-Z-R-A-I? Okay.
My name's Jesus Rizzo. Jackie knew me as Tio Chuy. One of the last, actually the last time I saw her was, she had her communion in Batesville. And
Meaning Uncle Chewy.
my last dance that I had was with Jackie. We all gathered in Batesville at my brother's house, and it was her special day. She looked beautiful, looked like a little princess, the most innocent eyes, most beautiful smile. And it's tough to see them hurt. And I'm here to speak not just for them, but to speak for the fallen ones, for the other 20 people that no longer with us, all the people that were there that day. Yesterday we spoke at the Uvalde Consolidated School District. The main theme, if you will, had to do with accountability. We spoke about several different things, but I think the main thing was we're concerned why Mr. Arredondo, and he's a friend of mine, we went to school together, we used to hang out. A lot of people on the board at the Uvalde Consolidated School District, we're all friends. But I think at one point or another, ladies and gentlemen, we have to determine like what's right and what's wrong. You know, the people here, they're upset that Mr. Arredondo is still on y'all's board. You swore him in some kind of meeting, and you know, we understand that there's policies and procedures for things, but surely something like that could have waited, at least out of respect. Get with the families and ask the families, you know, this is what we're going to plan on doing, you know, just so you understand how the things function. Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to give your address out, but you're my neighbor. See you all the time, sir. When Mr. O'Rourke, and I'm not a fan of his, and I don't, you know, I'm not here to defend him by any means, sir. I don't go either way with Mr. O'Rourke, but that day, sir, you got up, you were righteous, you steadfast, tenacity. You got up and you were almost godlike to send them out of here, out of the auditorium. I expect the same type of responsibility, sir, when it comes to accountability and holding those people accountable. We're not laying blame just on UCISD. City of Uvalde as well failed us, sir. Everybody failed us. We failed as parents. We failed as people. We didn't see the signs. Somebody should have reported them. You know, anytime something like this goes on, just flag them. It's that simple. I'd like to ask, I don't know that they would actually accept the apology or the condolence, but any one of y'all, the most basic thing that we have is my sincere condolences. As hopefully I pray that some of y'all went to their homes. It's not hard to find them. I don't know that they would accept your condolences at this time, but man, that's the most basic thing, the most caring thing. That's how you begin a healing process. The gentleman, and I apologize, the one that said the prayer, I don't know your name, sir. You prayed for the mayor, you prayed for the city of Uvalde, great. But also we pray for the fallen ones. We pray for the family members. You know, you look at.
He brought it up. And the reason why I skimmed through the prayer, for that reason and that reason alone. I don't agree with the prayer. Not once should you pray for the victims. Not once should you pray for healing and comfort and peace for the families that they'll never truly feel. It was very surfaceful. So he hit the nail on the head. Thank you so much, sir. I forgot you said that.
And I don't know everybody, But yesterday, that across the line, you had the family members on one side and you had the school on the other side. Come on. Is that really
Why?
what we're about? Let's sit together. I mean, we got to work on this together, Mr. Mayor. You know, I will tell you this, sir. The people that work for you, I've been to your place, the people that work for you, they respect you, sir. There's elderly gentlemen that have been with you for a long time. You're a good person, sir. But you got to do what's right, Mr. Mayor. And that goes for, apologize, I know everybody's single name, but that goes for all of y'all. I do.
The main thing that's going to run through this one and the other city council, there are actually multiple city councils. I may not go through all of them today for time, okay? Because each one is several hours each. June and Angela, please go to private chat. I have a question for you in a second. But the running thing that you're going to hear through all of this portion right now is do what is right. That needs to be a shirt. Uvalde, do what's right.
My thing, just like Jasmine said, we may not be able to hear the voices of the people that are no longer with us. We may not be able to dance with them anymore, as painful as it is. Just like Jasmine said, they will speak through us. We'll be up here until every single person's accountable for this, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Belinda Ariola.
Hi, good evening. My name is Belinda Ariola. I am the mother of Angel Garza, the grandmother of Amory Joe Garza. None of y'all knew Amory. I am on a roller coaster of emotions, just like everybody in this room is, that started on May the 24th, 2022. But the hardest two of them to contain is hurt and anger. The anger gets worse and worse every day, along with the anger gets more and more as we unfold everything that has been unfolding in front of us. The mere fact that Pete was even standing next to officers the day after all this happened, when they did the debriefings, or when they did the media stuff, that was already a slap in the face. He had no right to even be there, as we felt. He had no right to be there. Someone please explain to me how he's been able to be out in public and show face and not even care about any of these family members sitting out there waving and smiling like it was no big deal that 21, 22 with Mr. Garcia lost their lives. All the other children that are suffering with PTSD and everything, all the nightmares that y'all don't hear about because y'all don't know. Us as families, we keep in touch with everybody that's there. We hear the stories. We visit the children. We pray for those children. And with all due respect, all of y'all are looking at all of us talking just the same way that the school board looked at us. Like, y'all have no care in the world. Like, none of y'all are looking at us like with even an I'm sorry look. Like, y'all are looking at us like, just say what you have to say and get off the podium. I'm not going to sit here and name call because I'm not going to stoop down to that level. I'm going to try to keep my composure as much as possible because I've already stepped out of character a lot lately. Somebody that I thought that I had left behind in my childhood growing up, thinking I was all Billy Badass, and I try not to be that person anymore. But what happened to us on 2022 has made, and on May 24th, has made a lot of us uglier than we've ever been, because we don't have Uvalde ISD or the student or the city council to back us up and do what you have to. I understand y'all can't fire him. We understand that. But why is it that we're told, oh, well, we can't, from the school, we can't fire him because that's an admission of guilt. We can't fire him because we haven't done our investigations. Well, city council is going to say, well, we can't impeach him because we haven't done our investigations. That's all fine and dandy. You do what you have to do, but get him out of our faces. And no, he does not deserve an administrative leave with pay from by all means, because half these families are taking FMLA without pay. We're not getting paid to be off of work. None of us are getting paid. Some people are getting donations, which are great. They need that, but it's not just as far as their employment. It's also because they have to go to counseling. A lot of them are planning on moving away from this city or this town because they're afraid. They can't even depend on the city or the police department to back us up on anything. They're going to have to uproot their whole entire lives. I see some of y'all already rolling your eyes like FML because you don't want to hear the truth. And I'm sorry that it has to come and it has to be thrown at y'all, but y'all are who we have to go to. We're having to beg y'all. We are having to beg y'all to do something to get this man out of our faces. We can't see that gunman. That gunman got off easy. So we can't take our frustrations out on that gunman. He's dead. He's gone. But then the next person in line is making it way worse for us. Y'all need to put yourselves in our shoes and don't say that none of y'all have, because I guarantee you, if any of y'all were in our shoes, y'all would have been pulling every string that y'all had to get this man off the council. Every single one of y'all would have done whatever y'all could to get him out, because y'all know that it hurts. Y'all would feel the hurt that we feel. Y'all would know the hurt that we feel. And I'm sorry that I'm getting loud, but that's just the way I am. I'm Latina and I'm going to get loud. But please do what you can to please everybody, because you know what? He didn't please us. He failed us. Do not make the same mistake he made and fail us too. Go forward and make it right. Make it right for everybody in here. We deserve better. Our children deserve better, and those teachers deserve better, and all these kids and all the families here deserve better. Please, please, we're begging. Get this man out of our lives, please. Thank you.
Kim Hammond, you want to speak at 6A? You want to speak now, or you want to wait till 6A?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Kim Hammond. I live at 613 Old Carrizo Road. Anybody familiar with that means I live 2 doors down from Robb Elementary. I was there the day of the shooting. So thank you for changing exactly what I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, because you said we don't have the power to fire.
I'm going to say this. After we had our 4th of July flood, I would be honest, I would have a little more harder time connecting with this. No matter how they sit, and this is not defending anybody, not defending a dang living person. No matter how the city council members personally feel, they have to sit there. That's their job. They have to listen. And it was said that one city council member, and I wish I could find that. I've been looking for it, went home and sobbed for 2 days. It is not easier. And being on the city council when you face a disaster like this is your worst living nightmare. And a lot of them are in shock. A lot of them are dissociating just to get through this. Try being on a panel of people and have hundreds of people screaming how horrible you are when you did nothing wrong yourself, that you believe you did nothing wrong. It's not an easy place to be. But that said, I don't feel that these meetings were handled appropriately. I think there could have been a little more compassion. They were not responding to these people because they didn't want to get in bickering back and forth. But some things did start changing.
Let me give you a simple out. You can remove him.
Mods to private chat, please.
So your agenda number 6 is a decision on whether or not to give him a leave of absence. Why the hell would you? Let him miss 3 meetings. He's my councilman. Let him miss 3. Don't waste any more time on him. I know you probably.
Okay, let me explain that. If he does not show up to 3 city councils in a row, he's dismissed. Now, they can give him a leave of absence to excuse him, say he's having a medical problem or something, death in family, mother, father, illness, whatever. But if they don't give him leave and he doesn't show up 3 times, he's off the council. That is what they're asking for.
I'll have a relationship with him. I don't know him. He's my councilman. I'm sitting in a district right now that no councilman has come to my door to say, hey, how you doing? There's 22 lives that were lost. We all know why. The investigation's going to come in and tell us all why and what we can do better. What you can do right now is not give him, if he requested it, a leave of absence. Don't give him an out. We don't want him. We want him out. We wanted to do a recall petition, right? We had so much enthusiasm in it right away. 162 votes, we need 25%, right? But we can't because he hasn't been in his seat for 8 months. That's BS. So then we thought, how do we change the charter? Well, it's already been amended. We can't do it for another 2 years, but you can do something right now, tonight, and not table whether you're going to decide to give him that leave of absence. I implore you, do not give him that leave of absence. I don't know if this, because this is a special meeting, if this counts towards his absence, but if it does, that's 2. You only need 1 more. He's gone. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Brett Cross.
Oh, Red Cross?
My name's Brett Cross. I'm sure all
Oh,
of y'all
Brett.
I've been doing y'all's job. I have been demanding action, justice, transparency, and accountability. That isn't my job. My job is being a father and a wind technician. Your job is to do what's right for our community. A job you are all failing to do by standing by and not fighting for any of the aforementioned. A leave of absence for Pete is not enough. Hell, if I fail at my job, I get fired. And that goes for everybody else out here. Why isn't that applicable for a man that didn't just fail his job, but failed every single person in our city? This doesn't just affect us, it affects every single one of you as well. Because if we can't trust you to do what is right, then it will be y'all that we demand to come down. We may not be able to remove Pete by petition due to the city charter. We may not be able to amend the city charter for 2 years due to state laws, but we can remove you. Each and every one of you that have been here for over 8 months. And that is something that we as a community, as you just saw, are not afraid to do. Everyone needs to be held accountable. Pete for his inaction, every other officer who didn't do a damn thing, and all of you for standing idly by while we hurt and beg for justice. So either stand with us and be Uvalde strong, and I know y'all keep hearing that and we keep posting it, or y'all can stand with Pete and be Uvalde weak. That's up to y'all.
Jonathan Hernandez.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jonathan Hernandez, and my little sister is Jacqueline Costes. As a leader, the top priority should be accountability and the welfare of the men and women you serve. A good leader is not one who cares about a promotion or about their own career. A good leader is one who cares about his or her own people/community, and it is a person who takes responsibility for their actions. They should know their weaknesses and seek self-improvement at all costs. Going back to looking out for the welfare of our community, keeping records of the unfortunate event that occurred on May 24th from the families of the victims is lowering morale and cohesion among the community and its elected officials. The private lawyers the city hired said that records could involve emotional and mental distress, yet keeping the truth, the exact truth, from coming out is inflicting even more of that distress. We have already gone through the hard parts, and we need to know all the facts to get some type of closure, and we'll continue to fight for all the truth. And until all the truth is out, my family and I am sure that other families are also wanting to know exactly what happened at that school that day. A note from the Pledge of Allegiance says, "One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all." Indivisible, it means unable to be divided. Yet everything seems so undivided, or seems so divided right now. Justice, we haven't seen any of that at all. All we have been seeing is arguments back and forth, pointing fingers. It was this guy's fault. It was this guy's fault. No, like I said before, we need to know the truth, and we need to know exactly what happened. Thank you.
Okay, this went on for a long time. He was not put on a leave of absence, I believe. We are going to go because there's 3 council meetings and they're very long. So this is the one that hold on. Okay, June or Angela, this is only a 3-minute clip. Can you find me, please, the entire clip of this meeting where the investigator walked out? We're going to play the clip in the meantime.
Tonight's top story, outrage in Uvalde. An investigator walking out of a city council meeting. Jesse Prado is a retired Austin police detective. He was hired by the city to see if Uvalde police violated policy during the response to Robb Elementary.
Seconds after he shared his findings, he quietly walked out saying it's what he was told to do. Families weren't having it. KENS 5's Alicia Neaves was in the room as it all unfolded.
She is live in Uvalde tonight. Alicia, even a city leader said he was disappointed by the report.
That's right. Just the way these new findings were presented did not sit well with city officials. It didn't sit well with families. After exonerating the police from any wrongdoing, the investigator took no questions and he tried to walk out. That's until Uvalde families urged officials to escort him back in.
How dare you? How dare you? You were paid by them and you just came out and what was that, a deposition?
Passionate responses from Uvalde loved ones Thursday aimed at this man, Jesse Prado.
Trace their steps, trace their decisions.
Less than 2 months following the shooting at Robb Elementary, the city of Uvalde hired Prado to do an internal investigation. His focus only on Uvalde police.
There were failures that day, correct?
There were many failures, sir.
In his 182-page report, he explains what went wrong May 24, 2022, from failures in officer communication, training, and the lack of a game plan, classroom keys, and proper protective equipment. These findings most already knew.
He followed his orders to the T.
What was new?
It would be my recommendation, my team's recommendation, to exonerate Lieutenant Pargas.
His conclusion that every Uvalde police officer responding to Robb Elementary did not violate policy and acted in good faith. Therefore, he believes all should be exonerated.
All this is, it's a pact. It's a brother's pact. You protect your own.
It's another blow to families still fighting for an ounce of accountability nearly 2 years after the massacre.
Said they did the right thing. I think right now you almost made me a believer in giving these officers a medal.
At the end of the meeting, Uvalde City Councilman Hector Luevano took the mic.
This is not the way it should have been presented.
He called the presentation insulting and an embarrassment.
For you to come in here and say, no, everything was hunky-dory, you know, they did their job. I can't accept that.
No action is expected to come from the city investigation. Instead, it could come from a special grand jury investigating law enforcement's response. Live in Uvalde tonight, Alicia Neaves, Ken's 5.
Okay, June, I'm looking at this other video. That first one started with a girl with a purple hair. So now here's a second meeting that you were speaking of. Let's see if this is the one you're talking about. I just skipped the prayer. That's it. Not that I needed to.
I'm here today to make a statement. If a law enforcement's job is to protect and serve, why didn't they protect and serve my friends and teachers on May 24th? I have messages for Pete Arredondo and all the law enforcement that were there that day. Turn in your badge and step down. You don't deserve to wear one.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Appreciate it. And now, I'm mistaken, I do have one more person, Rosenberg Risa.
Just wanted to let you know that I do agree also. You should not have closed sessions. And plain and simple, if you want to start for the community, the families to start healing, you just have to terminate him, do it in front of them, and let me tell you, that goes a long way. So that's what you should do today, not let it go on. So just terminate him in front of here, and that's what it's supposed to happen. And do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg.
I didn't sign up, but I have one comment that I'd like to make, or I'd like one question that I'd like to ask y'all. As I was driving over here, I passed by and I saw the band practicing and the high steppers or everybody out there practicing. And I didn't see one law enforcement out there protecting them, but yet y'all have all this coverage. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item of the agenda, item number 3. The next item on the agenda is to consider the request for a hearing from Pete Arredondo regarding the termination of his non-Chapter 21 contract. If at any time the board is to hear a matter involving the appointment, employment evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, the matter generally is heard in closed session, and this has been posted on tonight's agenda as such. Under the Texas Open Meetings Act, personnel items will be in close unless the employee who is the subject of the deliberation or hearing requests a public hearing, and then that request will be honored as such. At 4:48 p.m. today, Mr. Arredondo's attorney notified the district's council that neither he nor Mr. Arredondo will be attending tonight. We will return, wrong one. Accordingly, we will conduct the hearing in closed session. Prior to that time, however, the board is going to go into closed session to consult with the board's attorney regarding legal and procedural issues related to recommended termination for good cause of the non-certified contract of Ms. Pete Arredondo, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. When we have completed that consultation, we will continue in closed session to conduct the hearing. We will come out to open session when we are finished to make any motion on the issue. So it is now 5:43. We will convene to closed session.
Okay, let's see if we can drop.
All comments must be related to the agenda item the person signed up to speak about. Speaker may not give their time to another person. Each speaker may have up to 1 minute to make their agenda comments. Accordingly, we will conduct the hearing in closed session.
Okay, it's a repeat.
Status of Mr. Arredondo starting July 19th.
Okay, here we go.
Mr. Board President, I move that good cause exists to terminate the non-certified contract of Pete Arredondo effective immediately. I further move that good cause exists to ratify the unpaid leave status of Mr. Arredondo starting July 19th, 2022. Finally, I move to authorize the superintendent to issue written notice to Mr. Arredondo of this board action, including filing any needed reports required by the termination.
Second. Got a motion by Ms. Laura Perez, second by Mr. Javier Flores. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Item number 5, adjournment.
Mr. Board President, I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Okay, so they kicked him out. All right. We're going to switch over here. This is the anger, torment, grip Uvalde residents deal with emerging the police response to the shooting.
Today was supposed to be the first day of summer break for students in Uvalde, Texas. Instead, the community is still reeling from the shooting that left 19 children and 2 school teachers dead. Days after the attack, there are more questions than answers. But we are learning new details about the law enforcement response and the terror inside classrooms at Robb Elementary School. Amna Navaz is in Uvalde tonight. Amna, first, tell us what you have learned.
Judy, here in Uvalde, the more we learn, the worse it gets. Officials today laid out the most in-depth timeline to date of what exactly happened during Tuesday's shooting, detailing the 78 minutes that passed before authorities finally confronted the gunman, even as children trapped inside the classroom called 911, begging for help. 3 days after the deadly rampage that left 19 of Uvalde's youngest dead, grief and anger commingle in this tightly knit community.
I will never have my baby again. And they need to do something about it. They need to not forget us, the babies, the kids.
Javier Cazares' daughter, Jacqueline, was killed on Tuesday. He was outside the school during the shooting in disbelief over the police response.
They were there without proper equipment. I saw there 15, 20 minutes later, they came with their shields. Like, that should have been in their cars, you know, going in, not waiting 30, 45 minutes to get in.
Vincent Salazar's 11-year-old daughter, Layla, was one of the victims.
How fast can you act? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much of a difference it would have made. You know, if, you know, maybe they could have acted faster. That remains to be seen.
Today, the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Stephen McGraw, offered the most detailed timeline to date. Just before 11:30 a.m., the gunman crashes his truck near the school. A teacher calls 911, and the gunman begins shooting inside school windows. At 11:33, the gunman enters the school through a door officials say was propped open by a teacher and begins shooting into 2 classrooms. At 11:35, Uvalde police officers enter via the same door and take fire from the gunman. Multiple rounds are fired for the next several minutes. More officers continue to arrive, and by 12:03, there are 19 officers in the hallway outside the locked classrooms. Beginning at 12:03, a student from inside the classroom begins calling 911. Officials say she whispers as she talks and makes several calls. She shares how many are dead, how many are alive, and that the gunman shot at the door. During one call, more than 30 minutes after her first, she begs, please send the police now.
They breached the door,
using keys that they're able to get from the janitor because both doors were locked. Both of the classrooms that he shot into were locked when officers arrived. They killed the suspect.
It's still not clear if the 19 officers in the
We may disagree with that because there's no video footage of them even testing the doors to see if they were locked or not. He's assuming.
hallway knew at the time there were children alive inside the classroom.
The on-scene commander considered it a barricaded subject and that there was time and there were no more children at risk. Obviously, based upon the information we have, there were children in that classroom that were at risk, and it was, in fact, still an active shooter situation. For the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now, of course it was not the right decision. It was the wrong decision, period.
The news here in downtown Uvalde was met with frustration, anger, and confusion.
What happened? An hour's worth of time that nobody went in? What happened? I don't know what happened, but I know one thing. My husband is a retired firefighter. And when 911 happened, firefighters were running in. They were going up. They weren't coming down. And they knew that when they were going up, they wouldn't be coming back down. What happened? Why did it take so long for them to get in?
As a parent, I think I would have rushed in there without thinking twice. I don't care if they would have tased me or taken me down. I think I would have done whatever I needed to do to try and get my children out of that school. And I'm still really confused about that, why they waited so long to get in there.
Later this afternoon, Texas Governor Greg Abbott had this response.
I was misled. I am livid about what happened. My expectation is that the law enforcement leaders that are leading the investigations, which includes the Texas Rangers and the FBI, they get to the bottom of every fact with absolute certainty. There are people who deserve answers the most, and those are the families whose lives have been destroyed. They need answers that are accurate, and it is inexcusable that they may have suffered from any inaccurate information.
Uvalde's collective grief has manifested here, a makeshift memorial in the town square. Hearts heavy and arms full, their offerings now.
I don't know who made those crosses, but those are the exact same crosses that were provided to the city of Kerrville and the families of those who lost loved ones in the floods. I don't know who you are, but you do beautiful work.
Piled high at the foot of each cross, flowers at the base and stuffed animals for these youngest victims. Tess Mata was 10 years old, a fourth grader at Robb Elementary School. Some of her soccer teammates came together last evening to lay flowers, scribble notes, and just remember their friend.
You know, Judy, for days now, as the community has mourned, the question has loomed, could more have been done to possibly save some of those lives of the 19 children and 2 teachers? With today's revelations and the massive failures it's now clear were made in the immediate response, the answer is a heartbreaking yes. Judy.
It's just impossible to imagine what these.
Okay, for the sake of time, they reiterate this. I remember watching this video. We're going to hop over here. Once again, we're getting ready to get into I'm doing all this first, and then we're going to watch that full video. Full video. Okay, so hang in. We're getting there.
Uvalde volunteer firefighter telling us what it was like responding to this tragedy in such a tightly knit community. The fire chief tells KXAN's Brianna Hollis why this call to duty was so personal for him.
575 attention all firemen need to respond to South Grove and Mill Street.
It's actually quite personal.
In a town like Uvalde, everything is.
Keeping back parents, crowd control.
That was part of volunteer fire chief Mario Rangel's job description for the day. But he was at Robb Elementary before any of this happened.
Just that morning, I was at the school attending my daughter's award ceremony.
Volunteer firefighters all have day jobs. So after the award ceremony, Rangel went back to work at the local radio station until
my phone rang that there was a possible shooting at the school.
He drove to the school as just a concerned parent, not knowing that when he got here, he'd be working as fire chief, clearing the road to let ambulances through.
I arrived to see parents coming to the scene just like I was.
at that moment, it was a little difficult because I had to resume the responsibilities as a fire chief and also not knowing the status of where my daughter was.
Even though it was personal, the 38-member volunteer fire department manned their posts, a department that's just
And
as
then you
tight-knit with
have
each other
My father, myself, and at that time my son was mascot.
as they are with those hit the hardest by Tuesday's massacre. Brianna Hollis, KXAN News.
And the Uvalde fire chief says his daughter survived the shooting and was not injured.
The Uvalde Volunteer Fire Department holds a golf tournament fundraiser every Memorial Day weekend, and this year's event is still a go, but the department will donate all the proceeds to the shooting victims and their families.
To use however they deem necessary. Talking about paying the water bill, filling the refrigerator with groceries, whatever they need to do. These families are not going to be working and they need help, and we want to get it to them as fast as we can.
And the department also has several ways you can donate online. You can find those and other
Okay, I did find the section where the guy gives the report. We're going to listen to that report. It is clipped. This is the section of the city council meeting where the report was given, and I want you to listen to the bullshit. I'm not sugarcoating this.
Making that report available to our community and relying upon that report. Tonight, we have the report ready, and Mr. Prado has made himself available to present it to us. Please understand that in being as transparent as possible, council and I are hearing this presentation for the first time tonight and have not yet received this report. While we do,
Mind you, they had no idea what this man was going to say. They had no information. This is everybody in the room, including the city council, are hearing the report for the first time, and it gets nasty.
do not
Real
know
nasty.
the results of the report or what Mr. Prado has found or recommended. We know that hearing this presentation will be emotional, but we're asking that everybody please hold your comments so that we can get through Mr. Prado's entire presentation. When he is done, council and I will stay to listen during citizens' input, but we'd ask that everyone hear Mr. Prado's entire presentation before responding. Mr. Prado?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Prado, would you please introduce yourself?
My name is Jesse Prado. I'm a retired Austin police detective. And I retired in 2013 with over 24 years of experience with the police department. I retired from the Austin Police Department with over 24 years of experience.
What area primarily did you serve in the Austin Police Department?
I spent most of my career in the organized crime division working criminal conspiracies in organized crime. Most of our cases were, I guess they were prosecuted federally in the Western District of Texas.
And was investigating a primary part of your duties at Austin Police Department?
Yes, that was most of my duties.
And for instance, I mean, give us an example of a common investigation that you participated in your 20 plus years.
A common one was infiltrating, investigating organized crime, large gang conspiracies, narcotics conspiracies where multiple locations would be searched, and we would execute search warrants at multiple locations, then put the case together and present it to the United States Attorney's Office.
And since you retired, have you done internal investigations such as the one here in Uvalde?
Yes, sir. I've been doing that as a main part of my retirement.
And how many internal investigations have you done?
I've done 36.
Okay, and out of those 36, how often did you find violations of policy?
Last night I was going over them, and I believe there's 26, but it's probably about 75% of the time.
again, that you do find a violation of policy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't do this report alone. Tell us about who else was on your team.
Yes, sir. I obviously couldn't do everything on my own, so I met with Paul Ford.
FYI, guess how much, if you know, don't tell. If you don't know, guess how much they paid this man for this 2-year research and report. Guess how much? And I have a problem. I have a problem with men wearing hats inside, especially in a situation like this. How much do you think that person? $100,000. $100,000. Y'all.
Who handled the tactical kind of the SWAT aspect of the investigation.
And what's his experience?
Paul was not retired, but he was working with the Austin Police Department, and he was our SWAT, one of the SWAT commanders, I guess one of the SWAT leaders at the Austin Police Department. He also, after the Columbine shooting, he put together what we called the Homicide in Progress School. He designed it and put that school together. He resigned from the police department and began working tactical. I guess he's in a tactical position for sales of gear, but he maintains his expertise in the SWAT field.
Okay, and who was the other member of your team?
That is Commander Donald Baker. He's a retired Austin Police commander. He was one of my supervisors in the Organized Crime Division. He also oversaw at different times in his career, different areas. He was in my area for about 2 or 3 years, but he was also over the Internal Affairs Division of the Austin Police Department at one time.
And back in July of 2022, you were hired to do this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And what were you tasked with? What were you asked to do in this investigation?
When I was hired, I was asked to check and basically investigate every police officer, including 3 dispatchers, that had anything to do with the response to the Robb Elementary shooting.
And what was your process?
It was to trace their steps, trace their decisions, and determine whether they committed any violations of policy.
So I presume that you started with the policies themselves, so you knew what you were looking for in terms of violations.
Correct.
And did tell me what evidence you gathered.
When I arrived here, the police department immediately handed me a disc that contained all of their body cams, any reports that were written. I got the car cameras. There were the dispatcher, the 911 call logs. I received everything that Uvalde, the city of Uvalde Police Department, had as evidence in this case.
So, to your knowledge, did the city withhold any information from you?
No, sir.
Did the mayor ever approach you about your investigation?
No, sir.
Did anybody on council approach you about the investigation?
No, sir.
Pardon me. Did anyone else with the city approach you about the investigation?
No, sir.
Before you came.
Okay. I'm going to stop here because at this point, when I first saw this video, I started getting a little frustrated because is this a deposition? And I think one of the parents brought that up. Is this a deposition or no? It was a council member brought this up. Is this a deposition or are you rendering a report? We want to see you to get up there at that pulpit and give a full report. Don't answer yes and no questions. This is not a deposition or you're not in court. Give us the report. Chicken shit way out is what they said. And this does frustrate me.
In Uvalde, did you have any connection to Uvalde?
No, sir.
Did you know anybody here before you got here?
I think many years ago, I came through here one time in search of a fugitive, but I don't remember if we even stopped in the city, sir.
Okay. So you started in July of 2022. We're in March of 2024. Why did it take so long to get your report finalized?
So I had a lot of difficulty in gathering all
Wait for it.
the evidence, gathering the information that I needed to complete a thorough examination of what these officers did.
What were the problems?
The district attorney did not allow me to receive a copy of information regarding this case from other sources of other agencies.
So what other agencies?
So yeah, so it took him 2 years because he couldn't get reports. He's blaming the DA. He's blaming everybody else for not cooperating with him. Well, under federal law, they don't really have to. He's being hired by a city to investigate. If he doesn't have warrants and he doesn't have certain documents demanding, and some of this is Public Information Act, but Public Information Act is not something that happens overnight. You know, I requested something from a court, Public Information Act, and 6 months later it came in. So I'm just saying, dude.
Were you eventually able to get information from?
Department of Public Safety, the Border Patrol, and I believe the game wardens. So I was able to get information from them.
And are you satisfied that you did finally get enough information that you do have a complete and thorough investigation?
Yes.
Did the Department of Justice report aid in that?
Yes, they did.
How so?
I was able to corroborate the timeline that I had put together in this case with their timeline. And one of the things that was really important that I needed was an accurate timeline. Eventually I received a timeline from the district attorney that had over 5,000 entries. It would give you the exact time by the second, and it would give you the officer, like, for example, Sergeant Coronado Bodycam, but it had no investigative notes. So I had to start looking at every one of those 5,000 entries to try and determine what notes were missing.
But eventually you were able to determine that, correct?
Yes, sir. The United States Border Patrol was one of the main reasons that I was able to complete this.
And so the standard on determining whether or not the police officers complied with the policy is what?
Well, if they violated any policies, any SOPs, and also we look to see if they acted in good faith.
And that's the standard, correct?
That's a standard, yes, sir.
Okay. So there were failures that day, correct?
There were many failures, sir.
So let's go through them. I think one of them that you mentioned in your report was communication, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
Just for an example, when the officers initially made entry into the school, they made 28 attempts to use their radios to get information out to the rest of the officers that were showing up. And these were 28 attempts before they were shot at. that I counted from the body cams and from the any video that I received.
So did that failure of communication affect not only the officers on site, but the other agencies who were coming on site?
Yes, sir, because they had no idea what they were facing when they got here until somebody went outside of the building to get on the radio to request help or request breaching tools or whatever they requested once they went outside.
All right, did y'all pick up on that? 28 attempts to use the radio that was unsuccessful. Yeah, I could say a lot. Well, yeah.
And Mr. Prado, with regard to the failures, another one was the report writing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
So what made it difficult in this case was that the Department of Public Safety, Texas Ranger Division, requested that the officers not write a supplement or not write a written report in their own report writing system.
Is that common?
It is not common. But
What?
that in itself isn't a big deal as long as the internal investigation were to have started at about the same time.
But that didn't happen.
No, sir.
Well, why not?
Because the district attorney had requested that we not just this agency, Uvalde PD, but none of the agencies begin any internal interviews or internal investigation, I believe, until the DPS report was complete.
And again, it was the Rangers who advised not to do the interviews, correct?
Correct.
And why is it a problem that the interview was utilized but not a written report?
I'm not quite sure what had them make that determination. And
well, let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. I think you said that the interview was not as effective as a written report.
Oh,
correct?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why
Because
is that?
any time a police officer goes through an incident, even if it's a simple arrest, the first thing they do, because they're trained for it, is to go back and write exactly what happened on a report. It's going to include details that they may not recollect, a week afterwards. So it's really important for them to write those reports in a reasonable amount of time.
Thank you. As far as failures, another one that you mentioned was that there was no leader communicating orders, correct?
Correct.
Explain that.
So there you had supervision inside the hallway of Robb Elementary, and Chief of Police Arredondo was on one side of the building from the south side.
And Chief of Police of Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The ISD chief was on the south side of the hallway, and the many other officers were on the north side of the hallway, but there was no communication as to a game plan or what steps to take next.
Were you aware of a memorandum of agreement being in place?
Yes, sir. It's called the Memorandum of Understanding.
And who was it between?
It's
Also known as MOU?
between the Uvalde Independent School District, the Consolidated Independent School District, and the City of Uvalde Police Department.
And what was the gist of that MOU?
The main thing in that MOU was it details that the Uvalde CISD Police Department has primary duty to respond and investigate all crimes committed by or against district students, employees, or the general public on or near district property during regular school hours.
And under the MOU, who was to effectively take charge?
That would have been the Independent School District Police.
And in your investigation, did you determine whether or not the Uvalde Police Department officers were aware of this MOU?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay, so basically what he's saying here is that there was a memorandum of understanding that the Uvalde UCISD our incident command, they are in charge of anything that happens on the school district property. But they have a memorandum of understanding of assistance should it be needed. The PD, Uvalde PD or UPD would come in. Now understand, they don't have the right to come in and just take over. Okay? They don't just come in and just take over because they're PD. It is not their jurisdiction. And my neighbors are my neighbors bought the house a couple of years ago next to me. It was a new build, and the guy who built it put this gorgeous landscaping. They hate it. They're pulling up about $50,000 worth of landscaping to flatten everything and just put grass in. So if you hear some banging going on, yes. It's been going on. They were doing it last night at 10 o'clock at night. I was pissed. What happens here is until the Uvalde PD gives up chain of command, there's nothing you can do. Now, if you are in a school district system in some of these small towns where you have we'll just say Kerrville PD. We don't say we don't have a police force for our school district. We utilize Kerrville PD officers who were permanently stationed at the schools. It is like being a street cop and you have this section of the town. This is your territory. This is where you work. Some of them do the schools and they're stationed at the high school, but then they go to junior high and elementary schools and check everything out. Just pretend with me. If this would have happened in that scenario, because they are actually paid PD officers from the city, then the chain of command would go up to the police chief of the city. He can then set up an incident command and if need be, relinquish it to the sheriff or relinquish it to the state troopers or the rangers, whatever. But that's not the way it works. When the school PD is the incident commander, and in all honesty, if I was the chief police and I could see that the school PD was flopping this up big time, I would have taken command and told him to kiss my ass. But that's not the way it works. Okay. So in this situation, the Uvalde PD, the Uvalde UCISD, Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, their police force are in charge. And unless they relinquish it, nothing anybody can do.
At least the management, the Lieutenant Mariano Pargas, they knew about the MOU.
You already mentioned the problem with communication. Did you find any problems with Chief Arredondo communicating with the other officers, the other agencies as the day went on?
Yes, sir. I mean, there were problems all day long with communication, lack of it, and he would make phone calls, but the officers had no way of knowing what was being planned or what was being said.
So was another problem, another failure, the key situation?
Yes, sir.
Explain that to us.
So in this case, there was a point in time where the officers were going to make entry. They didn't have the rifle-rated shield at that point yet, but they were going to move forward after shots were fired at about 12:21. And they stopped because the BORTAC commander was not comfortable or confident that they could get in with enough time using a Halligan tool to breach the door. So they requested a key instead. And the Uvalde ISD officers did not have a key for that fourth grade building.
So the only way to get in that room was either with a key or to breach it, correct?
Yes, sir.
So do you have any experience?
Wrong. There was a third way to get in.
You know what that third wave would have been? Get somebody on their belly and crawl like a snake against that wall till you get to the door and see if the handle turns. Nowhere is it reported or recorded that anybody tried to open the door without a key. They just assumed it was locked. You know what happens when you assume?
In breaching.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
So throughout my time in organized crime, we executed a lot of search warrants, usually weekly or bi-weekly. We were running search warrants, and it was my duty most of the time to be the breacher. And breaching, it takes practice and a certain expertise in getting it right to avoid any delay at that door. In this case, the breachers normally are used to looking at the door and knowing exactly what it's going to take to open up. In this case, Commander Guerrero
with
BORTAC made a determination that using the Halligan tool to wedge in between the door and the door frame was going to take too long of time to get into that door safely, to get in there to stop the shooter.
And so he's the one who made the call to stop Uvalde Police Department officers from breaching with the shields that they had, correct?
Yes, but Uvalde police at that point weren't the ones that were in front for that. There was already a line. And what's important to know is at 11:55, Chief Arredondo with the ISD was on the phone with Constable Field, and Constable Field relayed to the rest of the officers on the north side of the hallway that they were gonna evacuate the rooms, I believe the rooms closest to 111 and 112, and then they were going to negotiate with the shooter. And that came from Chief Arredondo.
Who was the IC or incident commander, correct?
We determined that he was the incident commander in there. And that was the first time at 11:55 that any order that I know of, that any of the officers knew of, had been given by the IC. And that stopped some things. Lieutenant Javier Martinez had planned that as soon as the shields got there, he was going to approach the door. But now that the incident commander had made a decision or a plan, they followed their chain of command, because there is no way that the officers knew what Chief Arredondo knew and what he was communicating to Constable Field.
And related to the failure with regard to the keys and the breaching was also a failure in training, correct?
Yes, sir. And
let us know about that.
I can give you an example. Lieutenant Martinez, after he was shot, or after the shrapnel hit him in the back of the head, he retreated to the T intersection of the hallway. A short time after that, he started moving forward, and there was an officer, Landry, who's also a SWAT member, was in a position where he was aiming his rifle towards the vestibule of the room 111 and 12. And Lieutenant Martinez gave him a hand signal to lower his weapon. And then he started moving towards the center of the hall. I mean, up next to the wall, but towards the two rooms, and no one followed. And I immediately recognized that as a training issue, because he should have never approached those. There were plenty of people there. They should have gone with him. But Landry followed exactly what the lieutenant said. He lowered his weapon. The lieutenant never gave him the order to come with him. Although there were other people in the hallway that could have easily fallen in behind Lieutenant Martinez, but I recognize that as it's a lack of training. They didn't practice that. If it had been a different unit that practices there would have never been a person going towards that position, towards those doors, without somebody following behind.
And in terms of breaching, how many years experience did you have breaching?
Over 20, sir.
And tell us about Uvalde Police Department's training with regard to breaching.
I don't believe they've ever been to any extensive breaching classes. I don't believe, well, they had not practiced since before COVID when this occurred.
And typically, in your 20 years of experience, how often would you practice breaching with your team?
Fairly often. We would go, but we had live scenarios as well, because we would make a lot of entries, but we would practice or go out to training. I felt like every quarter, but I think we didn't go that often, but we were out there pretty often, sir.
Okay. So another problem, another failure was the lack of equipment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
So the initial officers that went in, the Uvalde officers, they immediately recognized that they needed a shield to get to that door. The main problem in this scenario, in this incident, wasn't the fact that they didn't go to the door. It was they couldn't get to the door. There was 8 feet that the shooter could see clearly. And I have pictures in the report, but the shooter could clearly see the hallway for 8 feet before the officers could even get to the door. So if he's aiming at the person closest to the table here, he could see the officers, and the officers could only see a blacked out classroom, and they were only looking.
Okay, now that is true, and I will give it that. Let's talk about that for a sec. You have a window that's about yay wide. The classroom is dark. The shooter is in the dark room. A hallway is light. He can see them. They couldn't see him because he's in the dark. So that is true. That it was a big problem. But that's when you have the shields. You get down way below the shield. You can crawl along the wall. Do something. Do something.
Through a small window in the center of the door. The officers could not see where the rounds were coming from. They just knew that the rounds were going through the wall, through the wood, through the doors. And they
Okay, I can understand that. If it's going through the walls, the wood, and the doors, okay. But they did have a shield.
Could not shoot into that room blindly. That would have been a serious violation.
A violation of policy.
And possibly even law, sir.
So in terms of lack of equipment with UPD, what specifically did they not have that they needed?
I believe if they would have had a ballistic shield, I believe that would have been enough to get them in that door at that time, or at least to the door. They wouldn't have known that the door was locked. They wouldn't have known that because they had a reasonable belief that no matter what that door situation was, you had the school police there and they would have had a way to get into that door.
So with regard to the officers that you investigated, my understanding is you only included officers who are still employed by the city of Uvalde, correct?
Correct.
Because a few of them have left since May of 2022.
Yes, sir.
But you also investigated Lieutenant Pargas because he was acting chief that day, correct?
Yes.
So what type of policies did you find with regard to the training of Uvalde Police Department officers that were pertinent?
You mean
Well, again, you looked at the policies.
Right.
But some of the policies did not apply in this situation. So I'm just trying to figure out what you did look at.
It was the active shooter training policy and the SWAT policies is what we looked at.
So let's get to specifics. With regard to Lieutenant Javier Martinez, did you find that he violated any policy?
No, sir. Let me get to that part in the back here.
Tell us why.
So
there were.
Let's talk about, I find it very interesting that he did not investigate those who were no longer within the district. I think everybody should have been investigated. Even though they resigned, they should still be investigated. So no matter what he finds in this report, you will never know if he finds those people responsible.
No indications of wrongdoing in any of his actions. There was no evidence of serious acts of misconduct in direct violation of Uvalde Police Department's policies that were found in his behavior in the response to the incident. Lieutenant Martinez was the highest ranking Uvalde police officer in the hallway and part of the contact team. Lieutenant Martinez accurately recognized that a rifle-rated shield was needed to get past the shooter's viewable zone, which was that 8 feet, so that he could reach and then begin to negotiate the door to room 111. Lieutenant Martinez couldn't even see room 112, but he could see room 111. And he was struck by fragments, and he recognized that the bullets were going right through the walls, right through the doors, right through whatever wood was in between. I found that Lieutenant Martinez made the right decision by not blindly shooting into the room, into the blacked out room. He had no line of sight. He had no target.
Again, that would have been a violation of policy.
And possibly law, yes, sir.
Okay. Sergeant Eduardo Canales, did you find that he violated policy?
No, sir. And all of the officers, Lieutenant Martinez, his actions I found were in good faith. Staff Sergeant Eduardo Canales, there was no indications of any wrongdoing in his actions. There was no evidence of serious acts of misconduct in direct violation of Uvalde Police Department policies that were found with his behavior in response to the incident. Staff Sergeant Canales was the second person on the contact team and also received injuries to his ear. He showed unmeasurable strength and focus in his duties because he didn't say anything about it, but he had a child in the classroom that I believe was next to 111 or 2 from 111. He had a child in one of those classrooms. And he maintained his level-headed thinking. He recognized what was needed. He made the right phone calls to the U.S. Marshals to bring a rifle-rated shield. I found that even though he'd been shot at and hit in the ear, that his actions were all in good faith, sir.
With regard to Sergeant Donald Page, did you find that he violated policy?
So Sergeant Page, there were no indications of any wrongdoing in his actions. There was no evidence of serious acts of misconduct that would have been in direct violation of UPD policy. Sergeant Page entered the building from the south side of the building, and without his rifle-rated vest, he went directly to the shooter's location and arrived on the south side of the vestibule, closest to the door to 111, but no view of 111. He could only have a partial view of 112. He guided Lieutenant Martinez and Staff Sergeant Canales to the room that he believed the shooter was in. Sergeant Page was standing in an area where a round, at least one round, went right through the wall. And had he not moved, the bullet would have struck him in the torso. because he saw the round come through. He was eventually relieved by an officer carrying a rifle and went outside and contacted Ranger Kendall, who arrived. And I believe Sergeant Page had told him that they needed more rifles because most of the officers that made entry had pistols. When Lieutenant Kendall got there, he just asked what kind of weapon they needed. And I believe he handed Sergeant Page his AR-15 and began immediately making calls to DPS or to whoever to get assets out to the scene.
Did Sergeant Page assist in evacuating children from the classrooms?
Yes, sir. Sergeant Page was also one of the first ones to discover children. And what had happened was Sergeant Coronado, who was also on the south.
At what time did he discover the children? That's what I want to know. Give me the time that he discovered the children.
Side of the building, noticed that there were bullet holes through a window and I believe it was the corner room, which would have been 102. And Page was going back inside and Sergeant Coronado asked him to take a look inside that first classroom because there were bullet holes in the window. Page and I believe a deputy sheriff opened the door and Page saw a teacher pop up with children. And Page came running outside to get them out through the window. And that's when the majority of the evacuations had started.
And so did you find that Detective Page acted in good faith?
Yes, sir. Sergeant Page, all of his actions we found were in good faith.
With regard to Detective Lewis Landry, did you find that he violated policy?
He did not violate policy, and I gave an example of how Detective Landry was focused enough to listen to every single thing that Lieutenant Martinez told him. Lieutenant Martinez, Javier Martinez, and Staff Sergeant Canales, they were the highest ranking officers from Uvalde.
Might go a little closer to you.
Is that better? They were the highest ranking officers from Uvalde inside that hallway. And Landry, so Lieutenant Javier Martinez was the prior SWAT commander. Staff Sergeant Canales was the current SWAT commander. And Landry, I believe, was the backup commander for SWAT. And he followed his orders to the T, even when Lieutenant Martinez told him to lower his weapon, but didn't give him the signal to go with him. Landry did exactly what he was told.
And so did you find that he acted in good faith as well?
Yes, sir.
With regard to Lieutenant Pargas, did you find that he violated policy?
So I separated the report into 10 different sections, and Lieutenant Pargas was placed on the section for command staff. Had Lieutenant Pargas, so Lieutenant Pargas resigned or retired the day after I conducted my interview with him, or within a couple of days of that. And but had Lieutenant Pargas remained with the Uvalde Police Department, it would be my recommendation, my team's recommendation, to exonerate Lieutenant Pargas.
Tell us why.
He was obviously the acting chief of police beginning on, I believe, May 22nd. He immediately responded to the shooter incident, to the active shooter incident from the police department headquarters. As the acting chief of police, Pargas was responsible for overseeing the city of Uvalde's response to the employees and equipment, for the employees and equipment to assist the Uvalde Independent School District. In accordance with the Memorandum of Understanding, which Pargas knew. He knew what that MOU was, and he knew who was going to be in charge when they got to the school. Although when they initially dealt with the shooter, it didn't matter that there was an MOU. It would have been whatever officer arrived first. But once that initial momentum was gone, Pargas recognized that it was the MOU that Chief Arredondo was going to be the IC, incident commander. Lieutenant Pargas, and by the time Lieutenant Pargas arrived, Chief Arredondo was already on scene and in the hallway by the time Pargas went in. The other thing that I don't mention a whole lot here, but I want to make sure that it's clear, is that it's a reasonable position that UCISD Lieutenant Hernandez, who was second in command for the ISD, was present and at the scene of on the campus of the Robb Elementary shooting. He had the training to do the incident command or the post, the incident command post. He had the training to do that. I was not able to determine what his role was out on the scene because the school district didn't cooperate after a few months of me being on the case.
Okay, so I think we all know that Chief Rodriguez was on vacation, and he gave Lieutenant Pargas an order to set up a command post, correct?
Correct, and that's why I included Chief Rodriguez on this. He did not show up to the scene, obviously, he was out of state, but he gave an order to Acting Chief Pargas to set up a command post. And what Pargas did was he delegated that to the person that knew the most about that, which was Lieutenant Juan Martinez. And so he delegated that order to Martinez, who was coming in. He was on vacation the whole week as well, but he heard the incident going on and he came in.
Okay, so where physically was Lieutenant Pargas if he wasn't trying to set up the command post?
He was at the door, sir. That communication issue was massive. You've got officers inside that hallway that are not able to communicate out. Lieutenant Pargas knew that he had two injured officers in that hallway. One of them, Lieutenant Martinez, who was refusing to leave to get checked out by EMS, that Pargas had to give him a direct order to step outside and go get checked because he'd been hit in the back of the head. Pargas walked with him to the EMS van, and Pargas left there, went back to the building while Lieutenant Martinez was being attended to.
So were you able to determine why a command post was not set up?
Yes, sir. One of the other issues on this incident was the crowd control, the crowd. At times they were difficult to control.
This blew my ears up, y'all. Wake up, because this is some of the biggest BS I heard in this entire report. He blames the fact that they did not get an incident command system set up on the fact they didn't have, they needed crowd control. I haven't had enough coffee for this yet. Look at this woman. Look at this woman.
They were controlled. The crowd.
Watch.
At times they were
What
difficult
the
to control.
ever loving
They were
Lord
wanting
are you
to break
talking
through
about?
police barriers. There were times where some of the people in the crowd, and not all of them, sir, but some of them wanted to get to an ambulance even that was there.
They left. They were so mad. Now, we're not going to watch all of the family's interaction. We've already seen some of it, okay? Oh, it gets deep.
And the officers that were trying to get the ones that were trying to get set up with the command post were having issues with the crowd control because they had to make sure that nobody else in the crowd was injured.
Was Lieutenant Pargas part of that?
He had to deal with a few things there on crowd control, but he certainly gave the officers the order to control the crowd if they could. But that was one of the issues that kept them from setting up the command post.
So did either Lieutenant Pargas or Lieutenant Juan Martinez attempt to get a command post set up by contacting other agency heads that were there, or agency members that were there?
Yes, sir.
And what happened?
When they would approach the agents or the agencies that were there, they would direct them to someone else in their command, but they wouldn't contact them. They would just say, you need to go find so-and-so to join the incident command.
Do you feel like they did attempt then to set up the command post or not?
Yes, sir, they did.
But were unsuccessful?
Correct.
I call BS. It's the brown stuff that comes out of your butt. Y'all, I'm doing it. I'm doing a code red. If you can't handle loud noise and moving things real fast, blinking, turn away. When the sound stops, you may look in 3, 2, 1. I am beyond floored at this bullcrap. I do not, nor can I, accept that crap. They did not really thoroughly attempt to set up any kind of incident command at all. And what bothers me is they had the ability. If the UISD couldn't handle it, it's all about pride. To me, this is all about pride. If UCISD could not have handled this, and what they should have done was gotten a hold of the Texas Rangers and say, guys, this is above our pay grade. No shame and no game. Please do me a favor. Will y'all please come in and take over this? Because this is too much for us. We can't do it. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't fit with me. How do y'all feel about this? Give me your opinions below. How do you feel about that BS excuse? In all honesty, y'all, $100,000 for this crap. Just saying. Just saying.
So in your report, you make various recommendations. I'm not going to go through those one by one, but would ask you just as an overview, what are the recommendations you have?
June, Angela, my research mod queens, can we get our hands on a copy of this report? Because it was made public. I would love to see all of the little changes that he suggested they make, because he suggested they make changes. Yeah, he did. So my question to y'all is can we get our hands on that report?
So the big recommendations really came for their SWAT and their tactical unit. Paul Ford is the one that put that part of it together. And one of the main recommendations was to stop using their SWAT unit, to disband that. They didn't have the equipment, they didn't have the training to continue as a SWAT team. And it was recommended also that they join a regional SWAT team to get the experience so that they could come back to Uvalde and set up their own SWAT team once they had
more training. Don't dismiss anybody. Don't hold anybody accountable. Just, we need them to get trained more.
enough experienced members.
So are you aware of any other solution that's been identified by anyone that would have allowed law enforcement to gain access to the classroom at Robb without field-rated shields?
No, sir, but I'd like to comment about that. 2 months prior to this incident occurring, there was a class for active shooter that was put on. Every single member of the instructions team, all the instructors for that active shooter training were inside the hallway, not just.
Okay, that was point number 2 that blew my ever-loving mind out of the water. How in the world? How in the world? Why? How? I do not know. Someone explain to me how you have everybody that who was in that training, that taught the training, all of the instructors for that training, including the one that was up on the freaking stand the other day, who was an instructor for the training. How in the hell? Why are they not being held responsible? Because obviously your training isn't that good, boo. Your training sucks, obviously. Just saying.
Just at the school, but in the hallway. So you had your training, your trainers for this active shooter scene in the hallway with them. And there were no solutions given other than they needed the shield. I believe there were no solutions given because there weren't any solutions for this.
Other than the rifle-rated shield?
Rifle-rated shield or a shield. A shield would have been better than nothing at all.
Okay, but wasn't there a point where they did have shields and the BORTAC commander stopped them?
When they heard the gunfire at 12:21, they started moving forward without the rifle-rated shields. They were moving forward with the shields that they had. They were just going to take a chance with those shields. But that's when they realized, hey, we're not going to be able to get in there that quick with these, with using the Halligan tool. So they stopped the line to get the key.
So with regard to the
a key that they may not have even needed. They didn't check. They didn't. I mean, come on, y'all get creative. The guy can see people walking, but could he see someone crawling? So what do? You send your tiniest man up against that wall, and he slithers in, and he creeps up, and he goes, and see if it's locked. Saying, I don't think they exhausted all means.
The breaching training that the UPD officers went to, right, shortly before the incident at Robb School. Was there ever a scenario in any of their training that mimicked what happened at Robb School, where there was a shooter behind a door that was cracked open, where he could see out and no one could see in? Was that ever in any of the Uvalde Police Department's training?
No, sir. Commander Baker went over this training very closely, and there was never a scenario that they put on that covered this exact issue that was happening there at Robb. They were being shot at from 8 feet away from their door. You know, you hear a lot about the fatal funnel, but that fatal funnel, they come into the doorway, which is usually the fatal funnel. The Donald Page had no doubt in his mind that the shooter had set up and started camping, which is a common term. I didn't know it, but it was a common term used for gamers when the person with the weapon gets on one side of the room and waits for the people coming in through the door to shoot him. And that's what he believed was going on. And based on where the shooter was found, that may be accurate.
So do you have any recommendations in terms of going forward for school safety?
I have a few. One of the things is any reasonable person would think that the ISD officers would have a key to any place inside any school. I would even recommend that here in Uvalde, every officer have access to the classrooms.
Uvalde Police Department.
Correct, sir. Any Uvalde officers, because they're also, according to the MOU, they're in charge of covering the area at night. What happens if there's a burglar that goes into one of the school, buildings? They would have to gain entry into the school if the ISD was not working. And one of the other things that I thought of, and I would look at it very closely, but I would consider requesting the ISD to adopt a policy that does not allow any children to be taught in a classroom that cannot be secured.
That's the best he came up with in this whole thing.
I have a theory on what happened with the door based on Agent Guerrero's statement. That door had a latch that when you turn the knob, the latch goes into the door. And the teacher would disengage, it would get stuck inside that door because of paint. The teacher would disengage that latch by hitting it with the back of his hand. And there's no doubt that door was closed, possibly unlocked, or the latch was stuck in the door. In other words, if it gets stuck in there, you could actually pull the door open without ever having to turn the handle because the latch is stuck inside the door. And it was an issue that had been brought up, but you teach the children to train them to get in a corner and hide in the darkness, but that's with the design that the door is locked.
And secured.
And secured, yes, sir. In this case, one of the theories that I have about what happened to that door is with the 223 rounds hitting the door, it may have had the same effect as the teacher hitting it with the back of his hand to cause it to disengage from the door and go into the door frame.
Mr. Prado, any other recommendations?
Not at this time, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to section 5B, citizens input on independent expert investigative report regarding the Uvalde Police Department. Citizens are requested to sign up prior to council meeting if requesting time to address the council.
Holy hell. Okay. Beginning of this meeting, the mayor did say that after the report is given, the council and I will remain. So it was kind of told that he wasn't going to stay, but, yeah, there's the crap at the
We're going to open this up right
We
now.
saw
We're
part
going
of
to
that.
extend the time to 1 hour. We're also going to allow from 3 minutes up to 5 minutes for everybody to
There he
speak. We'd
goes.
like everybody that is signed up to have the opportunity to speak. There won't be any action with the council. We've heard this report, the council and I, for the first time tonight. We have not seen the report, so there will not be any comments from the council tonight. But we'd like to hear from as many of y'all as possible tonight. So I'm going to
Okay, so it got real heated. And here it is. Now, mind you, my fabulous mods, glorious mods, you guys found the actual report. I'm thinking I need to talk to my mods, but I think I need to do a separate live and read through that report and go through that report. It is too much for us to do today. But I really, really want to go through that report with y'all. I'm going to back this up and I'm going to show here. Watch this.
But we'd like to hear from as many of y'all as possible tonight. So
Y'all get ready for raw emotion, y'all. Raw. Raw. Sorry. I went there.
Where did he go? Bring him back.
He has left the buildings.
He gave his report. He left.
Bring him back.
Okay.
No, why did he leave? He has gone against everything that every law enforcement official has said, and he walked out here without facing any questions.
Okay.
From us or the family, sir. Please explain why that is.
Okay.
Why would you allow that?
I don't want to hear an explanation. I want him back. I don't want to hear an explanation. I want him back.
She is shaking, y'all.
Somebody do the right thing.
Oh, y'all, she is shaking. And I had to turn the volume down just to save your ears.
I worked with y'all. I knew y'all. Do the right thing.
Please. Okay. Please let. Okay. Please let Ms. Rubio speak.
Please do what's right. Not
do what's right.
Is right for city government, not what is right for what your lawyers are telling you, what's right for the people that you serve, the people that elected you. Do what is right. Please do what is right. I just want him here while I address, because some of these issues have to do with what he just said.
Okay. If I can get him back here, he will not be addressing y'all.
I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear from him.
Hang on one second.
Nothing but cowards.
Okay. Let Ms. Rubio speak. Please sit. They went to go get him, Ms. Rubio. He will not be commenting, but he will hear your concerns.
He doesn't have much to say.
They're going to go get him.
Correct, June. June brought this up. Okay. June did bring this up. You see this lady sitting here? Remember I told you her head was shaved and she got a cochlear implant. That's what that is in her hair. She's shaking. She shook through this entire thing. Now she didn't shake. She doesn't have a tremor. This is stress, anxiety, PTSD kicking in like crazy. And she doesn't have a normal tremor, but watch her. She is shaking, but someone asked what was in her hair. That's a cochlear implant. All right, guys, he comes back in.
All right, don't touch me, don't touch me.
And mind you, watch the security coming in with him. That bad. Not pretty, y'all. I'm going to zoom. Here we go.
You ain't for the people, you're for the.
They're telling them, don't say a word, dude. Keep your mouth shut. The crap is hitting the fan.
You said they said he wasn't commenting. How dare you? How dare you? You were paid by them, and you just came out and, what was that, a deposition?
What did I say? What did I say? It sounds like a deposition.
That he was waiting to shoot them like the video games? Of course. That's why they line up, is it not? So that the first one can take it and the others can take this person down? You said that it was best, that there was no way to go in. It was for their safety. It was not for the safety of children. How dare you? And you want the DA to give you a report for what? You have like zero reading comprehension.
Ooh! Snap! She said it! Wasn't me, y'all. That was all her, y'all.
I know some of you. I have worked with some of you before I lost Lexi, and I am asking you to do what no one else has done yet. Do the right thing. It is not about a recommendation. It's about doing the right thing. There were multiple law enforcement officers from multiple agencies that stood by for 77 minutes as children and teachers died, and I'm not going to stand by. There are a number of people that I would like to discuss, but today I planned on discussing three people who had the opportunity to go in 11:37. Before then, before 11:55, when you said, Pete Arredondo said, wait for the keys or wait to evacuate rooms. 3 officers went towards gunfire. They knew what to do. They did that in the beginning. They went toward the gunfire and then they retreated. Canales and Landry and Javi Martinez at the time were members of the department SWAT team. They had active shooter training and they knew what to do. They chose their lives over the lives of children and teachers. And there is no policy change will eliminate their fear and their hesitation to do what is right in the positions they serve. And for that, they should be terminated.
Okay, guys, I want you to realize something, and it just kind of dawned on me while I'm watching this. Not one of these parents asked for criminal charges. Not one. They asked for them to be terminated from their job, but not one of them asked for criminal charges. Have you noticed that? Just a thought, just a thing that popped in my head.
Lieutenant Javi Martinez cannot get a few people to follow him. How is he helping lead a whole department? I want you to think about the people that you love most in this world, your children, a spouse, a parent. You think about them huddled together in a dark room with a deranged person with an AR-15. Somebody calls 911. Help is on the way. Are these the people that you want responding to your loved ones? Guaranteed it's not.
There's no respect for law enforcement.
No respect for law enforcement? No respect for law enforcement? Utmost respect for law enforcement. But somebody dropped the ball here, dude.
We keep getting kicked while we're already down. It's just blow after blow. And all I heard today was it's the school's fault. It was some of the training instructors. Well, it's because y'all don't serve them, so you're fine saying it's their fault. What you're not fine saying is that it's y'all's fault. Do what's right, terminate them. Change policy. There are people in this department that can benefit from a policy change. They will learn, they will be better, and they will be able to serve. Even some of the ones there, I get it. They were a patrol officer that was there for a year, 2 years, is not going to take command of a situation like this if his higher ups are not. Train them, but these people, they have been serving for years. Nothing's going to change. There's no training, there is no policy that is going to make them put someone else above their own safety. Please do what is right. Please do what's right. Think about your loved ones. Think about them. These people should not be serving.
Mr. Rubio, would you like to speak? Okay. Ms. Mata?
You sat here and you said that you're doing what they told you to do. And that is exactly what you're doing. You are doing what they told you to do. How do all of you live with yourselves? How do you go to bed at night and then wake up every day? Shame on y'all. You said that they did it in good faith. You call that good faith? They stood there 77 minutes and waited. After they got call after call, that kids were still alive in there. All this is, it's a pact. It's a brother's pact. You protect your own. Well, you know what? We're going to stand here and we're going to keep fighting for our own because nobody else is going to do it. And you're not going to stop us.
Mr. Cross?
Okay, guys, be forewarned. I cried when I watched this. I cried. Forewarned.
First of all, I can't even say that I'm surprised. I mean, like he just said, I'm doing what I was told. Obviously, y'all told him what to do. Y'all told him what to say. And we already know this. Like, it's been 2 years. 2 years. But what I want y'all to do is I want you to look at AJ right here. Every single one of y'all. You too, buddy. You too. I want you to look at this child. Because this child survived. This child was shot. And he sat in there for 77 minutes while those fucking cowards did nothing. You said that that was in good faith. And I'm going to reiterate that point. Good faith. Good faith is 77 minutes. The true heroes are those that passed, those teachers. The survivors are heroes. And I am standing here before all of y'all because my son was murdered. He is standing here before you because he was shot. He has more balls than this whole damn town. Every police in this son of a bitch, he does. So I want y'all to look at him. Look at him. Because Mariano Pargas won't. These other police, they won't. Y'all are in charge. You're in charge. And if you follow the recommendations what did he recommend? Oh, it wasn't our fault. Blame it on everybody else. Y'all been doing that. Y'all been doing that for 2 years. We are sick of it. We are sick of it.
Justice.
When is enough enough? When is the money not worth more than our children's lives? Actually, answer this, because we pretty much hear y'all every time that y'all get up and speak or do anything like that. Y'all are proverbially saying, "F our kids." Say it to him. Come on. I mean, there were no cojones shown that day. Do we have any to say it to him? And I know y'all gonna hide behind, oh, we can't talk and everything like that. But guess what? We can step outside of here and we can talk as well. I don't have any lawsuits or anything like that, so y'all can't even try that with me. So how about y'all find the testicular fortitude that was gone that day and actually do a damn thing?
Testicular fortitude. I'm sorry, I chuckled.
Mrs. Ariola?
I did chuckle on that. Testicular fortitude. I'm like,
It's crazy to
dude,
think that I sat up here for the first time, the exact same location with most of you guys. Sat up here and begged y'all, yelled, begged y'all to do the right thing because the families deserved it. And here we are, 21 and a half months later, listening to, I'm sorry, but a bullshit report. And because we all saw it. And listening to somebody say, I'm not trying to get clapped. If it were my child, I would have breached right away. It's not doing the right thing. It's not, I'm sorry, but it's not. Listening to them sit there and say, shoot, that's a suicide mission. You signed on that dotted line. Those kids didn't.
Good point.
That's your suicide mission. But what about those kids? Those kids didn't sign up for that.
True.
They did what they were taught to do in their training, in their policies that y'all enforce at the schools. That's what they were taught, right? Well, what about the guys that had all this training? They didn't do what they were taught. How are they gonna sit there and say, oh, they were sitting there in the dark. They were so quiet. We didn't know they were there. That's what they were trained to do.
Yep.
Mr. Rodriguez, I've never addressed you with anything, but you put that man in charge. And I think it's time that you step up and take a little bit of responsibility for putting that man in charge and do the right thing and make some changes in your department. How are we going to be able to trust that your department if they did nothing to protect these children? You don't even have people that want to come apply to your positions anymore because they don't trust what you have because they're still there. If they cannot protect children, how are they going to protect them? Would you trust somebody that wouldn't even protect a child? Again, I addressed some of y'all. Mr. Smith, you weren't here at that time. But I'm asking y'all again, do the right thing. These children, the teachers, and these families deserve better.
Amanda Vargas.
My name's Amanda Vargas, and I was born and raised in this town. I have 5 children. 3 of them graduated here at UCISD. And I have 2 8-year-olds that attend Uvalde Elementary now. Now, I need you to remember my 8-year-old son, because his name is Tristan, and my daughter, Jada. And I ask this not so that if, but when this tragedy happens again, you'll know my children before their names. And up on a cross. And y'all are sending thoughts and prayers my way the way we did with these 21 families. You know, they keep reminding everyone that the shooter, that he killed 19 children and 2 teachers. And the fact of the matter is, he did. This evil individual, he did. But a lot of them were left for dead by some of our law enforcement. And I knew in my heart, and I know that charges won't be brought against. against those who failed us that day. And I know that. In my heart, I know that. And I just want y'all to know, just please know, that I worry every day that I leave my little ones at school. And I pray and I wait. I wait for 3:30. For 3:30. I wait for that bell to ring. Because I know that some of them who failed still hold a seat. They still hold a seat in my community. They're still gonna be there. So I ask you as a native of Uvalde, and most importantly, as a parent and as a mother who still have 2 children there, that these so-called leaders, they no longer hold that position if they cannot uphold it. And I'm sure you'll hear that I'm married to a law enforcement officer, my husband of 30 years, but you know what? You should have taken an oath. If you can't honor it, Neve, Jacqueline, McKenna, Jose, Eliana, G, Uzai, A. Xavier, Jace, Tess, Miranda, Eliana, Annabelle, Maite, Lexi, Leila, Jayla, Eliana, Tia, Rogelio, Irma Garcia, Neva Mireles.
Ruben Zamora.
I'm waiting for one person and then I'm going to move on. This is long.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruben Zamora. Do y'all know who my daughter is? I think some of y'all do. My daughter was left for dead. Left for dead. And you said they did the right thing. I think right now you almost made me a believer in giving these officers a medal. I almost gave them a medal. I'm not trying to disrespect you or anything because that's not me, but it's disrespectful. I was sitting here. I rarely don't come to these meetings because I think there's more things in my daughter's life more important. But you left or you told him to leave. We all sat here and let him read out whatever he had. I thought it was disrespectful for him to leave, and y'all let him leave. We're not gonna hurt him. We're not gonna hurt a police officer. It would have been done already. They need security. You know what to do. Danny, you know what to do. And if it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. I work in the oil fields. If I don't do my job, I get fired. That's right. Plain and simple. I signed up for a dangerous job. I know it's a dangerous job. And that's my job. I got to take care of my job. These police officers signed up to do a job. They didn't do it. I don't know what y'all can do. Do other recommendations as well to Danny. I don't know. But something needs to be done because it's enough. It's enough. And thank you for whatever you did. But it was disrespectful at the end of the day, leaving the way you left. Because we all have questions. All of us have questions. We sat here and I came from work, left work early to listen to this man, and he left. We have to be screaming and yelling for y'all to bring this man back.
Okay, I'm going to sit here and say, I understand they're upset that he left. I get that. He did leave, but did he leave because he chose to leave? Or did he leave because the city council suggested, dude, it's going to be heated. Give your report and quietly walk out the door. We don't want you here for anything more than just giving your report. If that's the case, then take the anger out on the city council, not on this man. I will tell you, he could have said, I ain't going back in there, boo. You haven't paid me enough for that, $100,000 worth. But he came back. He is sitting there, and I got to tell you, I could not imagine sitting in his shoes right now. I mean, yes, he's stone-faced. He is probably scared to even blink an eyelash for someone's going to come over there and beat the living tar out of him. So, you know what? They're going to demand something in a minute, and I'm going to be honest. I'm going to I ain't moving, dude. I'm terrified. No matter what I do, I am going to be in the wrong. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't, so I'm going to stay neutral. And that's how I feel for this guy. Now, I will tell you, I feel for this guy. In all honesty, they're taking all their anger out on him because they don't agree with his report. You can disagree with the report. Doesn't mean you get to abuse somebody. And I kind of felt like this got abusive in the near future.
So that's all I have to, you have anything to show?
All I heard was about policy that day. They followed policy. They did what they were supposed to do according to policy. But policy doesn't mean anything when there's lives at risk, and there was children's lives at risk, and that's what should have been considered. Not policy and not their own lives, because yes, they took an oath to protect and to serve, and that should have been what they did first. And that's what your investigation should have come back with. Did they protect and they served that day? No, they didn't. My daughter's alive today, but not because they went in, because she held on, because she was strong. Nothing that they did saved her life.
And I got one more before I step down, and I thank you for letting us speak. Our kids were trained to do shooter training. If y'all don't know this, they were trained. Right? They follow policy. Did your officers get trained? I'm not talking about 3 months ago or 4 months ago. When they come into the law enforcement, are they trained? Yes, they are. So there's no excuse. There was lack of training, because our 9-year-old kids trained and they knew exactly what to do. The teachers knew exactly what to do if something like this happened.
They called 911 and they still didn't get help. Children called 911 for them to go in and they still didn't get help.
And I know it's a waste of my time talking, but I felt that I had to come in, at least come and help them fight, because my daughter needs us. But I need to be out here just so y'all can hear me and see who Ruben Zamora is, and my daughter's name, Maya Zamora.
Angela, I bet right now he's wishing he had. I bet he's wishing he had just handed the report and walked out. Not even been there that day. And in all honesty, I really think this board threw him under the bus. He did. They did.
And thank you. I don't know for why y'all here, honestly, but y'all gotta know, it's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. Our kids knew, 10-year-olds and 9-year-olds knew the training. Adults don't know it.
And even after your report, everybody knows the truth. Everyone knows the truth and the failures, and lives would have been saved. We would still have people today. We would have teachers and children here today, no matter what your report came back, if these officers would have done their job and their duty.
Laura.
Now, that said, guys, I'm going to say this. Unfortunately, we do not know how many of the students survived the first wave of the attacks. But there were many who were there were some that were either still alive or hanging to life. There were some that were shot that died waiting to be rescued. Others died instantly. They don't know some of them they would know, but in gist of all of this is what I'm trying to say. If not everybody would have been saved, but even one life would have been saved, would have been worth the sacrifice and the break-in that should have happened. Could have saved only one, could have saved 8. We don't know, because nobody knows. But I will tell you, some lives would have been saved. And it breaks my heart to watch these parents. And yeah, I'm going to have to do some self-care when we're done.
Garza?
Self-care.
Thank God this is not 3 minutes. I've come up here and I've spoke here. I spoke at the city council meetings over there. I spoke at UCISD. I've spoke everywhere. Every time I come up to this podium, I'm like, keep yourself composed because you don't want to act crazy. Oh no, today I'm going to say exactly what I got to say.
Y'all, this girl goes ape nuts. This is what I'm waiting for. Y'all, if you have minors in the room, you may want them to leave.
I have never, ever, ever spoken towards or to Daniel Rodriguez because I always said he wasn't there that day. He didn't do anything wrong. You are doing something wrong. And I'm going to tell you exactly what I feel you're doing wrong. You left somebody in charge of this town. You hold this town in your hands, at least the safety part. You let this man who left, who was there, and her daughter, a child, was in that room on the phone because my niece tried to call 911 and she's no longer here. Her daughter, even after that, still had the courage to call and stay on that phone. And you left a man in charge who left, and he still is able to resign and keep his retirement and sit on commissioner's court and make decisions. How do you?
That is the key. That is part of why they're upset, because he left. He resigned. They didn't fire him, because if they would have fired him, he would have lost his retirement and package and everything else. So he resigned before he could get fired. And then he's on the council. He's on the commissioner's court. They're pissed about that. I would be.
Live with yourself knowing that. How? I don't understand. You, sir, I don't know. You sit in the same category as everybody else. They've had all their training and so many years of experience. What good did you just do all of us? Nearly 2 years we've waited for this. What did this do for us? Nothing. You're going to sit there in a chair next to everybody else who has failed us. Well, I'll tell you one thing. My niece is no longer here, and I'm not going to let people continue to fail her. I'm going to keep coming up here, and I am going to look you in your face, and I am going to tell you, look at this child over here. You don't think he wasn't scared? You don't think he's still scared? And you want to talk to me about your officers being scared? That's exactly what they were. They were scared. Well, how do you think they felt? I don't understand how everybody can sit up here and live with themselves. I'm an adult. I go through pain. I cry. I miss my niece. But the children, they're going to live the rest of their lives like this. The parents, Mr. and Mrs. Amora, are a prime example. They shouldn't have to be up here doing this. They should be taking care of their daughter, but they have to. And like you said, it might be a waste of time. You want to sit here and tell me lack of training, but then turn around and tell me Canales, who was one of the first ones in that building, is SWAT commander? How does that make sense? He's the SWAT commander, but they didn't follow the first officer in there because they lacked training? He didn't have a vest on. He had a gun, but he did not have a vest on, so he couldn't go up there and approach the door. And these kids, I don't understand how you can sit here and like basically excuse Vargas. It's a joke. It's a joke. And let me tell you something. After May 24th, all these cops, they hid. They hid. You never saw them anywhere. And now you have Max Dorflinger, Emmanuel Zamora, all up there with their face plastered all over town. And that's the type of shit we have to see. Why? Because it's people like y'all that make them feel comfortable in this town. It's insane to me. It is insane to me how you can sit up here and say that. And then we sit here, mother's about to throw up, listening to you say this. And then it's exactly like May 24th, I was told to leave. Max Dorflinger, I was just doing what I was told. There was 300 and plus officers there at that scene, and you're gonna tell me nobody could stand up and say, hey guys, I think this is wrong.
Yep.
Hey guys, I don't think we should stand up here. You wanna talk about prime example, Mr. Page, in his interview, because it's all over social media, everybody's seen it, says, I've been to so many active shooter trainings and never have I been in one where officers just stand around. Your own officers. And you don't feel anybody did anything wrong there? There is kids dead, teachers dead, children who survived in a class bleeding, teachers who are never gonna be the same, and you're gonna tell me nobody did anything wrong? Shame on you. Shame on you. Sometimes I think that we live in a world, it's like, are we in a dream? You've gotta be kidding me. I mean, if just my statement earlier does not contradict what you just said, Canales is SWAT commander, but didn't know to follow Martinez? And that's not a problem? These are the same officers that you still have. They don't know? You yourself just said how many times you breached, how many times in your career that you did so many door breaches and everything. You're gonna tell me that none of those officers knew how to breach a door? If you can't even get keys to a door, we got a problem. A big problem. And these are the same officers that are still here. If an emergency happens at a school, why isn't that a hazard? If there's a fire, you're gonna tell me the only way to get in is through a door? No? I mean, come on. This right here is just insane to me. And the fact that it's the blame game. Well, let me tell you something. You don't know who I am, but guess what I'm doing with my life? I have 5 children, and now I'm going to school to be an EMT. I'm gonna make a difference. I'm gonna make a difference. But let me tell you, when I go to school, what am I gonna be trained to do? If someone drops dead in cardiac arrest, you save them. That's your job. So I'll tell you something. I don't care if you're the president, someone tells me, stand back, don't save their life. What? So if I'm an officer and someone tells me, don't go in a classroom, kids are dying in there, but don't go in. What? I don't understand how how you're not seeing. This is wrong. How you could sit up here and say what you just said. You know. You all know. And it's like, oh, the families, they are crazy. Oh, I wonder why. This is insane to me. And I really hope that even though we feel like this is a waste of time, I pray that somebody that comes up in here says something to make somebody change their mind. I really do. But what you did today, sir, was a slap in the face. And you're wrong. I don't care if nobody else tells you, I'm telling you, you're wrong. My niece is gone. Gone. I will never see her again. And you're gonna tell me no one's at fault for that? You're gonna tell me that, oh, it was Pargas's responsibility to set up an incident command post? We're not gonna blame that on Arredondo because he couldn't have been in that building and been over there at the same time. Somebody else have to have done it. Lack of communication. Since day one, we've been asking for the school board and the city council to meet, to talk, to come up with a plan, to work together, because then we come here and they say, oh, we have no control over the school board. And the school board, we have no control over the city council. That has yet to happen. It has yet to happen. Somebody make it happen. It's always.
I think she's making a good point there. You have the school board and the city council, which are two separate entities that usually do not mingle. I think in this situation, they need to mingle. I think she has a good point. Bring the school board and the city council together, and y'all devise up a plan that is going to help these children should this happen in the future. Bring in the fire chief, the police chief, the EMS, your sheriff, your school board, and city council, and your commissioner court. All of you get together and work together with emergency management. One thing they're not bringing up to me, guys, and I don't know if you guys get this. Can y'all hear me? Okay, there you go. I don't know if y'all realize that nobody's talking about the emergency management committee, the emergency management. You have a city manager. You also have an emergency manager in the city. Why do you not have your emergency manager? Or if you're talking about him, I don't know it. But I haven't heard anything from emergency management that is designed to deal with mass casualty events. Where is your emergency management leader?
Well, it's up to them. This little security meeting that we have that you're a part of, Daniel, you can make it happen. You sit up there with the mayor, with the superintendent, make it happen. Somebody make something happen. Somebody be the person to say, today, I'm going to do it. I'm going to speak up. I'm going to make the change today. Somebody do it.
This is her voice.
Love you, Sissy. Bye.
Oh, Mia.
Love you.
No, I don't want to hear that, Mia. I
Her
can't.
birthday was a few days before the shooting happened.
Oh.
That is the last voice message I ever got from her. And for all of y'all, you're all cowards.
Ms. Martinez.
Hector, you have known me since I was little. We went to church together. Help me be the voice for my son. Help us all fight for our children and our two teachers. You, hearing your report, what you had to say, and saying that the blame was on the parents, the people that were in the crowd. We were willing to go into that school and get our children out, taking our lives for our children. You're saying that these cops they did it and don't need to be punished? My son's birthday is on Tuesday. You know how I'm gonna celebrate that? At the cemetery. I should not be doing that. I should be singing to him in his face, with his family, his little brothers and his big brother. That's how I should be singing happy birthday to him. But yet I'm here fighting with the rest of them and getting justice for our children. Danny, you've known my husband for years. You aren't the man in charge, but yet you say that you're proud of the office.
I will say this, guys. This situation has pinned friends against friend, family against family, y'all. And it's horrible, and it breaks my heart.
Officers that you trained, and they're all on Facebook before anything happened, on Facebook taking pictures with the SWAT team. We have a new SWAT team taking pictures. Where was that?
Yeah,
SWAT
that made me
team
mad.
On May 24th.
Do you know that there were SWAT team members while they were waiting to enter and go in, were doing selfies and putting it on public social media? What the hell? This is not the time to document that you're there. This is not at the time. That shouldn't. Oh, that angered me, y'all. I sat here and watched this, and I was screaming at the screen. It angers me that you're sitting here taking selfies. Why? Why would you do that? This is not the time or place to be doing that ever when you're at a school mass shooting. You don't, and knowing that there's dead children and teachers and potentially a lot of people, and you're taking selfies and putting it on social media. Who the hell are you? You should be fired for that crap.
They stood there.
My humble opinion.
Frozen. Didn't know what to do. They were scared because it was their life. My son survived the 77 minutes fighting for his life. He was
didn't survive.
by ambulance to Hondo. Fought for another hour and a half. He was trying to come home to be with his dad and his family, but he didn't make it. Help us get change. Clean out this bad. Clean out this bad. Stop and stand up with us and say, you know what? These officers need to be gone. These officers need to be gone. Clean house. Help us.
Mr. Prado, all them breaches that you had, how many times did you have to be told to go in? Let's let that one sink in.
Oh, I forgot about her. How many times did you have to be told to go in? He never went in. He was told to go in, and he never went in. Okay, this is going to get good, y'all. I mean, not good in the good way. This is going to get
That outbreak
interesting.
that you saw a few minutes ago, that's people being pushed to the brink. That's people being pushed aside, trying to get answers, can't get answers. Previous mayor, every time we would come to a meeting, nobody tells me nothing. I went up there with Mitchell, went over there, and nobody ever tells us nothing. I hope you're not going to be that type of a mayor. And you, John Wayne, have the decency to take your hat in reverence to the people.
Here we go. Here we go. Y'all.
Have the decency to
Y'all, here we go. What? Oh, I forgot about this.
take your hat off in reverence to the families, to the dead children. I didn't hear you say nothing about reprimanding nobody. Nobody got reprimanded. Oh, his little ear. What about the children? They were come on, John Wayne, take your hat off. See, that's how you guys are. That's how you guys are. Just like McCraw. Oh, it was an abject failure. If this department had anything to do wrong that they failed, I'll step down. Freaking liar. Why doesn't he step down? I hope it comes out on the news and he sees it. And then the governor shows up here and is all his words of wisdom. He said, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. I've heard him say that several times on the news. With just one, that's more than enough. 19 children and 2 teachers. This lady right here, Emmy, she just posted the other day, 25 hours I can't sleep for PTSD. It was wrongly and falsely accused. She's trying to sell stuff to put food on her table to pay her bills, and the public school just kicked her out. And you didn't recommend nobody to get reprimanded, turn in your badge. The meeting that we had there at the college, Mr. Moss, I have a lot of respect for him. Because if I would have been me, I would have turned in my badge and left the state. These idiots are running for office with a big old smile on their posters. Come on, Mayor. Daniel, Mr. Lopez, that's what's right here. Did you know that your officers today, right now, are harassing them? Yeah, they're pulling them over, harassing them. You did know that, right? Today, they're doing it now. They've done it just a few days ago. They got video. Somebody, Mr. Mayor, somebody has to speak up. Somebody has to do the right thing. When we talked with the mayor before, he could never get with the school because I have nothing to do with the school, and the school says we can't do nothing with the city council. Somebody, please do something. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to kind of pause it from there because we got a lot more video to go through. So I do want to do a quick okay. Everybody take a deep breath. Y'all, we got some stuff on the, let me find what I'm looking for. I'm going to give you some stats while we take a deep breath. Everybody stand up and stretch, take a deep breath. We've been here all day. It's been emotional. Total number, and this is a January 19th, 2020, all of these numbers are since 2013. It's 13 years in numbers, okay? Total number of incidents of G violence, 28,817. Number of deaths since in 13 years is 12,412. Injuries are 22,070. Number of children ages 0 to 11 unalive or injured are 576. Number of teens unalive or injured 12 to 17 is 2,292. Mass weapon unloadings, 271 incidences. Officers involved in the incident, meaning officers that are been lead shotted or unalive, 229. Officers involved in incident subject to the suspect that's been unalived or injured, or 1,849. Home invasions are 1,327. Defenses use, meaning the weapon was used in a defensive situation, 1402. Unintentional lead shootings by accident is 1487. Sorry, I'm having allergies. Total number of incidences are 40,139. This is since 2015, archive in 2015. I mean, I can keep going. June, can we make that document available on our Discord for in members in chat so they can look at it? 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22. It has all of the information just archived in 2025. Total number of GV unalives, all cases, 38,000 last year. Homicide, red room, unintentional, DGU, 14,682. Self-harm, successfully self-harmed, 24,090 in the United States have had in 2025. Mass lead shooting, 408. Mass red rumors, 15. Number of children unalived from ages 0 to 11 were 225, injured 462. Number of teenagers from 12 to 17 unalived 1,036, injured 2,741. Officer involved incidents unalived just in the year of 2025 are 78. Officers unalived or injured, just injured, 337. Officer involved incidents that were unalived are 1404, meaning they unalived the perpetrator. The suspect was injured was 876. Defensive use, 1151. Unintentional, accidental, 1326. Red room and suicide incident, or red room or self-harm incidents is 680. These go per year, per freaking year. Let me see what yes, there's a section for mass unalivings. Yep. Police, we will post this. I'm going to go ahead and say yes, we'll post this. Okay, I'm going to see if I'm clicking on the link myself just to make sure it works. But yes, we are posting. I do want to share that information. I really, really do. I think it's important for us to share that. Okay, guys. I'm going to play this real quick. It's only a 2-minute, but we're going to get into the actual school best video of the actual unalivers. We're going to actually get into the actual video cam footage of the hallway in just a minute.
Texas School District knew an officer they recently hired was under investigation for her response to the massacre at Robb Elementary back in May, where 19 children and 2 teachers were killed. But they hired her anyway. Now that officer, Crimson Elizondo, has been fired.
They don't do their good background checks.
Victims' families yesterday protested the revelation that the district had hired Elizondo, formerly a state trooper, who was the first to enter the hallway after the shooter gained access to a classroom. Law enforcement waited 77 minutes to take down the shooter. Elizondo was caught on tape saying afterwards that she would have gone in if her son had been inside.
Your kids okay?
Yeah, my son's in daycare. He's not old enough.
I saw you.
Yeah, no. No, if my son had been in there, no, I would not have been outside. I promise you that.
Parents appalled that Elizondo was hired by the very school district she was supposed to protect.
Why? Why not our kids? Why wouldn't she not been in that room? Why not? If she would have saved her kids, why not mine?
The Uvalde district saying in a statement, "We sincerely apologize to the victims' families and the great Uvalde community for the pain that this revelation has caused." Documents show the district knew August 1st that Elizondo was under investigation for actions inconsistent with training and department requirements.
You know, as the school district that I send my children off to, I expect them to be vetting these officers to make sure that the right people are tasked with protecting our students.
Elizondo resigned from the Texas Department of Public Safety after the massacre to work for the Uvalde School District. So even though she's under investigation, she's no longer subject to any department discipline.
Yeah, and that's how they get around it. They get around it by leaving. And that infuriates me, man. That infuriates me. Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure that link is available to you guys. It is also going to be in our Discord in members, in member chat. I really want to make that available to you guys so you guys can see that. We all are also going to go through the report that jerk filed, but I really need to get on to the actual video. Now, mind you, this is a very, very difficult video to watch. This is the full 1 hour and 22 minutes. We are going to go through this video. We are going to talk about this video. We're going to stop the video. You guys, your voice matters. And I'm going to ask my mods if they want to hop on. Why do I have two? Oh, I have two Angelas, I guess, because you're on two devices, maybe. I will encourage, if my mods wish to come on at this point and communicate or talk about it, you can. You don't have to. I'm just opening up the floor because this is going to be the actual hallway video camera. Okay. Actual hallway video camera. Let's go. These are going to be different videos. This is where we are starting off. The sound is on. Here is the car accident. Bam! He wrecks the vehicle. Mind you, he's never driven before. He stole the vehicle from his grandmother and never driven before. That dude probably didn't even know how to drive. He didn't. He didn't know how to drive. Just saying. Just saying. We will have sound with some things. Some things we will not have sound. He will get out of the video. You're going to be seeing the funeral home people walk out. They're like, oh my God, there's two funeral home people walking out. They were outside. They saw the actual incident happen. And they're like, oh my God, what happened? We got to go check this out. Now they're being shot at. So they're like, we're getting the hell out of here. And they call the police. Now you can see he's getting out of the car and he's heading towards the school with the weapon. Let me see if I can follow him. He's right here. Let me zoom this a little bit. Playback speed at 125 just to help us get through this a little quicker. Here comes, there goes, right there is the perpetrator. Why do we not have sound on this? I guess there is no sound. And there he is going across the school parking lot. The view that we're facing right now is from the funeral home. Mind you, the original phone call came in as a car accident, and then the lead shooting came in. This is continuing from the Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home with Audio Elementary School. Don't forget, there were kids outside on the playground that he did aim and shoot toward. Thank God no one were hit. None of the kids on the playground were hit. he may not have realized, and I'm not defending him, but he may not have realized that that was the person with the weapon. He may not have seen the weapon. I don't know for sure. Okay, he comes in the side door. Okay. Watch this little boy come out of the bathroom. Okay, he's looking into that classroom. This little boy came out of the bathroom. There is room 11112. It is on the left-hand side from this angle. From this angle, he's shooting into the classroom. Right there. The poor little boy runs and hides in the bathroom. Remember that diagram I showed you? They said this is where he entered and all of that. It was not correct. Many people have been unalived at this point. Understand that the teacher in the room 11 has been shot at this point, and many students have already been shot at this point. Just saying, there's nobody there yet. Just saying. I did shrink the video just a touch so we could get everything in place. So the first shot was fired at hold on. I want to try to see the time. $11:33 was the first shots fired. 11:33. 2 minutes, he's still firing. They're all gone at this point, guys. I cannot imagine, and I'm not saying this to be mean or tacky, but I cannot imagine anybody being alive in that room after this point. He's been there for 2 minutes, almost 3 minutes, and he is still letting it go. Yeah, that smart kid saved his own butt. But they're still letting it go. It is still going on. They just entered right here. 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes. I can't imagine any of those children being alive at this point in that particular room. So they run. Well, I understand some were still alive at this point, but so much time has gone by. so much time. Some people, the reason why I'm bringing that point out, and you're correct, Music by Brian 2024, is that there are some people who believed that he only fired for a minute or less than a minute when the police entered. It's 3 minutes, almost 3 minutes. Yes, I agree, Angela. I agree. Agree. I'll be right back. Comfort break. We're going to keep it playing. Okay. In my humble opinion, you can see right here where my mouse is the door. There's the door that enters that hallway. You got two doors right here. The classrooms share a wall, bathroom in between. I would have had someone skimmy up here and just skimmy along there on their bellies. I would have done that. Check and see if that door's unlocked and taken a shot. I would have. That's my humble opinion. Sorry about that, my bad. Hold on. Music man, don't get offended with me. I had to take that comment down because I won't get in trouble. It's a lead shooter. It's a pew-pew. You can put shot, pew-pew, SG, pew-pew, but be careful. Yes, it is that. It is not an AR style gun. I mean, lead shooter. I was reading what you put. We got to be careful with the GUN. Not my rules. You're right. Don't take it offensively. I don't want YouTube trouble. FYI, my captioning is getting some of these comments, although captioning is turned on here. This is not catching them. Here, we got to watch those guys. Get up get up. You guys remember, right? I guess we're talking about training. The request, something director, and then it says, do we go? Okay, do we go? Somebody is trying to go, and somebody's telling him not to. Who is telling him not to is what I want to know. That has been one of the points I've been making all along. I'm not saying that the officers shouldn't be charged with anything, but my thing is why is only one officer being charged, or two officers? There's so many more people. But y'all, they have a lawsuit against like 90 police officers. Okay, boom. 22 minutes, 20 minutes later, boom, shield right there. Now, mind you, you can see movement right up here where my little arrow is. That's Gonzalez and his group. See with this little black, this is the door. Right here is the door. Can I zoom in and out here? coming up. This here, this black thing are two doors side by side. That's where the shooter is. There's Gonzalez and his team up there. This guy arrives here almost 20 minutes later. Is it 20 minutes? I'm going to enlarge this so I can see better. 24 minutes after that, but right at 20 minutes later, here's a shield. This guy, he's got a helmet. He's got the proper vest. He is fully geared. I would have grabbed that shield and I would have charged the freaking door. Why? He should be held accountable too. You got SWAT people coming in. Why are you using it like this? Why are you using the shield for the guy? I mean, I get why he's using it. That is a tactic. That is something they do. Okay, that is not a bad thing. He's shielding his body. He doesn't have proper armor. Okay, I get it. But you have the guy that had proper armor who's got a weapon above this guy's ear. I mean, if you point that off, he's going deaf, at least for a while. But why didn't that guy charge? Why did that guy not charge? You now have 50 more minutes before they do anything. Plus. Actually, guys, this guy's been pressing me a little bit. He's got his hand-led shooter he's got the hand-led shooter in the left hand. He's got the long-led shooter in the right hand. He's doubled up. He's got some cojones, man. I'm just saying he's double dipped. Okay, they recognize some teachers. I don't know. I almost would wonder what would it be like if they had what it would be like till this day's come. If they had somebody, let me get my thing over here. If they had somebody crawl slowly and methodically up to here, and then they had somebody with the shield up here distracting the perpetrator while the one on the floor takes him out. Because the glass has already got a hole through it from the lead, so they could shoot in. He shot out, they could shoot in. Now, look, we will notice that there are some people who are in shorts and some of them are even in tennis shoes and Crocs and civilian clothing because they came when they heard what was going on. They're not even fully covered and they're there. So kudos to y'all. But why didn't this guy here go in when he has the shield? He has the proper vest. He has the headgear. He could have gone in. Why did you not go in? That's who I'm upset with. We have all this stuff. Okay, they're talking about trying to negotiate. They still don't understand and don't believe they do at this point, or at least the guy that's speaking, that I'm picking bits and pieces up, that there are actually, he's in with children. They just think he's barricaded in at this point from what little bits I'm gleaming from the conversation and captioning. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to watch captioning when you see me looking up like that. All right. They are trying to get whoever's behind this door to open it. I'm like, I didn't open the door to you. Now we talk about Master Key. Okay, this is the first I've heard right now. We are in it 31 minutes. We're in it 30 minutes, about 1 minute for the intro and everything. We're in it about 30 minutes. And this is, I've just now heard them say something about a key, or not heard, read them say something about a key. I'm going to back that up for a sec. So there's a master key. Okay, there goes the teacher. Okay. I see 7 officers there, and I'm going to zoom a little bit because it's hours of this. Now we're going to go to the opposite end of the hallway. There's another body cam. Okay, we're going to go here. Shield number 2. Okay, now you really have no reason not to go in, although there's only one person with a helmet on, but you got 2 shields. Why? This is when I would be going in balls to the walls. Excuse me. Shield number 3, 36 minutes in, 37 minutes in, you now have 3 shields. Why do you not go in? Look at that. Now, I do know these shields were not rated high velocity shields, but still. All right, what I just heard, saw someone say, "You're going to effing hate me. I don't have info. You're going to effing hate me." So they're like, "You're not going to like what I have to say, but there's nothing happening." And can you guys build attention? They have two shields right there. One's been removed. I don't understand this. You know, when I came into this, I was like, well, I was on the side of the police because you never know what's going on their end. It's so easy to sit out and be the outsider and judge. But I've seen so much of this now, it just infuriates me. By the way, guys, please forgive me. I've got an ear infection and the pressure is just building, and chewing gum and chewing on things tends to help pop that pressure. So don't get mad at me. I'm having a freaking lollipop. Do you see all that right there? Do you know what that is? Is that ammo? I don't know what all that is, but it does look like there's some ammo in there. Smoking gas. Oh, that's right. That's right. There's a smoke gas canister. That's right.
It's a door just like this one. It opens that way. It's good. It opens that way. That you open it that way, swings that way. Right? Maybe we get the thing in that door. Maybe we can take them out. Next thing, listen, I also think back to me to feel like was that. Well, I heard stop within the last minute. Right here. We do that.
So let's just take a little inventory right here. Why don't we? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6 to, I would say 8 people in this area here. God knows what's at the other end. You have a guy here who's got SWAT team vest on. He's got a helmet, well, bulletproof helmet on. I think it's a bulletproof, I'm assuming, because he's putting it on. And he's got a gas mask. You've got a bunch of tear gas there. You've got 2 shields there. Hello. Really? I mean, I'm getting angry, and I'm trying not to get angry.
More firing.
Okay, so we've had over 20 minutes of quiet. Now he's firing again. Look. Right? I mean, look at this guy, shorts and Crocs. Looks like he came from the gym. Why did you leave the shield here where no one's around it? Take it with you. Okay, if I remember correctly, there's two guys that just left scene. I'm going to say stage right, left. I think they started pulling out med stuff out of their bags, and they were starting their triage section right there. You notice they're bringing their backpacks. Each one of them, everyone is supposed to have a first aid kit. And that includes tourniquet and other things, but they have to have a first aid kit. Just saying. And I think if I remember correctly, that's when everybody started getting their kits over there, and they were opening them up, looking for tourniquets and stuff. Getting ready. We're 57 minutes into this. We still got 20 minutes of this left, y'all. I'm playing it because I want you to realize how long this is. And if you're in an emergency situation and you're waiting for help, it seems even longer, much longer. I can't keep it. I mean, there's not much happening. Let's just zoom. Yo, can you believe this? We're at an hour and 7 minutes. 10 minutes left. We're getting ready to go. Now, what I don't understand is this. They're in that hallway. They're right up there. That guy can see everything they're doing. So why is he not responding? Because they found him in the closet. Now they're gathering like a bunch of cows. Yeah, they're just sitting there. Yeah. And you know why? Because I think he's got himself in a closet in that classroom was where they found him, and unalived him was in that closet. So he's probably not near that door at this point. Perpetrator. No, he did not. They did it for him. Here we go. He's dead. He's gone. They're bringing out the teacher, I believe, or one of the victims. Well, this guy's having to hold everybody back. Okay, guys. I'm not going to sit here and run a whole hour and 45 minutes of this, but we'll run a little bit.
I don't know which. It's not the classroom.
The funeral home, we have command post set up here.
Okay, Nuttenbugger. Okay, it is already 4:30 my time. So we're going to move forward a little bit. I am going to go ahead, there are multiple body cam videos that we can show, guys, but a lot of them are pretty long. So I'm trying to find, an hour, 15 minutes, we got a lot of it. Hour and 24, we got a ton of body cameras footage, 3 hours. I'm looking for what? Okay. I'm sharing this. Hold on. Let me get this fixed. Okay. This is not long.
Philip Kusha, and today's date is Wednesday, May 25th, and the time is 8:59. Also in the room is FBI agent
James Eagle Eye, FBI San Antonio Division.
An abject failure is being kind.
You had children calling on their cell phone, asking for help.
I'm in classroom 1012. Please hurry. There's a lot of dead bodies. Please.
Why don't we just barrel through bricks and mortar and everything else to be able to get to her and all those kids that were in there?
Sir, this is me, the school district police. Can you please talk to me?
Every minute potentially cost a life.
There's an ongoing criminal investigation to evaluate every police officer for the criminal culpability and hold them accountable.
When my niece was in that classroom, dying, waiting for you to help, where were you?
Just because you're a law enforcement officer doesn't mean that you can't be criminally culpable in a situation like this, period.
This is not something that could happen in Uvalde, but not in our own communities. And the most important thing is, what can we do going forward?
May 24th, 2022, in Uvalde, Texas, Robb Elementary School is celebrating a year of good grades and hard work.
Citizenship recognition goes to Darian Ojeda and Alexandra Rubio.
It was a end of the year award ceremony, just like any other year.
AB Honor Roll, Aiden Echevarria, Jose Flores.
Now, mind you, this is that teacher that was shot.
Proud parents Gloria and Javier Cáceres are there to support their daughter, 9-year-old Jackie, the youngest of 3 children.
She came in and started waving at her and blowing her kisses and Daddy loves you. And she's doing this number, embarrassed.
When the ceremony is over, Gloria and Javier take a photo of Jackie on the far left with her friends.
So I say bye and I blew her a kiss.
The 4th graders, gleeful at the thought of summer break approaching, return to their classrooms. Teacher Arnie Reyes puts on a movie, a reward for his students as the school year winds down.
It was going to be a good day.
But then suddenly, on that clear blue Texas day, a truck crashes outside the school. It's captured by security cameras across the street, obtained by ABC News. One of thousands of pieces of digital evidence later collected by investigators.
Yes, there was just an accident right here behind Robb's school. They ran into the ditch. It's a pickup truck.
Amy Marin, a school speech specialist seen here on surveillance camera, had just gone outside.
Okay, so when we were in the hallway, remember, down here is where the shooter is. This is a classroom where a teacher was that she banged on the door, and she stayed in here, and they finally got her out. And this is where they huddled. But if you look to your left, down here is where the 111 and 112 is. Some people haven't seen this.
Where she witnesses the crash.
I was running to him to help him.
You were worried about him.
Maybe she does have a tick.
My first thought was somebody had a heart attack.
But Amy, who today still suffers from nearly constant PTSD-induced tremors, realizes within seconds that the single vehicle crash looks much more sinister.
Oh my God, they're running. I don't know why. Oh my God, he has to die.
Security footage then captures the driver of that pickup truck walking away from the crash. He heads directly toward Robb Elementary.
He's up in the schoolyard, man. He just jumped over the fence. He's running toward the school. He's wearing black. Please, hurry.
Yes, sir. We have multiple units heading out that way.
Good shot at Robb Elementary. Good shot.
I'm telling the operator that he's shooting.
Miss Amy, how many shots were fired? Several. I think he's on campus. Okay, ma'am, he's on campus. Oh my God.
The gunman continues toward the school, shooting as he gets closer.
What is that? Hey, what is that?
My students were asking me, what's going on? What's that noise? Like, it couldn't be.
A rock that staff sometimes use to prop the exterior school door open is holding it ajar, and Amy Marin runs over.
You see me kick the rock and pull the door?
You did not leave it open.
No.
What Amy doesn't know, which investigators would later uncover, is that the door is not set to lock automatically, as it should have been. So despite her efforts, the door doesn't lock and could not have been locked from the inside. An alert goes out to the school faculty through Raptor, an emergency alert system that places the school on lockdown. A minute later, hallway cameras capture the gunman entering the school through that door, that unlocked door. ABC News is not airing the video. This is a screen grab.
Okay, then he went inside the building. Oh my God. He made it into the building, guys.
A boy leaves the bathroom to return to his classroom when he sees the attacker and narrowly escapes. Then the shooter enters adjoining classrooms, 111 and 112.
I look at the wall, and the wall's like pieces falling off the wall, and that's when I realize it's the loud bangs is a gun.
He's inside the school shooting at the kids.
In just 3 minutes, the gunman fires more than 100 rounds.
That's when he shot my arm. I just remember just falling to the ground, and then he came up to the front and shot my kids after that.
Down the hall, Amy Marin is hiding under a counter, still on with 911.
I'm asking the operator, where are the cops? Where are the cops?
Oh, shots fired! Get inside! Go, go, go! Shot in the head.
About 2 minutes later, officers arrive. 2 groups of officers enter the building from different directions. On the north side, 3 Uvalde police officers make entry through the same door as the shooter. Among them, the commander of the city police SWAT team. On the south side, 2 Uvalde police officers enter, followed by Uvalde School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo and one of his officers. Chief Arredondo later recounts entering the school to investigators.
A cloud of smoke. As we approached, of course, there was some gunfire coming out, and I know it was coming out through the walls, some in our direction.
Shooting is still heard coming from the classroom. Hallway cameras show officers approach rooms 111 and 112. The attacker behind a closed door fires at the officers. 2 of them sustain grazing wounds. They retreat. The initial chance to confront the shooter in that classroom, gone. The other officers also come under fire.
Take cover, guys.
Seconds later, the acting Uvalde City Police Chief that day, Lieutenant Mariano Vargas, is also at the school, seen here in that hallway. At this point, no officer fires at the gunman. And after officers are inside the school, the gunman fires approximately 16 additional rounds over the next 5 minutes.
This is an emergency right now. I'm inside the building. With this man.
Chief Arredondo later said he dropped his radios before entering the building because he thought they would slow him down. He calls a police landline from his cell phone.
He has an AR-15. He shot a whole bunch of times.
While investigators point to many failures this day, they tell ABC News that these moments, soon after School Police Chief Arredondo arrives, are especially crucial.
Initially, it was reported that this was a barricaded subject, but this wasn't a hostage situation. This was not a barricaded subject. It was, in fact, an active shooter.
Chief Arredondo later said he thought the attacker was cornered. Investigators say he failed to recognize the attack as an active shooter in those pivotal moments.
An active shooter is very different.
They have no intention of peacefully surrendering. Their goal is to kill as many people as possible.
Clearly, the failure right at the beginning was the inability of the officers on the scene to continue to engage the subject till he was neutralized, period. If you don't immediately confront that active shooter, lives are going to be lost.
It's a place where you have to step up, put your own life on the line, and that starts at the top.
And according to a school district active shooter plan, written in part by Chief Arredondo himself, he was the officer at the top, the one who was to assume leadership and command in the event of an active shooter.
And he did not.
Place in a school. It fell under the jurisdictional authority of the school police. The chief of the school police was on scene.
There's no question about it that he was the on-scene commander in the hallway.
Chief Arredondo would later tell investigators he did not see himself as the commander that day. At this point, word of the attack at Robb Elementary is starting to spread throughout Uvalde, a small community of 15,000 people. After attending the award ceremony that morning, Gloria Cáceres is at her job as a nurse when she gets a text from a friend.
She said there's a shooter at Robb. So that's exactly where I go. Is I went straight to Robb.
Your heart must have been racing.
It was.
The time is about 11:45 a.m., and there are 18 officers in the building, according to records reviewed by ABC News. 12 minutes since the attacker entered the school.
Either 111 or 112. But Chief is making contact with him, right? Who? No one's made contact with him.
And now police are hunting for keys to the classroom.
Bro, anybody with a master key? Pete's asking. Master key.
I don't have a master key. I don't have a key. All right, you have a master key to the office, to the rock?
While no officer has attempted to open any door into the classroom with the shooter, precious time is wasted searching for those keys.
I agree.
Officers are now responding to the school from all law enforcement agencies, including Border Patrol and the Texas Department of Public Safety.
So anyone showing up at the scene is very difficult to try to process in your mind that this is still an active shooter when you have people waiting around, because you don't wait around in an active shooter situation.
Tell him to get out of the hallway. Wait, Chief is in there. Chief's in charge right now. Hold on.
Anxious parents are gathering outside the school, desperate for information. Gloria and Javier Cáceres, seen here in the red shirt, are right there, searching for their daughter, Jackie.
Police were trying to hold people back.
What did they tell you?
We don't know what's going on. Confused or confuse themselves.
Inside, Chief Arredondo makes the decision to evacuate children from neighboring classrooms.
There's probably going to be some deceased in there, but we don't need any more from out here. So I called out and I said, get these kids out.
Watch out the window.
But rescuing those children in neighboring classrooms before stopping the gunman goes against active shooter training, according to law enforcement officials.
We've learned that lesson, from Columbine, and the doctrine since then has been in an active shooter situation is to immediately locate the subject, isolate him, and neutralize him.
But instead of confronting the shooter, Chief Arredondo tries to negotiate with the attacker.
Individual in room 111, 112. Clear. Room's clear. Mr. Arredondo. Mr. Arredondo, sir, can you please put your firearm down?
As other officers continue evacuating children from other classrooms.
Okay, room's clear.
At this point, kids are coming out, and I'm not seeing my daughter come out.
The time is now 12 p.m., 27 minutes after the attacker entered the school. There are 28 officers in the building. And while children are evacuated from other classrooms, one 10-year-old girl calls 911 from inside a classroom under attack.
Uvalde County 911. Can you tell me your name?
Over a series of phone calls, 10-year-old Chloe Torres pleads for help.
Please hurry. There's a lot of dead bodies.
Chloe, whose family knows we're broadcasting portions of her 911 calls and want them to be heard publicly, tells the operator where she is, one of the two rooms the gunman has entered.
Be quiet. I am on Cody, but because of them, nobody's listening to me. I don't understand all these situations. My dad taught me when I was a little girl. Just in hope when my teachers are still alive, but they're shot. Okay, please, someone's trying to get to you. Are we okay? Please, hurry. I can't wait. Be quiet, Chloe. How many people are in there that are alive with you? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that 6 people? 7, 8.
The 911 operator relays Chloe's information on the police radio.
You got to any unit you like to any unit, just advising we do have a child on the line. It's going to be room 12.
Go ahead with that child's information relayed.
The child is advising he is in the room full of victims at this moment.
That should have immediately signaled a different course of action.
But the
Yes,
communication system, both
definitely.
radios and Wi-Fi, are not strong and often not working at all.
Information not getting back to the decision makers in those hallways.
And there was no command post set up to centralize information. No one collecting and effectively disseminating crucial details in real time. Without a command post, there was no way to ensure that police stacked up inside the hallway had the information they needed to make the right decisions.
No one performed the basic function that's needed in an incident such as this to take command and control over the situation.
Chief Arredondo himself told other officers to wait, even as crucial minutes were ticking away. He later said he was trying to get the rest of the building cleared before they breached the classroom.
Cameras on our side right now.
Meanwhile, Chloe is still on the line with 911. It's been about
No,
12
I don't agree
minutes
with
since
that.
she first called.
That information should have been taken in by the call taker, should have been immediately relayed to the incident commander, who should have used that information to understand that this was still an active shooter event.
Inside classroom 112, Chloe is doing everything she can to survive. Skills her father, Ruben Torres, a Marine, taught Chloe and her siblings.
We've spoken about things like this happening around our nation, give them scenarios, what would they do, you know.
Chloe even made the difficult decision to cover herself with blood, the blood of those injured inside her classroom, to make it look like she was shot.
To put the blood on her, you know, I find it amazing, you know, that my 10-year-old at that time, like, just thought about that.
The entire time, officers are just feet away, guns drawn, nearly 15 minutes since Chloe first called.
They're inside of the building, okay? You need to stay quiet, okay? They're inside the building. You just need to stay quiet. Come immediately. 112.
Whether or not Chief Arredondo knew of Chloe's calls is unclear, but the city of Uvalde's top police officer on the scene did know of Chloe's call, indicating that children were trapped inside the classroom.
There's victims in the room with him. A child on the phone, multiple victims. A child just called if they have victims in there. Call 911.
Lieutenant Mariano Vargas, the acting Uvalde City Police Chief that day, is also seen on Bodycam, stepping outside to call a police landline to ask about Chloe's 911 calls.
The call that you got in from one of the students, what did they say?
Okay, Chloe's gonna be, Chloe. She's in room 112, Montana 112.
So how many are still alive now?
8 to 9 are still alive.
But Vargas later tells investigators he cannot recall these details.
What about 911 calls that were being made to dispatch? Did you hear any radio traffic regarding that?
Oh, crap.
I don't remember. I really don't. I remember somebody.
Okay, dude, either you got memory problems, you're beginning Alzheimer's, in that case, get off the job, or you're lying out your freaking ears, you need to be fired. I don't know. That pisses me off. I'm angry.
Saying that I thought there was a kid calling dispatch that he was inside.
Okay. Okay. Did you happen to relay that information to anybody else by any chance or anything? Do you recall?
And I'm almost sure I did to the people that were lined up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so much stuff happened. It's hard to remember every detail.
Surveillance video captures the gunman firing 4 more rounds. Chief Arredondo tries yet again to negotiate through the wall with the gunman, who never responds.
I heard that twice, and like the first time I was like, okay, they're here, they're gonna help us. And then they just stayed quiet, and I thought that they left. They left us here.
Finally, 47 minutes after Chloe placed her first call to 911, and 77 minutes after the gunman stepped foot inside Robb Elementary, officers from the Border Patrol Tactical Unit decide the wait is over. At 12:50 p.m., they breach the classroom.
I knew that there was going to be more shots, and so I just closed my eyes really tight and just, pray for the best.
The Border Patrol officers see the gunman in the corner shooting toward them, and they return fire.
Subject down, subject down.
The gunman is dead 77 minutes after entering Robb Elementary. He would later be identified as 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, a former student at the school who, investigators say, had been spiraling downward in the months prior. The shooting took place in his former fourth-grade classroom.
Oh, my God.
Teacher Arnie Reyes in room 111 was shot twice in his arm and his back, and he's bleeding profusely.
They don't know how they're going to take me to the hospital. Everything's blocked. Everything's, a mess out there.
A chaotic medical response that also comes under criticism, as some survivors, like teacher Arnie, are dragged outside, while others are triaged inside the building. Inside room 112, Chloe Torres, that brave 10-year-old girl who made those 911 calls, is alive, along with 9 classmates. But so many others are not. Desperate parents are sent to the Civic Center, a reunification headquarters for families. Gloria Cáceres has her niece rush there, desperately searching for Jackie.
And she just she's not here. She's not here.
Gloria's niece heads to the hospital and then calls with news.
She's like, I saw her. It's like, I saw her. They took her out in the ambulance. Like, I saw her. And so I just remember telling my husband and trying to get to the hospital as fast as we could.
And in a way that's a little hopeful, right? That she's maybe alive.
Yes. We waited hours, and there was a chaplain and 2 rangers that came looking for us. And so
I've done that.
I asked.
I've done that. I've been that chaplain. Not with these people, but others.
She alive? And one of the rangers just looked at me and said, no, she's not.
9-year-old Jackie Cáceres did not survive. Captured on her mother Gloria's phone is that photo at the award ceremony that morning, taken just 35 minutes before the gunman entered the school.
It's Jackie, Eliana, Lexi, Layla, and Neve. Those are all victims.
They all died.
Yes.
On May 24th, 2022, at Robb Elementary School here in Uvalde, Texas, 19 students and 2 teachers never came home. Not a single one of the 11 students in teacher Arnie Reyes' classroom survived.
It was hard. It was hard.
It is hard.
The first hours and days after the shooting were marked by a series of misstatements and inaccuracies by officials.
The teacher runs to room 132 to retrieve a phone, and that same teacher walks back to the exit door, and door remains propped open.
I said, he's lying. That's a lie.
You knew he was blaming you.
Yes.
Even though Amy Marin was not named.
It was presumed at the moment that that was how the subject got in. Well, when the video was enhanced, it was obvious that same teacher went back and kicked the rock outside the door, okay, and the door closed. Now, she had a reason to believe and believe that the door was locked, but the door was not locked.
McCraw later apologized publicly to Amy Marin, and the people of Uvalde watched as officials initially obscured the missteps of law enforcement.
They showed amazing courage by running toward gunfire for the singular purpose of trying to save lives.
And at that same press conference,
they did contain him in the classroom, and they put the tactical stack together, in a very orderly way, and of course breached it.
And then, day by day, the facts start to change, and information is walked back.
There's some new information as of Tuesday that I wanted to clear up.
Governor Abbott and McCraw eventually said they were misled by local officials.
The idea that this was an heroic and well done and an effective and efficient operation was not the case. And when we determined that it was not the case, we reported otherwise.
It was time to deliver answers to the people of Uvalde.
Eva Guzman, a former justice of the Texas Supreme Court, served on the investigative committee formed because of concern that the public was not getting a true account of events at Robb. The committee points to Diaz Street, where the gunman lived just blocks away from Robb Elementary with his grandparents, because less than 10 minutes before the attacker crashed that truck in the ravine outside the school, he shot his own grandmother at home.
Diaz Street will forever, I think, remain embedded in the minds of Uvalde citizens as the place where this tragedy began.
The attacker messages an acquaintance, "I just shot my grandma in her head, and I'ma go shoot up an elementary school right now." An online acquaintance in Germany responds, "Cool." He then steals his grandmother's truck, and the grandmother seeks help.
The reaction was not to call 911. It was to
Cool? Who the frick is that person?
run across the street to a neighbor.
In fact,
I gotta do it, y'all. You don't like red flashy things and you don't like a lot of sound and you get triggered by flashy things, turn away. I'm going code red in 3, 2, 1. Cool. I could say so much bad stuff.
Doesn't come in until nearly 15 minutes after the attacker shot his grandmother and when he's already inside the school.
Anytime there is criminal activity this close to a school, there ought to be an effort to immediately notify the school.
But because of that delay, neither police nor Robb Elementary knew about the shooting in time.
Those 7 to 9 minutes could have made a difference. We'll never know. It'll always be a what if.
The committee raised questions about the law enforcement response to Diaz Street and why Uvalde County Sheriff Ruben Nolasco appeared on this scene, stayed, and was delayed in arriving to the Robb Elementary attack.
EMS. Okay. Who did this to you? Who's your grandson?
Also, by the way, I just want to say for those of you who were just joining and weren't here earlier this morning, we did talk about this and show some video and discuss the situation with the grandmother. She's been treated horribly because her grandson did this to the school, but not being treated like a victim when he first tried to kill her. She was first left to die. He lead shotted her in the face. He tried to red rum her. He thought he succeeded and then proceeded on to the school. She too is a victim. So in those numbers, there's 22 victims, not 21.
Diaz Street is shrouded in mystery. What time did the sheriff get there? How long did it take him to get there? Did he or anyone else on that scene make an immediate effort to locate the shooter?
And inside the school, it turns out there were distinct opportunities to breach the classroom that were missed.
I'm certain I heard him reload. I did hear that at one time. I don't know if there was a second.
That's when you go in, dude. The number one thing you're taught, the best time to go after somebody who's in there freaking reloading because they're down. There's no lead in the lead shooter at the moment. So when you know they're reloading, you crawl.
Suspect reloading their firearm, it should say two things to that officer. One, that the threat is not over. And two, that may be an opportunity to immediately breach and engage.
And there were other failures and missteps. Time spent hunting for keys to the classroom door that had been reported broken and never fixed. It could have been opened without a key.
In terms of crystallizing the events of the day, it's hard to say that there was one moment, and yet it's all about moments. We know that if there had not been these systemic failures, that if one person had responded differently at any moment, maybe the outcome could have been different.
Less than 24 hours after the attack, during an interview with investigators, Arredondo explains his decisions that day.
We're going to get scrutinized. I'm expecting that. We're going to get scrutinized why we didn't go in there. I know what the firepower he had based on what shells I saw, the holes in the wall in the room next to his. I also know I had students that were around there that weren't in the immediate threat besides the ones that I know were the immediate threat. And the preservation of life around everything around him, I felt was priority because I know there was probably victims in there. And with the shots I heard, I know it's probably somebody's going to be deceased. I know these weren't.
In law enforcement, you can't assume that they're not going to survive. You have to assume that they could have survived if you get in there immediately and address the threat.
In total, 376 law enforcement officers responded to the attack on Robb Elementary that day.
We failed to prevent it from happening. And I say failed, and I said we, and I said the law enforcement community, because collectively we did.
The Texas Rangers under Steve McCraw at the Texas Department of Public Safety have completed their initial investigation, which is now honing in on culpability and possible criminal charges. A final version of the report will go to the Uvalde County District Attorney.
We have one chance to get this right, and it is very important for the decision to prosecute to be based on all of the evidence.
The investigation is examining the actions of every law enforcement officer who responded that day. And sources tell ABC News the focus is on the law enforcement leadership who were there that day and the decisions made in the critical first moments.
Based on that information, we can make an intelligent decision about what crimes may have been committed.
It may take even more months to learn whether any law enforcement officials might be charged with crimes for what happened on May 24th, 2022. But the top lawman in Texas says it's a real possibility.
My belief is there's possible criminal culpability. Certainly there's malfeasance committed that particular day. And from our standpoint, looking at every officer and looking internally at our own officers, is that, what did they know? When did they hear? When did they arrive? What did they do at that point in time?
All questions that continue to haunt Uvalde, especially teacher Arnie Reyes.
I'm curious. They have all the tactical gear, bulletproof vests, guns. They had all of that. I have a pencil. It's not the same battle.
Today, Arnie is still struggling to heal.
Well, physically, if you looked at me, you probably thought I went to war. I look at my arm, and of course, it's a constant reminder of what happened that day.
Chloe, the 10-year-old girl who made all those 911 calls while the shooter went back and forth between the classrooms, tells investigators afterwards just how she survived.
I remember telling everybody that we're going to get through this and just don't make a sound, just be as quiet as a mouse.
Chloe is now in counseling, but has not returned to school.
She does have survivor's guilt. I hate to say it, but like, she really don't care anymore, like, about doing the little things that she used to do, you know? She just wants to be stuck at home.
Alongside many of the other victims' families, Jackie Cáceres' family is channeling their grief into pushing for stronger gun control laws.
Not everybody agrees on an assault weapons ban, but that's why we want to reach a compromise, meet in the middle, and raise the age to 21 to buy an assault weapon.
The Cáceres were recently briefed on the autopsy report for their daughter. They say from what they know, it appears to show that Jackie was shot in one of the gunman's final barrage of shots before the breach, while all those officers were standing in the hallways.
Because of her injuries, she would have bled out quickly. And if she was shot at the very beginning, then she wouldn't have had a pulse at the end of the 77 minutes. And she did. She was still alive.
What does that tell you?
So that for sure tells me that if the cops would have gone in, and they should have, then my daughter would still be here with me today.
The consequences of police inaction at the scene, that is really the whole point of the investigation, and that would be a part of what's presented to the grand jury.
I love it. It's perfect. It's perfect.
What keeps you going?
Just seeking justice for our daughter and for those kids and the teachers. Because I can't see my future. I can't even see tomorrow or next week.
We've seen that hashtag written, remember their names. What does that mean to you, Javier?
In my mind, they're trying to drag this out so people will forget their names and get it over with and move on. But no, we're not gonna let that happen. There's no way.
We don't want them ever to be forgotten. And definitely we're not gonna let that happen.
I'm trying to get it to stop at a point. Okay. We're gonna end it there on that part. We're gonna start winding this down. Y'all have been amazing. I have just a couple more little quick videos, and then something. I'm gonna play this one with the former police chief. Okay, I'm pausing it. This will be a 10-minute video. And then we're going to go into Matthew McConaughey, and then we're going to go into Memorial, and then we're going to be done. So let's watch this video. This is about the police chief. The former Uvalde school police chief tells CNN what he was thinking in 22.
We don't want anyone else hurt, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me, sir?
For more than 2 years, the families of the 19 children and 2 teachers who were murdered inside a classroom of Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas, have waited to hear from this man, former school district police chief Pete. Have teachers who were murdered.
That's what I was looking for. Sorry.
Murdered inside a classroom of Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas, have waited to hear from this man, former school district police chief Pete Arredondo.
What do you say then to those critics, and a lot of them are fellow law enforcement officers, who say you guys didn't handle the situation properly, and many people who, as tough as it might sound, consider you guys cowards with the way you acted that day?
I strongly disagree. And again, opinions vary, sir, and they're going to. But I can tell you that probably 100% of those people hadn't been in a situation like that before.
Do you feel like you guys are being singled out, scapegoated?
Well, by all means, since the very beginning, sir. I've been scapegoated from the very beginning.
Nearly 400 law enforcement agents responded to the Robb Elementary shooting scene on May 24th, 2022. Dozens of officers were inside the school's hallway, waiting outside the door of conjoined classrooms where a young gunman fired hundreds of rounds at 4th grade students. In one of the worst police failures in recent memory, it took officers 77 minutes to take out the gunman. Arredondo is one of only 2 officers charged criminally for their actions that day. He's now facing multiple felony counts of child endangerment. Arredondo and his lawyer, Paul Looney, sat down with CNN and spoke for more than an hour about the shooting.
I keep thinking about, what are the questions that the victims' families would want to ask you? And I think ultimately it all kind of boils down to is like, how come officers didn't go into that room sooner?
Right.
What do you say to those families?
If you look at the body cam footage, there was no hesitation, and myself and the first handful of officers that went in there and went straight towards the hot zone, as you may call it, and took fire. And then at that point, we worked with what we had.
The protocols of, as I understand it, of active shooter training is you go after the gunman and you focus on the gunman until he or she is taken out. That didn't happen in this case. Why not?
We couldn't, again, you can't see what's on the other side of a wall. At that point.
But you're supposed to get through that wall.
Right. You can't see through it, first of all. So when we were shot at and we backed off to think, okay, now we know where he's at, because we didn't know where he was at. That's when we took fire and backed out and realized, okay, now we need to come up with a plan to get back up there.
If I show you a couple of video clips, would you mind? I'd love just to, as we watch them, I'd love to get your perspective on what
I'm sorry, but I'd rather not look at video clips, sir. I just don't. I just don't. I've kept myself from that. It's difficult for me to see that. These are my children too, and people don't understand that. You know, we went down the hallways every day and stressed about keeping doors locked, stressed about being vigilant, and the less I see of those, sir, that I don't have to, the better for me.
What the body cam video clips that Arredondo refused to watch show is that on that day in the hallway at 12:09 p.m., he said he knew there were likely victims in the room with the gunman.
As soon as I clear this room, I'm going to verify what's been vacated, guys, before we do any kind of reaching. Who's on our side right now? We want to have kids in there. We got to save the lives of the other one.
In that moment when lives were at stake, why did you think time was on your side?
I don't recall making that statement. I'm sorry. There's some things that you don't recall while you're in that hallway.
In an investigative interview conducted the day after the shooting, previously obtained by CNN, Arredondo reiterated that he knew there were
I get that he doesn't want to see a video. I get that it's emotionally hard. But dude, you sit there and take your freaking medicine. You think it's hard for you? What about the parents and the families, the community, the fellow students? You're chicken shit. I don't care what anybody else thinks about me. I think he's chicken shit for that. You stomach it, man. Because guess what, boo? When you go to court, you're going to be forced to watch those videos. Get used to it, dude.
likely victims inside the classroom.
Because I know there was probably victims in there. And with the shots I heard, I know there's probably somebody who's going to be deceased. There's probably going to be some deceased in there, but we don't need any more from out here. So I called out and I said, get these kids out. Whatever I told them, bust those windows, get them out.
So you're saying that you never knew that there were people inside that room?
Yeah, I don't recall that at all.
And that there weren't people inside that room who were alive?
Yeah, I don't recall that at all.
It was not relayed to the people on the point.
I'm in classroom number 112. 112, yes, ma'am.
What's your name, ma'am?
Chloe Torres, please hurry. There's a lot of dead bodies.
That's the 911 call made by fourth grader Chloe Torres from inside the room with the gunman. It should have changed everything at the scene. Confirmation there were kids alive in the room with the shooter.
So when did you learn that Chloe Torres had a student in the classroom? Fourth grader had made that call.
I think it was 3 days later. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that, because there's an old saying that your jaw was on the ground. I've never experienced that until that day.
A police dispatch reporting Chloe's call was relayed over police radios inside the school hallway, but Arredondo says he never heard it. The call can be heard blaring on radios around Arredondo in the hallway. At that exact moment, he is talking, repeating instructions for officers not to enter the classroom with the gunman.
Hey guys, hold on. We're going to clear the building first, and then we'll tackle it. But we're going to empty these classrooms first.
And the body cam videos show officers turning down the radio volume to listen to his orders.
Actually, turn your radios down, please.
As we've watched body cam footage of what happened and how those 77 minutes unfolded inside Robb Elementary, you're on those tapes, constantly giving orders to other officers.
We're going to clear out before we do any reaching. We're going to clear out these.
The sense was that those officers were deferring to you as the lead officer. So why shouldn't you bear the brunt of the responsibility of how all that unfolded?
Sure, and it's natural for me to give direction with what information you have while you're in there. And again, limited information was there on the inside.
No entry till the chief of police gives you permission.
Arredondo says the head of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Steve McCraw, made him the face of the law enforcement failure from the beginning by labeling Arredondo as the scene's incident commander.
The chief of police of the Consolidated Independent School District is the incident commander. It's his school. He's the chief of police. Okay.
Arredondo now claims there were state police officers from the Texas Department of Public Safety who arrived after him who should have set up an incident command post and taken control of the scene.
The guidebook tells you the incident commander does not stand in a hallway and get shot at. Incident commander is someone that's not in the hot zone and is in another location.
There was another moment when the Border Patrol BORTAC team, as it's known, that's the group that made entry and took out the gunman. I believe they were in the moment of trying to get ready, and you tell them,
"Get ready for friendlies." Tell them to wait. No, wait, nobody entry.
Why would you slow that down?
I told them. I don't recall ever talking to anybody from.
You must be telling someone to tell them, but essentially you're telling the Border Patrol BORTAC team that would eventually make entry and kill the gunman to wait at 12:16.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't use those words at all. I had no idea who they were. If they were,
You did. We just watched it,
Do you
dude.
think you made any mistakes that day?
Again, it's a hindsight statement. You can think all day and second guess yourself. I know we did the best we could with what we had, and by running into that building and not leaving there and doing what we could or doing what I could and what the other officers could, it was the best we could with the situation we had, the information we had.
A couple of months before the shooting, Uvalde police officers had gone through an active shooter training. And one of the things that those documents talk about is that if you are a first responder and you are not willing to take dramatic actions that put yourself in harm's way, then essentially you need to find another line of work.
Right.
Do you feel like you should have found another line of work?
Not at all. I went in there right away with the first officers. And then just so you know, I never had a vest on and didn't even think about that.
There was not a coward on scene, and the portrayal that has been put forth largely by the head of DPS is just crap. These officers that were on scene did everything they possibly could to save the lives of children, and probably save the lives of a lot of children by the actions that they did take.
At this moment, you're no longer a police officer.
Right.
Do you want to work in law enforcement again?
Of course. It's a passion of mine.
To be a police officer, you have to have the trust of the community.
Sure.
Do you feel like wherever you may or may not go, like you can have that trust given what happened at Uvalde?
I'm hoping to earn that. It's sad that I've lost it based on lies and deception and deceptive statements and narratives that were incorrect.
Whoa. Dude, you may be in jail. Yeah, if you're found guilty, you won't be a police officer anywhere. And the reason you're not a police officer now, because you've been brought up on charges. Okie dokie. Okay, I'm looking for that video. Based on your body cam, sir, the Matthew McConaughey. Give me a minute, I'll share screen. All right, let's go.
He's been on the Hill all day meeting with his leaders from Texas, where he grew up. He's specifically from Uvalde, Texas. Let's see if he got anywhere.
To make the loss of these lives matter. My wife and I, Camilla, we spent most of last week on the ground with the families in Uvalde, Texas. We shared stories, tears, and memories. The common thread, independent of the anger and the confusion and the sadness, it was the same. How can these families continue to honor these deaths by keeping the dreams of these children and teachers alive? Again, how can a loss of these lives matter? So while we honor and acknowledge the victims, we need to recognize that this time it seems that something is different. There is a sense that perhaps there's a viable path forward. Responsible parties in this debate seem to at least be committed to sitting down and having a real conversation about a new and improved path forward. A path that can bring us closer together and make us safer as a country. A path that can actually get something done this time. Camilla and I came here to share my stories from my hometown, Uvalde. Came here to take meetings with elected officials on both sides of the aisle. We came here to speak to them, to speak with them, and to urge them to speak with each other. To remind and inspire them that the American people will continue to drive forward the mission of keeping our children safe, because it's more than our right to do so. It's our responsibility to do so. I'm here today in the hopes of applying what energy, reason, and passion that I have into trying to turn this moment into a reality. Because as I said, this moment is different. We are in a window of opportunity right now that we have not been in before. A window where it seems like real change can happen. Uvalde, Texas is where I was born. I swear my mom taught kindergarten less than a mile from Robb Elementary. Uvalde is where I learned to master a Daisy BB gun. That took 2 years before I graduated to a .410 shotgun. Uvalde is where I was taught to revere the power and the capability of the tool that we call a gun. Uvalde is where I learned responsible gun ownership. Now, Uvalde called me on May 24th when I learned the news of this devastating tragedy. I had been out of cellular range, working in the studio all day when I emerged, and messages about a mass shooting in the town I was born in began flooding my inbox. In a bit of shock, I drove home, hugged my children a bit tighter and longer than the night before, and then the reality of what had happened that day in the town I was born in set in. So the next morning, Camilla, myself, and the kids, we loaded up the truck and we drove to Uvalde. When we arrived a few hours later, I got to tell you, even from the inside of our vehicle, you could feel the shock in the town. You could feel the pain, the denial, the disillusion, anger, blame, sadness, loss of lives, dreams halted. We saw ministries, we saw first responders, counselors, cooks, families trying to grieve without it being on the front page news. We met with the local funeral director and countless morticians who hadn't slept since the massacre the day before, because they've been working 24/7 trying to handle so many bodies at once, so many little innocent bodies who had their entire lives still yet to live. And that is there that we met two of the grieving parents, Ryan and Jessica Ramirez. Their 10-year-old daughter, Alethea. She was one of the 19 children that were killed the day before. Now, Alethea, her dream was to go to art school in Paris and one day share her art with the world. Ryan and Jessica were eager to share Alethea's art with us and said if we could share it, that somehow, maybe that would make Alethea smile in heaven. They told us that showing someone else Alethea's art would in some way keep her alive. Now, this particular drawing is a self-portrait, all right, of Alethea drawing with her friend in heaven looking down on her, drawing the very same picture. Her mother said of this drawing, she said, you know, we never really talked to her about heaven before, but somehow she knew. Alethea was 10 years old. Her father, Ryan, this man was steady. He was uncommonly together and calm. When a frazzled friend of his came up and said, how are you so calm? I'd be going crazy. Ryan told him, he said, no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You'd be strong for your wife and kids, because if they see you go crazy, that will not help them. Just a week prior, Ryan got a full-time line job, stringing power lines from pole to pole. And every day since landing that well-paying full-time job, he reminded his daughter Alethea, he said, girl, Daddy gonna spoil you now. Told her every single night. He said, Daddy's gonna take you to SeaWorld one day.
Oh.
He didn't get to spoil his daughter. Alethea, she did not get to go to SeaWorld. We also met Anna and Danilo, the mom and the stepdad of 9-year-old Maite Rodriguez. And Maite wanted to be a marine biologist. She was already in contact with Corpus Christi University of A&M for her future college enrollment. 9 years old. Maite cared for the environment so strongly that when the city asked her mother if they could release some balloons into the sky, in her memory, her mom said, oh no, Maite wouldn't want to litter. Maite wore
release butterflies,
high-top Converse with a heart she had hand-drawn on the right toe because they represented her love of nature. Camilla's got these shoes. Can you show these shoes, please? Wore these every day. Green Converse with a heart on the right toe. These are the same green Converse on her feet that turned out to be the only clear evidence that could identify her after the shooting. How about that? Maite wrote a letter. Her mom said if Maite's letter could help someone accomplish her dream, that then her death would have an impact. And it would mean her dying had a point and wasn't pointless. That it would make the loss of her life matter. The letter reads, Marine biologist, I want to pass school to get to my dream college. My dream college is in Corpus Christi by the ocean. I need to live next to the ocean because I want to be a marine biologist. Marine biologists study animals and the water. Most of the time I will be in a lab. Sometimes I will be on TV. Then there was Ellie Garcia, a 10-year-old, and her parents, Stephen and Jennifer. Ellie loved to dance and she loved church. She even knew how to drive tractors and was already working with her dad and her uncle mowing yards.
Aww.
Ellie was always giving of her gifts, her time, even half-eaten food on her plate. They said around the house, we called her the great regifter. Smiling through tears, her family told us how Ellie loved to embrace, said she was the biggest hugger in the family. Now, Ellie was born Catholic, but had been going to Baptist church with her uncle for the last couple of years. Her mom and dad were proud of her because they said she was learning to love God no matter where. The week prior to her passing, she'd been preparing to read a verse from the Bible for the next Wednesday night's church service. The verse was from Deuteronomy 6:5. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might. That's who Ellie was becoming. But she never got to read it. Service on that Wednesday night. Then there was a fairy tale love story of a teacher named Irma and her husband Joe. What a great family this was. This was an amazing family. Camilla and I, we sat with about 20 of their family members in their living room, along with their 4 kids. Kids were 23, 19, 15, and 13. They shared all these stories about how Irma and Joe served the community and would host all these parties, and how Irma and Joe were planning on getting a food truck together when they soon retired. They were humble, hard-working people. Irma was a teacher. who her family said went above and beyond and just couldn't say no to any kind of teaching. Joe had been commuting to and from work 70 miles away in Del Rio for years. Together, they were the glue of the family. Both worked overtime to support their 4 kids. Irma even worked every summer when school was out. The money she had made 2 summers ago paid to paint the front of the house. The money she made last summer paid to paint the sides of the house. This summer's work was going to pay to paint the back of the house. Because Irma was one of the teachers who was gunned down in the classroom. Joe, her husband, literally died of heartache the very next day when he had a heart attack. They never got to paint the back of their house.
They lost
They never
almost
got to
4
retire.
kids.
And they never got to get that food truck together. We also met a cosmetologist. She was well-versed in mortuary makeup. That's the task of making the victims appear as peaceful and natural as possible for their open casket viewings. These bodies were very different. They needed much more than makeup to be presentable. They needed extensive restoration. Why? Due to the exceptionally large exit wounds of an AR-15 rifle. Most of the body is so mutilated that only DNA test or green Converse could identify them. Many children were left not only dead, but hollow. So yes, counselors are going to be needed in Uvalde for a long time.
Long time, y'all.
In all these places where these mass shooters have been
Years.
for a long time. I was told by many that it takes a good year before people even understand what to do next. And even then, when they become secure enough to take the first step forward, a lifetime is not going to heal those wounds. But again,
That's right.
You know what every one of these parents wanted, what they asked us for? What every parent separately expressed in their own way to Camilla and me? That they want their children's dreams to live on. That they want their children's dreams to continue to accomplish something after they are gone. They want to make their loss of life matter. Look, we heard from so many people, right? Families of the deceased, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, Texas Rangers, hunters, Border Patrol, and responsible gun owners who won't give up their Second Amendment right to bear arms. And you know what they all said? We want secure and safe schools, and we want gun laws that won't make it so easy for the bad guys to get these damn guns. So, we know it's on the table. We need to invest in mental health care. We need safer schools. We need to restrain sensationalized media coverage. We need to restore our family values. We need to restore our American values. And we need responsible gun ownership. Responsible gun ownership. We need background checks. We need to raise the minimum age to purchase an AR-15 rifle to 21. We need a waiting period for those rifles. We need red flag laws and consequences for those who abuse them. These are reasonable, practical, tactical regulations to our nation, states, communities, schools, and homes. Responsible gun owners are fed up with the Second Amendment being abused and hijacked by some deranged individuals. These regulations are not a step back. They're a step forward for a civil society and the Second Amendment. Look, is this cure-all? Hell no. But people are hurting. Families are, parents are.
It's a step
And look,
forward.
as divided as our country is, this gun responsibility issue is one that we agree on more than we don't. It really is. Look, this should be a nonpartisan issue. This should not be a partisan issue. There is not a Democratic or Republican value in one single act of these shooters. It's not. But people in power have failed to act. So we're asking you, and I'm asking you, will you please ask yourselves, can both sides rise above? Can both sides see beyond the political problem at hand and admit that we have a life preservation problem on our hands? So we got a chance right now to reach for and to grasp a higher ground above our political affiliations. A chance to make a choice that does more than protect your party. A chance to make a choice that protects our country now and for the next generation. We got to take a sober, humble, and honest look in the mirror and rebrand ourselves based on what we truly value. What we truly value. We got to get some real courage and honor our immortal obligations instead of our party affiliations. Enough with the counterpunching. Enough of the invalidation of the other side. Let's come to the common table that represents the American people. Find a middle ground, the place where most of us Americans live anyway, especially on this issue. Because I promise you, America, you and me, we are not as divided as we were being told we are. No. How about we get inspired? Give ourselves just cause to revere our future again. Maybe set an example for our children. Give us reason to tell them, hey, listen and watch these men and women. These are great American leaders right here. Hope you grow up to be like them. And let's admit it. We can't truly be leaders if we're only living for re-election. Let's be knowledgeable and wise and act on what we truly believe. Again, we got to look in the mirror, lead with humility, and acknowledge the values that are inherent to, but also above politics. We got to make choices, make stands, embrace new ideas, and preserve the traditions that can create true progress for the next generation. With real leadership, let's start giving us, all of us with real leadership, let's start giving all of us good reason to believe that the American dream is not an illusion. So where do we start? We start by making the right choices on the issue that is in front of us today. We start by making laws that save innocent lives and don't infringe on our Second Amendment rights. We start right now by voting to pass policies that can keep us from having as many Columbine, Sandy Hooks, Parklands, Las Vegas, Buffaloes, and Uvaldes from here on. We start by giving Alethea a chance to be spoiled by her dad. We start by giving Mate a chance to become a marine biologist. Start by giving Ellie a chance to read her Bible verse at the Wednesday night service. Start by giving Irma and Joe a chance to finish painting their house. Maybe retire, get that food truck. We start by giving McKenna, Layla, Miranda, Nevaeh, Jose, Javier, Tess, Rogelio, Eliana, Annabelle, Jackie, Azuya, JC, Jayla, Ava, Amory, and Lexi. We start by giving all of them our promise that their dreams are not going to be forgotten. We start by making the loss of these lives matter. Thank you. Thank you.
Are the changes that are being discussed enough for you, Mr. McConaughey?
Hi.
We're going to go ahead and wrap this up. I have a closing statement that I want to read. First, I want to thank my mods for all their hard work. I wished I could have shown 100% of the videos, but we didn't have time. I hope this has laid the groundwork for everybody who's watching this who does not truly know the events of that day. I hope that this brings clarity to some of you as now we tomorrow start watching the rest of the trial. I think the prosecution's resting tomorrow. They should be. The defense is going to start their case in chief. Now we have a better picture, a bigger picture, and somewhere in all that is the truth. And the bottom line is the truth is no one deserved to die that day. So before we end tonight, I want to take a moment to breathe with all of you. We walk through together is heavy. It's painful. It's the kind of truth that leaves a mark. And it very well should. Because these weren't just moments on a timeline. They were children, teachers, families, friends, a community that deserved protection. Every frame we reviewed tonight represents a life interrupted, a promise that has gone unfulfilled, and a responsibility that was not met or kept. And yet, the reason we sit here with this footage, the reason we refuse to look away, is because their stories matter. Their names matter. Their futures mattered. To the families who continue to fight for answers, for accountability, and for change, we see you. We hear you. We honor you. We will not stop saying their names. To everyone who watched, thank you for choosing the harder path today, the path of bearing witness. It's easier to scroll past tragedy. It's harder to sit with it, learning from it and demanding better. But that's how change begins. As we close, hold space for those children who should still be with us here. Hold space for those teachers who gave everything they had and their lives to try to protect those kids. Hold space for every family who woke up every day crying, carrying what the world can barely watch for 1 hour. And let this not be the end of the conversation. Let it be a reminder that accountability, it's not cruelty. It's transparency, it's not disrespect. And remembering is not an option. We honor them by refusing to forget. We honor them by demanding better. We honor them by telling truth. Thank you for being with me today and my mods. Thank you. Take care of yourselves and each other. And may we all move forward with a purpose, compassion, and courage. And then, way we're going to end tonight, I'm going to play a video. And we're going to go straight into close. I will see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. No, 8:30 a.m. for trial. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.